Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Uchiha Itachi's eyes swept around, and as his eyes moved, his pupils changed rapidly, and each Magatama quietly emerged, eventually forming a strange pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Another pair of Mangekyo appears. The elders of the clan exclaimed, and then a joyful smile broke out on their faces. Great! The young clan leader has also awakened Mangekyo. With sure sway, our Uchiha clan now has two pairs of Mangekyo. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. At this moment, both the radical and conservative elders couldn't help but look happy. Even Uchiha Fugaka's eyes flashed with shock. Itachi, when did Mangekyo turn on? Fugaka made some calculations in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that could cause Itachi such a big mood swing in the near future. However, these are not important anymore. There's a satisfied smile on his lips. Itachi is a member of the family, and his strength means the glory and strength of the Uchiha family. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your support and cooperation. Seeing that the atmosphere had warmed up enough, Uchiha Itachi slowly revealed his strategy. One night flies by. Except for a few people at Nanga Shrine last night, no one knew what kind of plan Itachi came up with. However, changes came quietly. Among them, Uchiha has deep feelings about this. Uchiha Thimble, a member of the Konoha Guard Force, led his animal friends that morning. Uchiha Snowstorm and Uchiha Pearl patrolled the streets of Konoha as usual. Not long after walking, Shuebao noticed something was wrong with the captain. Why did the captain keep his head down and meditate today? Could it be that he didn't get any rest? So, he cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Brother Thimble, did you sleep well last night? How about you go back and rest first, and we will be responsible for patrolling." Shuebao's words interrupted Thimble's contemplation. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. "It's okay. Let's continue patrolling." "Yes." Shuebao agreed and returned to the team. A group of people walked on the lively streets of Konoha. The early morning market was still bustling with people, and the villagers were full of enthusiasm for life. But whenever Thimble and the other three passed by, pedestrians would give way as if they could not avoid them. Snowstorm and Pearl held their heads high, seeming to enjoy the awe from the villagers. Only the Thimble watched all this silently, with sadness surging in his heart. At the same time, he was also shocked. No wonder the young patriarch would give such an order. We, the Uchiha clan, have been like this for a long time and have already lost the hearts of the people in the village. No wonder we can never reach the Hokage's position. If this continues, even if we seize the Hokage position, no one will really agree with it. It seems that the young patriarch is also aware of this problem, so he asked us to make changes, right? Thimble thought secretly in his heart. Last night, Uchiha elites like Thimble received a secret order from the young patriarch, requiring the entire family to make adjustments in their appearance and behavior. This order is conveyed down through the elite ninjas, and eventually needs to be spread to the entire clan. And it was accompanied by stern warnings from several elders. Anyone who disobeys will ask for trouble. After all, this is about the future ambitions of the Uchiha clan. In the past, Thimble never cared about the way those civilians looked at them. Whether it was fear, awe, or contempt, he didn't care. But the situation was different now. He could read some clues from these eyes and vaguely sense the layout of the young patriarch. "Brother Thimble, I'm going to buy breakfast. Are you still the same as before?" Shuebao came over and asked with a smile. "Yeah." Thimble responded simply, and Shuebao left the team and walked in another direction. Thimble was planning to patrol along the planned route, but suddenly something happened in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he quietly followed Shuebao's back. Pearl's face was full of confusion. "Brother Thimble, we should go this way. That is not our scope of responsibility. Just keep up," Thimble said coldly, speeding up and chasing after him. On the other side, Shueban came to a busy bun shop with several customers waiting to buy in front of the door. However, the appearance of a snowstorm caused people in line and diners to rush out of the way. The owner of the bun shop was a middle-aged man with a sad face. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart, and then he put on a smile and stepped forward. "Sir Snowstorm, you are here. What would you like to eat today?" "Old rules, hurry up," Schwebao urged. Okay. The boss quickly packed up and handed a bag of buns to Schwebao. Schwebao took it, waved his hand, and turned around to leave. "Just record in the account and settle it when you have money." The boss' face darkened. These Uchiha people had been on credit for more than half a year and had never paid off. This was undoubtedly worse for his small business. But he didn't dare to say anything. He had warned him once before and almost suffered a disaster. Just as the snowstorm was fading away, an angry girl rushed out of the bun shop. "Hey, you haven't paid me yet." The boss was shocked and quickly grabbed the girl. "Don't shout." But Snowstorm had heard it. He turned around, his face as cold as ice. "Why didn't you pay me? I said I would pay the bill. Are you deaf?" The snowstorm is approaching step by step, like a wild beast about to go crazy. But the girl didn't flinch. "You've been owed for half a year. Is this any different from not paying me?" Schwebao suddenly laughed. "Then let me tell you the difference." As soon as he said it, he flashed in front of the girl, raising his giant hand and preparing to drop it. The girl cried in fear and huddled up in a ball. As an ordinary person, she was unable to avoid the ninja's attack. She saw that the slap was about to fall. At this critical moment, Schwebao's hand stopped in the air. A strong hand clasped his wrist tightly. Schwebao was stunned. Who dared to stop him? When I turned around, I saw it was a Thimble with an expressionless face. He immediately put on a flattering smile. "Brother Thimble, why are you here too? What are you doing?" Thimble looked at him sternly. "I'm just going to teach this ignorant civilian a lesson." Thimble stared at him, but Snowstorm still looked unconcerned, obviously not taking this matter seriously. Thimble sighed secretly in his heart. "I am afraid that the young patriarch's plan will still have to go through some twists and turns." He let go of Schwebao's hand, and Schwebao quickly rubbed his wrist. The hold just now made his wrist hurt. Is this the difference between Uchiha elites and ordinary ninjas? The Thimble's majesty in his heart only increased. At this time, Thimble stared at him with a serious face and said seriously, "I hope I won't see such a thing again in the future. Do you understand what I mean?" He didn't let Schwebao apologize to the other party, because he knew that such a hypocritical approach would have no meaning other than increasing the other party's resentment. Only by truly restraining the situation from the source and preventing the recurrence of similar incidents can we truly have strong support for the young patriarch's plan. And you, remember to tell the rest of our team this rule when you go back. He also didn't forget the pearl beside him. Understood. The two of them looked at the serious look on Uchiha's Thimble and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Could it be that the captain has changed his gender? Although Thimble didn't usually bully civilians like them, he always stood by and watched, which was considered an accomplice to a certain extent. But now how could it? But they didn't dare to disobey and could only nod in agreement. "Let's go." Thimble turned around and left neatly. Snowstorm and Pearl followed. But at this moment, a faint complaint came from behind. "It's really bad that I won't give you any money." Thimble's footsteps paused, and he turned back with doubts. Schwebao mistakenly thought that the captain was angry, and immediately turned to the source of the voice and angrily shouted, "You ungrateful thing! Do you think I really can't cure you?" "Snowstorm, shut up!" Thimble suddenly shouted to stop. "Yes, Captain." Schwebao was yelled by Thimble, and his whole body trembled, and he stood there in confusion. The Thimble slowly walked toward the owner of the voice. His strong body seemed to carry an invisible pressure. The girl was so frightened that she didn't dare to look directly at him. "What did you mean by not paying me?" Thimble felt that it was the first time in his life that he had spoken so softly to a commoner. The girl was also shocked by this gentle Uchiha. In the past, no Uchiha could talk to them so gently without shouting at them. She glanced furtively at her father and then at the Thimble. Gritting her teeth, she mustered up the courage to tell Schwebao about the bill she had owed for half a year. She fantasized that maybe if she met a different Uchiha today, she would have a chance to get her money back. After saying that, Thimble's expression didn't change much. He just glanced sideways at Shue Bao. Those eyes, as deep as an ancient well, made Shue Bao's heart tighten. "Is she telling the truth?" asked Thimble. "Yes, yes." Thimble didn't say much and turned to the girl. "How much is the total?" A flash of surprise flashed through the eyes of the girl and her father at the same time. Could it be? The girl hurriedly reported a number. Thimble nodded, then reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, carefully counted out enough money, and handed it to her. "The account is settled." "Thanks." The girl took the money with both hands and was very happy. It was so good that the money was finally coming back. But the joy didn't last long, as her peripheral vision suddenly caught a figure in the crowd. It was a man with a scar on his face. Seeing this eye-catching feature, the girl stood up suddenly, grabbed her father, and pointed at the man. "Dad, he was the one who robbed my money that day." "What? Where is it?" The boss was also surprised, and then he picked up the broom beside him, looked in the direction his daughter pointed, and saw the scarred man. The boss pointed at him angrily and said, "Give me your money back." The scarred man was slightly startled at first, but when he saw the appearance of the girl and the boss, he felt relieved. It turned out to be just two soft persimmons. He raised the corner of his mouth and pretended to be innocent. "Stealing money? You are unjustly accusing me of this. Where is this? The adults of the Konoha Guard are watching. Be careful not to talk nonsense and walk around in circles." When he smiled, the scar on his face seemed to come to life, twisting and squirming, so ferocious that it made people's hearts tremble. "Young girl, it's not good to talk nonsense. Be careful if you step on ghosts when you walk at night." The girl was frightened by his fierce eyes, and her heart was pounding. He was really going to take action, right? At this moment, her eyes inadvertently passed over the thimble that was quietly observing on the side, and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. This man of the guard looks different from the others. She took courage and shouted to the thimble, "My lord, he robbed my money before. Can you give me an explanation?" Hearing this, Thimble glanced sharply at the scarred man. The man with the scar noticed Thimble's gaze, but he didn't panic. He knew that these Uchiha guys had never been interested in such trivial matters. What's more, since there is no evidence now, they're even more lazy to take care of it. He was feeling very proud and was about to open his mouth to defend himself, but Thimble asked him first, "Do you have evidence that he did this?" Thimble's tone was calm, but it carried a power that could not be ignored. The girl's expression darkened. Yes, she had no evidence in her hand. However, Thimble's next words rekindled her hope. "If you are willing to report with a real name, I can take him back for investigation. But if it is found that you are making a false accusation, you will also be severely punished." "I do. I really do." The girl nodded without hesitation. "That's it. Go and take the person back to the security department." Thimble orders Snowstorm and Pearl. "Yes, Captain." The two of them took the order and stepped forward. When the scar man saw this, he couldn't help but panic. Take him back to the security department? Once he is interrogated, how can he keep the secret? He must not let them succeed. Without thinking, he turned and ran. This scene made Snowstorm almost laugh out loud. Racing with a ninja? The two of them jumped lightly and stopped in front of the scarred man without even using the teleportation technique. "You like running, right?" Shue Bao delivered a straight punch, clean and crisp. The man with the scar wailed and fell to the ground. Thimble frowned slightly. It seemed that his warning just now was in vain. Shue Bao noticed the captain's expression and quickly explained, "Captain, I didn't beat up the civilians. This guy is a criminal, so it doesn't count. This will not be repeated. No one can jump to conclusions before the matter is clarified. Take away." Shue Bao held the scarred man and followed Thimble back to the security department. As soon as he was tied up, the scar man used all his moves like a bamboo tube to pour beans. Even the torture was saved. And the girl at the bun shop spread the news. She felt like she was in a dream. The usually aloof Uchiha clan had become so upright and friendly to the people. This kind of change is happening one after another in Konoha Village. People were surprised to find that the Uchiha clan seemed to have been completely transformed. Not only did they no longer bully civilians, they also stepped up efforts to combat evil in the village. Those who commit petty theft will be taken away as soon as they hit them, even if there is no conclusive evidence, as long as someone is willing to report it with their real name and come forward to testify. The Ministry of Security will intervene in the investigation. Of course, those who maliciously accuse will also be severely punished, so there are few people dare to mess around. In just a few days, the security situation in Konoha village has improved significantly. On this day, Uchiha Thimble once again patrolled the streets with Uchiha Snow Leopard and Uchiha Pearl. He suddenly noticed that the villagers who usually avoided him gradually no longer feared them, and occasionally some people even greeted him with a smile. Thimble could feel that the villagers looked at them with less fear and more respect and intimacy. Is this what the young patriarch wants to achieve? Although it's just the beginning, the atmosphere is indeed much better than before. Konoha 58 years. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was enjoying a moment of tranquility, occasionally taking a puff from his old pipe with a satisfied look on his face. But this rare leisure was quickly broken by a sudden noise. A figure didn't even bother to make a report. He just pushed the gate of opening and broke in. He came in and out at will, as if the core of Konoha had become a bustling city. Hiruzen's brows immediately knitted together, and even though he saw clearly that the person coming was Danzo, his expression did not improve. "Duanzo, where did your rules go?" Hiruzen asked lightly, his tone full of displeasure. Danzo seemed to turn a deaf ear to Hiruzen's dissatisfaction, striding up to him and looking directly at him. "Hiruzen, have you noticed the recent movements in the Uchiha family?" A look of helplessness flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, but thinking of their long friendship, he did not get angry. "Of course I know. As a Hokage, how could he not know about the almost radical changes in the Uchiha family? Shouldn't all this be a positive sign?" Danzo said with a gloomy tone. With Uchiha's usual style, how could he do this for no reason? There must be some ulterior secret behind them. "Hiruzen, we must take action." Danzo looked impatient. He accidentally discovered that the combination of Senju and Uchiha's power can open the door to all things in the world. The legendary Samsara Eye. He missed the Samsara Eye in the Land of Rain, but he witnessed the shocking scene of Nagato using its power. Sancho Hanzo, the famous demigod in the ninja world, was no match. Let him covet it even more from now on. Today, Hashirama Cell research is progressing under his secret collaboration with Orochimaru, but he lacks a large number of Sharingan for experiments. During peacetime, no one in Uchiha was sacrificed, so Sharingan was naturally impossible to obtain, and there seemed to be cracks within Uchiha, which made Danzo feel that his plan was about to come true. However, the Uchiha family's sudden change gradually improved their reputation in the village, and the internal turmoil subsided, which greatly shocked Danzo. What caused such a huge change in the Uchiha family? Was it the guidance of an expert, or was there another mystery? Regardless, Uchiha's transformation doesn't change his plans, no matter how good they become. But Hiruzen Sarutobi is someone who is easy to fool. He stared at Danzo. "Duanzo, what do you want?" Konoha cannot afford any conflict now. Uchiha was unstable, and you had objections. Now that they are getting better, you still have objections. Konoha can no longer bear any more turmoil. Danzo's only exposed eye narrowed. "I understand your concerns, but I have hired an organization called Akatsuki, whose members are all top trader ninjas in various countries, and only a small amount of compensation can be used to drive them for our use. They will shield us from prying eyes and allow us to focus on Uchiha's problems." Ironically, the Akatsuki organization lost Yahiko precisely because of Danzo's intervention, and now, under Danzo's employment, it is indirectly helping him. Fortunately, Danzo did not show up, and the Akatsuki organization did not know that the employer behind it was from Konoha. Otherwise, Nagato might have directly ordered Tendo Pain to attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly without speaking. "Hiruzen, don't forget the Nine Tails Rebellion 6 years ago. The Uchiha family was behind it. Haven't you seen through their intentions? Shimura Danzo added fuel to the fire and urged Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, without the support of Lord Hokage, it will not be easy to deal with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, holding the old pipe in one hand and taking a long puff, but hesitation quietly crept up between his brows. When Danzo saw this, an intriguing smile appeared on his lips. Are you excited? But at this moment, Hiruzen's eyes inadvertently glanced at a photo on the table. It was a photo of him and the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. In the photo, Minato is taking the Hokage hat from his hand, preparing to inherit the position of leader of Konoha. Only, the Nine Tails Rebellion 6 years ago had taken away Minato's life forever. Namake's Minato had a close relationship with the Uchiha clan during his lifetime, and the Uchiha clan leader was his close friend. With his thoughts at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently covered the photo, shook his head, and had an idea in his mind. Let's wait and see. Don't act rashly against Uchiha unless absolutely necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words caused Shimura Danzo's smile to stop suddenly and freeze on his face, which seemed a bit abrupt. Hiruzen, what do you mean by this? Danzo asked in disbelief. This time, take it easy for a while and see if Uchiha repented. If they still have evil intentions, it will not be too late to take action. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm but extremely determined look, Danzo knew that nothing this old friend could say could persuade him. You'll regret it, Hiruzen. After Danzo gritted his teeth, he suddenly turned around and left, leaving behind a cold word. I'll handle it my own way. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his anger suddenly rose, and he slammed his palm on the table. Bang! Danzo, don't forget, I am Hokage. Danzo repeatedly ignored his authority, which pushed his patience to its limit. Danzo didn't respond, just glared at him fiercely and left angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, sat back down, and looked at the covered photo again. Well, Minato, this is the last time I will help Uchiha. That's all. Don't think about this for now. Let's go see Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer interested in dealing with official duties, and Danzo's visit completely ruined his mood. He put on his casual clothes and quietly went to look for Naruto. Chat group. Uchiha Itachi. That's about it. I plan to gradually improve the reputation of our Uchiha clan. There is no need to completely change the whole village's view of us, as long as they are no longer hostile to us. In this way, my next plan can be carried out smoothly. He shared his plan in the group, which seemed to be a combination of Shinomiya Yuzuki's previous suggestions and improvements, forming a perfect plan that could greatly reduce Konoha's casualties. Shinomiya Yuzuki, what a good idea. As expected of a man who relies on his wisdom to fight, he has a solution so quickly. If Obito were to do it, he would probably be confused for a while. Uchiha Obito, hey, why are you talking about me? Besides, I'm also very witty, okay? By the way, why are those two Madaras not online? What do you think they are busy with? Shinomiya Yua, I guess they are busy fighting. After all, time flows at different speeds. They may not be over yet. Uchiha Obito, I thought they were hit by Jinjutsu, and we're trying to figure out how to break it. Shinomiya Yua, maybe he's not that stupid. White Mask, what on earth is this Jinjutsu? Kabuto, when did you do anything to me? Shinomiya Yuzuki, 6. Uchiha Obito, Yuyue, this is a slap in the face. Look, Jinjutsu and Ai is here. Konoha Village, 67 years. White Mask recalled Six Paths Pain to protect himself from Uzumaki Naruto's sneak attack with Killer Bee, while staring at the virtual screen in front of him in shock. The characters on the screen flowed, and he had never seen anything like this. What is this? Could it be Jinjutsu? White Mask's heart sank. He remembered that Naruto had mentioned before the battle that Madara also appeared on another battlefield and expressed doubts about his identity. No need to guess. It must have been Kabuto Yakushi's fault, and he reincarnated Uchiha Madara without permission. The inexplicable thing in front of me must be the work of Kabuto Yakushi. This guy, he decided to seize Nine Tails and immediately go to the pharmacist to settle the score. He raised his head suddenly, his Rinnegan and Sharingan flashed coldly, and then he took out the fan from behind and waved it hard at Naruto and Killer Bee. Fire style flame fan fire. The white mask spit out a huge flame, then waved its fan, and a strong wind suddenly rose. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind assisted the fire. The flames turned into a fire tornado, devouring the earth crazily and heading straight for Naruto and Killer Bee. "Uncle Bai, be careful." Naruto's pupils narrowed, and he shouted a warning. Wind release Rasengan Shuriken. In Naruto's palm, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind, a blue Rasengan instantly took shape. Idiot be asterisk 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 D. Let me give you a taste of my power. At the same time, Killer Bee also gathered a small-tailed beast jade. Coming. The two threw simultaneously, and the Rasengan Shuriken and the tailed beast slammed into the fire tornado. In an instant, dazzling white light filled the sky, and a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Boom! When the dust settled, a huge crater suddenly appeared between White Mask, Naruto, and the others, and the surrounding green trees and land were torn apart beyond recognition by the explosion. After everything settled, Uzumaki Naruto's unharmed figure was revealed. White Mask was not surprised by this result. If Nine Tails could be captured easily, he would have accomplished it long ago. Just as he was about to wave his hand and order Pain's six paths to attack, his body suddenly froze, and a piece of information quietly came into his mind. What? This was a simple explanation of the chat group, which made White Mask understand that the things in front of him were real. Group chat. Shinomiya Yuzuki. It's done. I set up a group announcement. Newcomers will receive instructions. No one will be called Jinjutsu Brother anymore in the future. Uchiha Itachi. Well, it's a very practical setting. White Mask. So this isn't Jinjutsu? Uchiha Bito. Hey, isn't this Jinjutsu and II? You don't even know if it is Jinjutsu? What kind of Jinjutsu can confuse the Rinnegan? White Mask's heart trembled. Yes, he subconsciously touched his left eye socket, where there was a reincarnation eye emitting a faint purple light. Sharingan is already extremely resistant to Jinjutsu, not to mention its ultimate evolved form, the Rinnegan. That is the existence that Jinjutsu is immune to. I was just confused by Kabuto Yakushi's unauthorized reincarnation of Madara, so I didn't expect this. Now that he was sure that this was not Jinjutsu, he was immediately interested in this chat group, able to cross timelines and allow people from different time and space to talk. The Uchiha Bito in the group is probably myself in another time and space. Thinking of this, the corner of my mask's mouth raised a playful smile. Interesting. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee looked at each other. Why did the fight stop so quickly? It's so baffling. What's even more puzzling is that the man was pointing in the air. Was he performing some kind of performance art? Or is it some kind of secret technique that they have never seen before? White Mask was completely unaware of Naruto and Killer Bee's doubts. He told Six Paths Pain to stay vigilant while he was immersed in a novel experience of group chat. White Mask, Senja Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi, myself, and that old guy Madara, all are familiar names. But this is the first time I have heard of who the group leader is. Is he a master from outside the ninja world? He can build such a magical communication platform and manipulate us. His strength cannot be underestimated. Seeing by Mask's speech, Shinomiya Yue was secretly shocked. What the hell? It's been discovered that I'm an outsider so quickly. He didn't expect that his identity as a time traveler would be discovered one day. Forget it, he was right. But what the hell is playing in the palm of your hand? He was just about to send a message to defend himself, but someone was already one step ahead of him. Uchiha Bito. Hey, what do you mean by playing around? The group leader is not that kind of person. If it weren't for him, my future would be as miserable as yours. White Mask? Oh, it seems you trust him very much. Uchiha Bito. I'm afraid you don't know, so I can tell you that this is Konoha 47, and I haven't been plotted by Madara yet. Envy me, brother, Lin is right next to me. Ah, her hand are so soft and smells so good. Brother, have you touched Lin's little hand a few times in your life? Shinomiya, Yua. Namikaze Minato. Obito, what are you doing? Uchiha Tachi. I'll go see Sasuke, and you two can talk. Senju Hashirama. Huh. Young people nowadays are really open-minded. In reality, Mask took a deep breath and admitted that his defense was a bit broken. Did you have such a bad personality when you were little? White Mask. Use your brain and think about it carefully. There is no free lunch in the world. The group leader must have a motive for doing this, but he just didn't say it clearly. Shinomiya Yuyue deeply agreed with Mask's words. After all, he himself had benefited a lot and was almost bubbling with happiness. Uchiha Obito. There are conspiracy theories out there. You'd better watch the videos in the group. You yourself are a huge conspiracy. Video? This piqued White Mask's interest. Following the announcement guidelines, Mask quickly found the video, then immersed himself in it and watched it carefully. Soon, the video came to an end, but the White Mask's face did not show much fluctuation. Mask. I've finished watching it. It's quite interesting. Uchiha Obito. How is it? Now that you know how wrong you are you still thinking about the Eye of the Moon? You have been living in deception your whole life. Now you finally know the truth. Thank you very much, Yue. Quickly say thank you, brother Yue. White Mask, thank you. I haven't said this for a long time, and this time is no exception. I will still carry out Eye of the Moon, and I will carry out my will to the end. Shinomiya Yuyue. Question mark. Did you watch the fake video? Even if you know the truth, you still want to perform Eye of the Moon. Uchiha Obito. Well, the Eye of the Moon will turn people into white Zetsu, which is not a good thing. There's a Otsutsuki Kagaya locked on the moon. You don't know that, but you still have to execute the Eye of the Moon. Lin won't be happy if you find out about your way to the end. White Mask. I'm not as stupid as you think. I know that Rin rushed to Kakashi's Raikiri on her own, and she committed suicide. In order to prevent Three Tails from being taken back to Konoha and going on a rampage, she voluntarily sacrificed herself. What really makes me despair is this hypocritical world, the ninja system, the village, and the ninjas. So I want to activate the Eye of the Moon. What's bad about the world of Jinjutsu? Everyone can realize their dreams, and there will be no more wars between people. My strong-willed White Mask. Shinomiya Yuyue's eyes widened. This was the first time that he was still firm on his path after seeing the truth. Shinomiya Yuzuki. So your plan is to extract the 9 tails from Naruto's body, gather all the tailed beasts to summon the Geto statue, and then activate Infinite Tsukuyomi? White Mask. It's self-explanatory. Uchiha Obito. But if this happens, Naruto will not be able to survive. Unless Minato-sensei returns the 9 tails to Naruto like the original plot, he will be dead. White Mask. In order to realize my blueprint, this is a small sacrifice. Besides, Naruto's physical fitness is extraordinary and he will not die immediately. Once the Eye of the Moon project is successful, everyone will have a perfect world, and Naruto will find happiness there. Shinomiya Yuyue. Okay, I won't force you to change your mind. After all, everyone has different pursuits. But have you considered another thing? White Mask. Want to hear the details. Shinomiya Yuzuki. If you activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, Otsutsuki Kagaya may return to the world. Are you sure you can defeat her? If you fail, the so-called Eye of the Moon will be in vain. You will most likely be wiped out by Kagaya, and you will not even be qualified to experience the illusion. I am afraid that you will directly become White Zetsu. White Mask. The key to Kagaya's reappearance lies in Black Zetsu. Do you think I, who know the truth, will be easily plotted by Black Zetsu? Lack of a suitable container, a god that has been banned for thousands of years, is actually nothing more than a weak creature. With my 6 pads level power, it's no problem to destroy or reseal her. What do I have to fear? The fearlessness and confidence revealed in Mask's words made Shinomiya Yuyue feel the same even across time and space. With the unwavering White Mask, Shinomiya Yuzuki knew that she could not convince him, and the people in that timeline had no hope of being saved. In this case, I can only let him go. I just pity all the lives on that timeline. After infinite Tsukuyomi, they were swallowed by the sacred tree. If they cannot be rescued in time, they will eventually turn into white Zetsu, which is a pity. Shinomiya Yuzuki shook her head slightly, and when she was about to end the conversation, an idea flashed in her mind, and she remembered a character who did not appear in the main plot of Hokage, but was active in Boruto. Otsutsuki 1 style. Kagaya is not the only outsider in the ninja world. Ichiki came to the ninja world with Otsutsuki 2 Ruchi thousands of years ago. However, after being attacked by Kagaya, half of his body was swallowed by 10 tails and parasitized in the body of a man named Jisien. At this moment, he may be secretly peering into every corner of the ninja world. Assuming that White Mask fuses with 10 tails, gets rid of Kagaya, and finally dominates the world, will Ishiki intervene? The answer is self-evident. Absolutely. Once Tsuruuchi disappears, there will be no one to fight for the fruit of the sacred tree. At that time, only White Mask will be left in the world. Ichiki will not allow the power of Otsutsuki to be stolen and will definitely intervene. A mysterious smile appeared on Shinomiya Yuyue's lips. It seemed that White Mask's plan would not go so smoothly. He dug up those ancient clips deep in his memory and prepared to make a new video, trying to make the obsessed White Mask change his mind and let go of the innocent creatures on that timeline. Brother, look, I have a surprise for you. Although he likes gold coins, he doesn't want to see so many people die. Konoha year 67, White Mask timeline. The White Mask raised his head, his eyes shining with unprecedented determination. Even if he foresees the future, it cannot shake his established path at all. 9 tails, 8 tails. He lowered his gaze and stared at Naruto and Killer Bee opposite. With only these 2-tailed beasts left, you can collect all the 9 tails beasts, then resurrect the 10 tails, realize the union of the tailed beasts, and activate infinite Tsukuyomi. However, as the strongest tailed beasts, 8 tails and 9 tails are far more difficult than other tailed beasts. According to the original script, he failed to conquer it until the end, and could only use the incomplete power of the 2 brothers, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, plus a tentacle from 8 tails to barely resurrect 10 tails. But now, he thought he had a chance to make a comeback. After all, he had a glimpse of the future and had too many ways to target Naruto. Naruto felt the gaze projected by the White Mask. In an instant, an unprecedented malice hit him like a cold current, making the hairs on his body stand up. Uncle Bai, be careful. This guy is probably going to take action. Naruto's face was solemn. Even if he borrowed the power of 9 tails, the heavy pressure still made him breathless. Don't worry, Naruto, Hachi and I won't lose to a guy wearing a mask so easily. Killer Bee danced and rapped while talking, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Unfortunately, the effect is not ideal because the White Mask has driven 6 Jinchuriki pain to surge forward. Experience the power of the tailed beast. During the charge, 6 Jinchuriki suddenly transformed into tailed beasts. In just a moment, their bodies changed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 6 Jinchuriki disappeared, replaced by 6 behemoths. The roars of the tailed beasts resounded through the sky. 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Saiken, 7 tails Komi-ai. These 6 giant beasts that covered the sky made Naruto and Killer Bee feel unbearable pressure. The White Mask formed a seal with both hands. Even though a black rod was implanted in Jinchuriki's body to assist with control, controlling 6-tailed beasts at the same time still caused serious losses in his chakra and eye power. And this state cannot last long. Otherwise, the tailed beasts are likely to wake up and resist. But in order to win a quick victory, he had to take a risk. Although Naruto has borrowed the power of 9 tails at this moment, he is not yet connected with their souls, so he is not a real threat. Once delayed, according to the original development of the plot, Naruto will soon reach reconciliation with 9 tails, and it will be very difficult to defeat him at that time. Naruto, hide behind me. Facing 6-tailed beasts, Even Killer Bee didn't dare to take it lightly. Hachi, completely transformed into a tailed beast. Killer Bee talks to Eight Tails in his mind. If I accept my power, Eight Tails Gyuki's voice was calm and firm, knowing the urgency of this moment. The power of Eight Tails merged with Killer Bee. In an instant, octopus-like tentacles sprouted from Killer Bee's body. Then his body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge tailed beast. "Uncle Bai, be careful," Naruto shouted a warning, because the six-tailed beasts were rushing towards him like a torrent. Boom! Five Tails Kokuo was the first to bear the brunt. The huge body that looked like a horse, but not a horse, rushed forward at an astonishing speed. Before the other tailed beasts could arrive, they launched an offensive. A powerful shockwave accompanied by a deafening roar knocked Eight Tails away like a cannonball. Killer Bee controlled its huge body, using countless tentacles to touch the ground to slow down the impact, and finally stopped after flying 100 meters. "Uncle Bai, are you okay?" Uzumaki Naruto was also affected by the majestic power. He shook his still dizzy head and asked anxiously, "Good. Naruto, we may be in big trouble." Killer Bee's voice is calm and serious. Before he finished speaking, other tailed beasts came one after another. Three Tails looks like a huge turtle. At this moment, it curls up its limbs into its hard shell and turns into a speeding wheel, roaring and crushing it. Eight Tails immediately extended its tentacles to block it, and countless tentacles extended to block the roller transformed by Three Tails. However, the number of enemies was too great. As soon as Three Tails was stopped, Seven Tails Komi fluttered its wings and flew towards them. It spit out a large amount of phosphorus powder, and the sky was covered with clouds and fog. "Not good," Killer Bee exclaimed, quickly shook off the clinging Three Tails, and then wrapped himself tightly with tentacles for strict protection. In the blink of an eye, phosphorus powder exploded in the sky. Boom! Even Eight Tails was not spared from the horrific explosion, and its body was covered with numerous scars. Naruto was safe and sound for the time being under the protection of Eight Tails, but seeing this scene, his heart was cut by a knife, and he knew that action must be taken. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of ways to crack it. Suddenly, his eyes were locked on the unmoving white mask. "Uncle Bai, I have an idea." Naruto had an idea. If he wants to control the tailed beast, he will definitely consume a lot of chakra, and he must be distracted now. "Throw me over and capture the thief first." Naruto loudly informed Killer Bee of his plan. At this time, the explosion of phosphorus powder gradually dissipated. Killer Bee stretched out his body, and upon hearing Naruto's plan, he immediately agreed. "Okay, leave this to me. Naruto, feel free to go." A thick tentacle picked up Naruto and then threw it hard. Naruto shuttled through the tailed beasts like a meteor and went straight to the White Mask. "Are you here for me?" White Mask naturally noticed this change. He changed his seals and summoned Matatabi and Three Tails to defend. However, Killer Bee could not make him achieve his wish. Eight Tails attacked with all his strength and took the initiative to charge. The outstretched tentacles tightly locked the Two Tails and Three Tails. At the same time, they fought fiercely with other tailed beasts and started hand-to-hand battles. There was no way he was going to let these tailed beasts get in Naruto's way. Rasengan! Naruto descended from the sky, filled with rage, and compressed a huge Rasengan. Sharp airflow cut through the air, and the White Mask remained unmoved when facing the oncoming Rasengan. It wasn't until Naruto was almost in front of him that White Mask stopped forming seals, grabbed the Uchiha fan behind him, and held it across his chest. Uchiha bounces back. The huge Rasengan collided with Yuan Fan suddenly. But there was no joy at all on Naruto's face. Instead, there was a look of shock. Because the fan actually absorbed all his attacks, the carefully prepared Rasengan shrank in an instant until it disappeared. "Let you taste your own attack." The White Mask snorted softly, and blazing flames suddenly erupted from the fan. It swallowed Naruto instantly, and the terrifying power immediately knocked him away. Naruto fell to the ground, in unbearable pain, and was covered in wounds. But these wounds healed at an astonishing speed, and when he stood up again, he was revived at full strength. Nine Tails Chakra. White Mask narrowed his eyes. This is the power of Nine Tails. If he delays it any longer, the situation will be unfavorable to him. His peripheral vision swept across the battlefield of the tailed beasts. The out-of-control tailed beasts had slowly begun to lose control. Although they were still attacking Killer Bee, their movements were obviously sluggish, and they would probably stop completely soon. Looks like we need to move faster. With a flash of thought, White Mask suddenly picked up the fan and sprinted towards Naruto like an arrow. The tenacity in Naruto's bones should not be underestimated. Even if he suffered repeated setbacks, his eyes remained firm and fearless. The two sides instantly engaged in hand-to-hand combat, each displaying powerful physical skills. Every move carries the power to shake mountains and rivers. The White Mask waved the round fan with the power to split Huashan Mountain and swung it down hard. However, Naruto locked his arms tightly, and he took the opportunity to fight back, vowing to take this opportunity to reverse the situation. Although Naruto's arms were forced to remain locked in order to restrain the White Mask, this did not mean that he was helpless. Suddenly, a huge arm formed by chakra flew out from behind Naruto, with a dazzling blue Rasengan spinning in its palm, and went straight towards the White Mask. With the blessing of the Nine Tails Chakra, Naruto's body can extend the Nine Tails Chakra and can generate chakra arms from his back for both offense and defense. Even a Rasengan can be controlled freely. Rasengan! Naruto tried to hold the fan tightly, intending to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. However, in the blink of an eye, the fan strangely penetrated his palm. Likewise, his Rasengan seemed to hit the void, and the white masked figure disappeared like a phantom. No trace. It's that annoying virtualization ability again. Naruto frowned, his displeasure evident in his words. By virtue of the white mask's virtualization, even Naruto with Nine Tails Chakra mode turned on is difficult to reach, always avoiding fatal blows at critical moments. Just as the White Mask was approaching again using the Hollow, intending to end the battle, they were surprised to find that Naruto was motionless, like a statue waiting for the judgment of fate. This abnormal behavior was puzzling. Bait. White Mask smiled contemptuously. Obviously, such an obvious trap can only explain the intervention of Kakashi and Metkai. Are you using Naruto as bait to launch a surprise attack when you regain your physical form? Just in time, everyone was here, and he was about to use that move. White Mask changed his mind and gave up the attack. As the space twisted, the figure teleported and disappeared. Almost at the moment he escaped, a flash of green lightning passed by, and Metkai's heavy fist landed with a crash, causing the earth to tremble. But unfortunately, only a piece of nothingness was left. Run away. Metkai's face was filled with astonishment. Later, Kakashi also appeared. It seems that our plan has been discovered. The two conspired to use Naruto as bait, hoping to catch White Mask off guard. Unexpectedly, the opponent's response speed was so frightening that he immediately escaped at the slightest mistake. At this time, the White Mask stood on the high ground, condescending, looking at them with a disdainful attitude towards all things. Everything is here, just what I want. His calm tone revealed the confidence of capturing prey. Naruto couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Teacher Kakashi, Teacher Nongmei, what should we do now? Kakashi's eyes swept across the tailed beast battlefield. The 6 controlled tailed beasts were temporarily calm. Although 8 Tails was covered with bruises, they still maintained good combat effectiveness. Kai Naruto, let's meet up with Mr. High first. The two followed Kakashi's instructions. After all, Killer Bee was the most powerful combat force on their side. The White Mask watched its changes quietly, slowly forming seals. Spiritualism Ghetto Statue. As by mass hands touched the ground, a huge creature suddenly rose behind him. The huge figure made the tailed beast look small in comparison. With the shock of the world changing color, the Ghetto Statue came to the world. The white mask stood on the head of the demon statue and formed the seal again. Ho ho ho! The next second, the manipulated demon statue looked up to the sky and roared, followed by a thunderous wrath. Astonishing pillars of lightning sprouted from the back of the golem. Under the command of White Mask, these thunder and lightning blasted towards the target like a punishment from heaven. Naruto, Kakashi, Metkai, Killer Bee, and even the six-tailed beasts, no one was spared. Rumble. Thunder and lightning poured down like a waterfall, and the whole world seemed to be submerged in a sea of thunder. The shocking thunder continued to echo among the lightning and flint. Faced with such a terrifying offensive, Killer Bee had no time to think too much and instinctively used his body to build a barrier for everyone, so that he could bear the terrifying impact from the golem alone. Fortunately, there were 6 other tailed beasts present to help him share some of the damage. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The lightning gradually dissipated, revealing a piece of charred land, and the battlefield was devastated. All 6-tailed beasts were injured, and the 8 tails transformed by Killer Bee lost their ability to fight. Uncle Bai, how are you? Naruto shouted anxiously. Fortunately, I'll be fine after a while. That guy in the mask is really powerful. Killer Bee's voice responded weakly. Damn it. Naruto was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Naruto, it seems we must join forces. At this time, 9 tails inside Naruto made a sound. The situation is critical, and if it continues to be delayed, it will only be a matter of time before it is sealed. 9 tails no longer hesitates and decides to completely integrate with Naruto to fight against the powerful enemy. Kurama, you want to lend me your power? Don't hesitate. Do it quickly. In the sealed space, 9 tails' fist bumped with Naruto, and the cell where 9 tails have been imprisoned for decades opened the next moment. The power of 9 tails can be unleashed. However, things went against expectations. At this moment, 8 huge iron chains cut through the sky and roared towards them. The 7 iron chains instantly locked the tailed beasts tightly and dragged them towards the giant mouth of the ghetto statue. These specially made chains had an irresistible suppressive power on the tailed beasts. Once restrained, all power would be sealed. Waiting there is only the fate of being devoured. In the blink of an eye, from tails 2 to 8 tails, they were all devoured by the ghetto statue. Killer Bee, who had lost his tailed beast, collapsed on the ground, his breath weak. Uncle Bot. Naruto wanted to step forward to help, but an iron chain came straight towards him and wrapped tightly around him. At this moment, the chakra of 9 tails merged with Naruto, and he became the perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki. But the arrival of this power has been a little slow. He has been imprisoned by the golem chain, and even the perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki cannot escape. Seeing Naruto being slowly dragged towards the golem by the chains, Metkai took resolute action. 8 gates Duinjia, Gate of Wonder. Open. A terrifying aura surged around him. Blue steam surrounded the surroundings, forming a strong sense of oppression. This is the last hurdle before the door to death, and it contains enough power to kill the enemy with one punch. Hitora. Metkai continuously threw heavy punches, condensing and compressing the air in front of him, and then suddenly released it. Roar. A lifelike blue tiger takes shape and pounces majestically towards the ghetto statue. All obstacles along the way, whether rocks or trees, are reduced to pieces in an instant. Metki. Baimask's eyes became serious. This guy is the biggest uncertainty. If he is forced to open the gate of death, ghetto statue may even be damaged. No, the greater possibility is to be beaten to death. This guy is really a monster. Why is there such a powerful secret technique in the world? Driven by White Mask's will, Ghetto Statue resisted the attack while accelerating to extract the power of 9 tails from Naruto's body. Having just swallowed 7-tailed beasts, its power has expanded to a terrifying level. Boom! The day tiger roared like an angry lion and attacked, colliding hard with the Ghetto Statue, causing shock waves to spread in all directions. The ground beneath Kakashi's feet was shaking, and he barely managed to stand still. Did it succeed? Kakashi stared at Geto's statue, feeling anxious. However, when the dust settled, Kakashi's expression became extremely ugly as the golem remained unharmed. This level of attack is useless to it. At this time, Naruto was on the verge of being completely swallowed by the Geto statue. Mekai did not show too much frustration. He stared at the golem with unwavering eyes. It's time. The climax of Burning Youth. Kakashi, I'm going to hold this guy back, and you go rescue Naruto quickly. Metkai's voice was calm, but it revealed his determination to make a major sacrifice. Hey, Kai. No problem. I'll take care of it. Kakashi was slightly startled. He understood that Metkai wanted to use the ultimate stunt. He could not dissuade them because they were in a desperate situation and had no choice. 8 gates Duinjia formation, etc. Just when Metkai was about to burn his life in exchange for powerful power, Kakashi suddenly shouted to stop. The guy seemed to have stopped. Metkai looked confused and looked in the direction of Kakashi's finger. Geto statue actually stopped, while White Mask was lost in thought. Otsutsuki 1 style. Just before this, Shinomiya Yuzuki posted a new video and at him, saying it was crucial to White Mask. In desperation, White Mask took the time to watch this video. As the group owner said, this video means a lot to him. White Mask was surprised in his heart. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Besides Kagaya, are there other people in this world who came from outside the world? He also controls another 10 tails. Thinking of this, White Mask couldn't help but feel scared. The other party is hidden too deeply. If it weren't for the video of the group leader, who would have expected that there's a Otsutsuki Ishiki hiding somewhere in the corner of the world? The enemy is in the dark. I am in the light. White Mask cannot imagine what kind of counterattack he will encounter if he lets down his guard after activating Infinite Tsukuyumi. It's really troublesome. It seems like we have to get rid of him first. In desperation, White Mask took back the chains of Geto's statue and released Naruto. Although he could take away Nine Tails by force, he would have to face Metkai, who had opened the Gate of Death, an opponent he did not want to face. And Naruto Uzumaki may come in handy when fighting against Otsutsuki First Style. Otsutsuki First Style's BUF level Taijutsu can defeat Sasuke's Susanoo with just one kick. There's also the weird pupil technique, which can freely scale the size of objects and appear and disappear, which is not easy to deal with. If nothing can be done, Naruto may have to turn on a heavy particle mode to fight, so Naruto's 9 tails must be left behind now. Let's use Gold Horn and Silver Horn instead of 9 tails chakra. At least there will be one more 8 tails than before. The power of 10 tails will be stronger. Although 8 tails was taken away, Killer Bee relied on the octopus legs left by 8 tails to survive after losing the tailed beast. That's it for now. Wait until I'm resurrected and fused with 10 tails, and then I'll think about other things. White Mask lifted the psychic summons. The huge Geto statue disappeared instantly, and he himself left through the time and space ninjutsu. Naruto and others on the battlefield stood stunned for a moment. Why'd he leave? Are we really saved? Naruto was still frightened. The irresistible golem lock just now almost made him think that he was going to be surrendered there. The shock was unforgettable. It's really baffling. It seems like he suddenly has more important things to do. What could be more urgent than collecting tailed beasts? There is something wrong with this, and there is most likely something wrong with it. Kakashi frowned, confused as to the true intention of the White Mask. Then what should we do now? Metkai scratched his head. He originally thought that there would be a tough battle to fight today, and he was even mentally prepared to fight, but it ended up being nothing. Go and reinforce the main battlefield. What should we do over there, Uncle Bai? Naruto could feel that there was still a faint trace of tailed beast chakra left in Killer Bee's body, protecting him from a glimmer of survival, so he felt a little more at ease. In this case, Naruto, you take Mr. Hibby back to the headquarters, and Kai and I will go to reinforce the front line. Kakashi quickly made arrangements. Okay. Naruto nodded in agreement, picked up Killer Bee, and disappeared in a few jumps. Kai, let's leave too. Time flies by like a flash, and in a blink of an eye, The day of the Ninja Academy's graduation exam quietly arrives. In Yoyue's house, Ino walked to Yoyue's room in a familiar way and immediately caught a glimpse of the familiar figure curled up in the bed, immersed in a sweet dream. This guy, Ino sighed helplessly and slowly approached. If you don't get up, you will be the only unlucky child in this class of graduates who will not be able to graduate because of absenteeism. Seriously, if there's a past life, I think you must have been a squirrel in your last life to be able to sleep like this. Ino put her hands on the edge of the bed and stared at the sleepy Shinomiya Yuzuki teasingly. The sound woke up Yuyue from his deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the pink and jade-carved face. He smiled. You are wrong. In fact, I was an armed helicopter in my previous life. Yuyue rubbed her eyes and reluctantly got up from the bed. Huh? Ino froze on the spot, looking confused. Yuyue ignored Ino's confusion and went straight to the bathroom to start washing up. After a while, an energetic Yuyue came out. What is that armed helicopter you're talking about? Ino came over curiously to inquire. It is omnipotent from heaven to earth. It can make mountains and rivers shake with just one attack. It's very powerful. Ino opened her mouth slightly in surprise. It sounds so powerful. Is it a tailed beast level? No, but the power is about the same. Okay, let's go. Yuyue smiled and waved, and then went out with Ino. When we arrived at the Ninja Academy, it was already a bustling scene. It was so crowded that it was almost packed. What's going on? Why are they all stuck here? Shinomiya Yuyue was puzzled. Hey, I saw my dad, Uncle Shikaku, and Uncle Dingza. Ino found a few familiar faces in the crowd. She looked over in surprise. They seemed to be talking to someone, but the crowd was too crowded and she couldn't see the details clearly. Let's go over and have a look. Yue greeted. As the two of them got closer, the almost fanatical shouting gradually became clear in their ears. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Hearing this, Yuyu's mouth twitched slightly, as if she realized something. It's not like Minato brought Naruto to school, but was recognized by an acquaintance, right? Unlike Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, Minato's active years have not passed for too long. His acquaintances are all still alive. If they saw him, they would not be able to recognize him. At this time, Ino suddenly exclaimed, "It's really the fourth Hokage." She pulled Shinomiya Yuzuki excitedly, like a little fan who saw her idol. It's definitely Minato Namake's. Uncle Choza has photos with him at home. I will never admit it. Yuyue, have you seen it? Shinomiya Yuyue was pulled away and looked over helplessly, only to see among the crowd. Namake's Minato was all smiles, attracting everyone's enthusiastic following. Beside him, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Haichi, and Akamichi Dingza surrounded him, talking passionately. Looking at Namake's Minato, who stood out the most among the crowd, standing out like a flock of chickens, Shinomiya Yuzuki was filled with emotions. Is this the legendary little son? Its charm cannot be underestimated. Hey, that's not right. Wasn't the fourth generation sacrificed a long time ago? He died young in order to seal the demon fox during the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago. Ino suddenly came back to her senses, full of shock. Perhaps there is some hidden meaning in this. Yue said with a smile. Hidden story? It's not impossible. Maybe he didn't die that year, but was seriously injured. He has been recuperating these years. Ino held her chin in thought. But speaking of it, Yue, why don't you look surprised at all? Ino turned to Shinomiya Yuzuki and found that she seemed extremely calm from beginning to end. That was the fourth Hokage. The name of Golden Flash was widely spread in the ninja world, and many people in Konoha worshipped him. Haha, when you reach my age, you will naturally understand. Shinomiya Yuyue smiled mysteriously. After saying that, Shinomiya Yue pushed aside the crowd and walked inside. Ino rolled her eyes and followed closely. She has long been accustomed to the strange words and witty remarks Yue often makes. Naruto, the noisy human voice, is simply the best hypnosis song. Next to Namake's Minato, Naruto, who had already started to feel sleepy, suddenly became excited when he heard this familiar voice, and his whole body was instantly energized. He turned around and saw that it was Shinomiya Yue waving to him. A smile spread across his face involuntarily, and he quickly ran forward. Yue, you finally arrived. I almost overslept, but luckily Ino reminded me. Where are the others? Have they all gone in? Yue looked around, and there was indeed no other classmate present except Naruto. Yes, let's go in quickly. The assessment will begin soon. Naruto nodded quickly. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. The three of them rushed into the school gate in a hurry. In the school, the graduation assessment is in full swing. Students line up and enter a room one by one. From time to time, you can see someone coming out with a sad face, while others are smiling. Shinomiya Yuzuki glanced over and saw that at the end of the team, Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, and others were gathering together. Hey, why are you so far in the queue? Yue stepped forward with a smile and greeted them. If I hadn't waited for you, I would have finished the exam long ago. Sasuke crossed his arms, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Yue happily put her arm on his shoulder. Yue-kun. At this time, Sakura suddenly called out with her unique soft voice. This sudden sound gave Yue inexplicable goosebumps. Damn it, there are also traps in the ninja world? Which song is this? Why does Sakura suddenly look like a different person? He remembered that Sakura looked down on him very much in the past. But why has her attitude changed completely now? He looked back and forth between Sakura and Sasuke doubtfully, which made Sakura's temperament change drastically, and she couldn't find anyone other than Sasuke. He leaned close to Sasuke's ear and asked quietly, "Have you done any ideological work in private?" Sasuke nodded lightly. "I just said some words to ask her to get rid of some bad habits." Sasuke was deeply impressed by how annoying Sakura was back then. In the original time and space, not long after Team 7 was formed, she was able to criticize people for having no parents in front of Naruto. This incident also brought Sasuke and Kakashi along with her. He offended 3 people in the team with just one sentence, so he was really powerful with his words. But now the situation is completely different. Naruto's strength is not what it used to be. Coupled with the mysterious Shinomiya Yuzuki, in order to prevent Sakura from having trouble again one day, Sasuke did a little to her in private. Training. Obviously, Sakura took what Sasuke said verbatim, and the change was quite big. At this time, Naruto and Ino also came over. Sakura also greeted her cheerfully. Naruto-kun, Ino, good morning. Good morning. Naruto was a little uncomfortable with Sakura's change. Hey, I feel like you've changed so much. Ino blinked and took Sakura's hand. Sakura smiled and replied, Sasuke said I'm more lovable like this. I think so too. Ino smiled. The team moved forward in an orderly manner, and soon it was Shinomiya Yuue's turn. I'll go in first. After entering the door, several teachers were sitting opposite, presumably today's examiners. The person sitting among them was Irika, and the person next to him was Mizuki, who had secretly taken refuge in Orochimaru. I don't know if he will encourage Naruto to steal the sealed book this time, but it seems that the chance is slim. While Yue was observing the teachers were also looking at him. Irika glanced at Shinomiya Yue, and an imperceptible helplessness flashed across his face. Can this famously talented person in the class successfully pass the exam and graduate today? Yue did not mention it in class when he made a big fuss about the Hyuga family. Naturally, the Hyuga family would not publicize it everywhere, so the matter was only circulated in a small circle. In the eyes of outsiders, Yue is still a worryingly low-level person. Shinomiya Yuzuki-kun, you can start. Irika announced, silently calculating in his mind that as long as Yu's performance was not too outrageous, he planned to let her go directly. Okay. Yue began to form seals slowly. The content of the assessment is very basic, just 3 basic ninjutsu: clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique. Not long after, Yue completed the seal, and in the blink of an eye, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared next to him. Then came the demonstration of the substitute and transformation techniques. Every movement was perfect and flawless. Pass, pass. Irika opened his mouth in surprise and announced Yu's results. What heck? This kid, who everyone thinks is the weakest kid, actually got a perfect score? No matter how surprised Irika was, Shinomiya Yuzuki had already walked out of the room leisurely. It's easy to do, Shinomiya Yuzuki said with a smile. It was Sasuke's turn next. He walked into the examination room with his trouser pockets inserted and a cool look, and within a minute he strode out again. Obviously, he passed successfully. For Sasuke, such an assessment is just like playing. Now, with his rich practical experience, I am afraid that no one in Konoha can match him. Soon, the group of people passed the exam one after another, leaving only Naruto. I'm in. Naruto walked into the room with full confidence. Did you feel the ground shaking? Not long after Naruto entered, Sasuke suddenly said something. Earthquake. Others haven't reacted yet. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Following this, waves of Naruto poured out of the room like a tide. Everyone hurriedly fled, and soon the entire corridor was occupied by all kinds of Narutos. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shinomiya Yuzuki's eyes widened. When did this kid learn this trick? It seems that this technique is not very easy to use. All Naruto scratched their heads in embarrassment. With a loud bang, all Naruto instantly turned into white mist and disappeared, leaving only the body with a sneer on his face, which was thrown out by Irika by his collar. You pass. Shinomiya Yue walked over and helped Naruto up, then asked, when did you learn the multiple shadow clone technique? Facing Yuzuki's question, Naruto answered without thinking, my father taught me. In addition to this, he also taught me this ninjutsu. With that said, Naruto stretched out his hand, and chakra slowly gathered in his palm. After a while, with the harsh sound of wind, a blue Rasengan took shape. You can even master Rasengan, and it's only been a day. Your talent is really beyond question. US sighed involuntarily. However, Minato's contribution should be part of this. As the founder of this technique, he taught him step by step carefully, so it's hard to imagine. Okay, don't stand here stupidly. Go back to the classroom. Classes will be divided soon. Sasuke reminded from his side. Then let's go. The group returned to the classroom. Soon, the students in the class were taken away one by their respective instructors Jonin. Everything is going according to plan. The 8th team, led by Yuhi Kurenai, whose members include Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Laoma's Class 10 is a mysterious trio composed of Zulity. Soon, only Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Yuzuki were left in the classroom. Is he really the one who appeared out of thin air? Sasuke secretly observed Yu and thought to himself. But Shinomiya Yue was thinking, why are there 4 people left? Is he going to replace a certain position in Team 7? Or will a Jonin mentor be specially arranged for him? Just as his thoughts were racing, Kakashi appeared. Well, I didn't keep you waiting long. After 2 days of recovery, Kakashi has regained his strength and was successfully discharged from the hospital. But for him, after being discharged from the hospital, he went back to work almost seamlessly without even a day's rest, which was indeed a bit miserable. Hey, are you our teacher? Naruto blinked his big eyes and asked curiously. Yes, come with me. Kakashi smiled. For the teacher's son, he was also honored to be his teacher. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura over there. Kakashi pointed his finger at the 3 people except Yu. The composition of Class 7 also remains unchanged. Yu, I'll withdraw first. Naruto grinned, turned around, and followed Kakashi's back. Shinomiya Yuzuki secretly thought that she was going to enjoy one-on-one guidance from Jonin. I wonder who it could be. Could it be a super beauty? Just as the idea came up, several coughs suddenly sounded at the door. Yua looked around and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely walking into the classroom with his pipe in his mouth. No! A hint of speechlessness flashed across Yu's eyes, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Not only is she not a beauty, she is also an old man. If other Konoha villagers heard this, they would all roll their eyes. This is the famous Professor Ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage. Being his student is an opportunity that many people dream of. Among the Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru he trained, none of them are the top powerhouses in the ninja world. But it was here that Yu Yue was mercilessly disliked. Under Yu Yu's sizing gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a hint of helplessness in his tone. It seems that you are not so welcoming to me. However, with your ability, apart from me, there is really no other person in Konoha who can teach you. If you're not satisfied, I won't be able to find anyone who can replace me to guide you. It's not that I'm not dissatisfied, I'm just curious. As a Hokage, do you still have free time to teach your disciples? Of course, Yue would not say her dislike directly. It would be rude, so she asked for a different reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, well, there will always be time if you squeeze it. Moreover, your growth is much more important than those official documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed an old fox with a superb speaking art. But Shinomiya Yue still shook her head. Forget it, I originally wanted to have a powerful jonin lead me, show off in front of my teammates, and go out on missions to experience the life of a genin. Now it looks like I'd better stay in the village. He stood up and said goodbye. I won't bother you anymore, Master Hokage. I'd better go back and lie down. When passing by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he waved. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and took a sip from his pipe. This was good. Facing this god tier, he himself was muttering in his heart. Now everyone is really happy. On the other side, Shinomiya Yue walked out of the classroom and headed straight to the rooftop. Will Kakashi and the others play a game of grabbing the bell there? You should go and have a look. Quick, quick! Send him to the hospital quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yue arrived on the rooftop, she saw several medical ninjas passing by in a hurry, carrying a stretcher. Kakashi on the stretcher had a hollow look in his eyes, a bruised nose, and a swollen face, and was dying. He was still holding two bells tightly in his hands, obviously want to play a bell-grabbing game with Naruto and Sasuke. But unfortunately, his assessment of his disciple's strength seems to be a bit off. Yu Yue looked forward and saw Naruto in perfect Jinchuriki state, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sasuke covered his face at the side with a complicated look on his face and was speechless. My darling, this is only the first day, and you have sent your guide Jonin to the hospital. This is your first time in Konoha. Poor Kakashi. Kakashi, is he okay? Shinomiya Yue looked at the figure being carried away, with a bit of uncertainty in her tone. Ahem, it should be fine. Naruto seemed a little embarrassed, but he didn't expect to blow Kakashi away with a casual punch. The force really shocked him, but I gave him some Nine Tails chakra. He should be able to recover soon. Naruto added sheepishly, trying to appease everyone's emotions. Yue shook her head regretfully. Tsuke, I originally wanted to watch you fight for the bell, but it was ruined now. What are your plans next? Without Jonin's guidance, you won't be able to take on the mission. He turned to Sasuke, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sasuke, do you have any ideas? In the current Class 7, Sasuke is the only one who has some ideas in his heart. As for the other two, well, the road to growth is still long. Sasuke turned his face sideways and locked eyes with Naruto. Naruto, you will train with me in the next few days. I will teach you how to perfectly control your power. Okay, it's up to you. Naruto nodded readily. Then, his eyes turned to Sakura. Seeing this, Sakura's eyes were filled with anticipation. What kind of tasks would Sasuke arrange for her? As for Sakura, I have also learned some medical ninjutsu, and can teach you. This will be it for now until Kakashi-sensei recovers. Okay, Sasuke. Sakura nodded happily. In just a few seconds, Sasuke had already assigned tasks neatly and with amazing efficiency. My all-round Sasuke, he could do a little bit of everything, so the money is really well spent. Now that you have made all arrangements, I feel relieved and will withdraw first. I came here early in the morning. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. I have to get a bowl of ramen quickly. Yue waved her hands, turned and left. At the mention of ramen, Naruto's stomach growled unsatisfactorily. Yue, I want to eat it too. He looked excited and wanted to follow immediately. But at this time, Sasuke grabbed him by the collar. Didn't you just finish eating? Don't go anywhere. Train for me. Yue couldn't help laughing. Now Indra began to discipline Azura. After leaving the school, the crowd of onlookers at the door had already dispersed. It seemed that Minato had probably gone back. As Yuzuki walked through the streets of Konoha, the buzz about Namake's Minato kept drifting through her ears. Have you heard? Our fourth Hokage is back. What? The fourth generation wasn't more than 10 years ago. Sacrifice? Those are all illusions, used to confuse outsiders. He showed up at the Ninja Academy this morning. Many people saw it with their own eyes. He was not dead at all. Similar words are heard all the time. It seems that Minato's popularity is still as popular as it was back then. Soon, Yue came to Ichiraka Ramen, waved to Uncle Shota, and ordered a special ramen. At this moment, there was a stir in Yunin village. What? Minato Namake's? I saw a man with a bronze complexion and exuding extraordinary momentum suddenly stood up. His voice was loud and clear. Even pedestrians on the street outside could hear it clearly. This person is none other than Raikage from Cloud Hidden Village. Fourth Raikage AI. Raikage's face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes were locked on the intelligence ninja in front of him. Are you sure that Namake's Minato appeared in Konoha alive? It's absolutely true, Lord Raikage. The intelligence ninja looked serious and spoke firmly. What's the source of the information? Are you sure it's accurate enough? Raikage stood up from behind the table and approached step by step. His burly body made his subordinates feel a heavy pressure. His bell-like eyes stared closely at the intelligence ninja, as if he might punch him at any time. The news has spread in Konoha. There are many people who have seen it with their own eyes. There is no way it is false. The intelligence ninja answered calmly, knowing in his heart that Raikage-sama's reaction was just an expression of surprise. Raikage values friendship and will never be rude to his subordinates. If that's true, this would be so bizarre. Did he not die back then? He just released false news to confuse the world. Raikage was puzzled by the information ninja's explanation. At that time, the Kimagakure village learned that the fourth Hokage had died in the Nine Tails Rebellion and believed that Konoha was in an unprecedented period of vulnerability. So it took the opportunity to form an alliance and attempted to kidnap members of the Hyuga family in order to gain near invincibility on the battlefield. Weapon, I roll. However, the operation fell short. The head of the Hyuga family saw through it, and the men he sent were killed on the spot. However, they used this as an excuse to launch an attack and demanded that the murderer be handed over. In fact, they had a solid basis for advancing and retreating. Even if they couldn't be caught, they would still make a lot of money if they could get the eyes of the head of the Hyuga family. In Konoha at that time, no one dared to say no, so they had no choice but to go with the flow. The murderer was indeed handed over, but who would have thought that the man was actually Hyuga Hayashi's twin brother? They took him away without realizing it, only to find that the caged bird curse had been placed on the other person, and the white eyes could not be removed at all. An empty joy. And here's the weird thing about it. If Namake's Minato was still alive, even if he was seriously injured, as long as he could show his face, Raikage could guarantee that those subordinates who came to provoke Konoha would be so scared that they wouldn't even have time to escape. Of course, he would not blame them, because he knew the weight of this old rival too well. The name of Golden Flash is well known in the ninja world. Raikage pondered for a moment. Even though he was a big-hearted person, his thoughts were very delicate. Who can become a film-level figure who is not thoughtful? After a long while, he turned around and said in a deep voice to the intelligence ninja, "Look again, there is too little information. I need more specific information. This is related to our future strategy for Konoha and is very important." The intelligence ninja felt Raikage's caution and nodded solemnly. Understood, Raikage-sama. After watching the intelligence ninja leave, Raikage no longer had any thoughts about dealing with government affairs. He jumped out of the window and went straight to Yunlei Gorge. He wanted to talk to Killer Bee about this matter. "Old man, you have to take a look at this." Kuratsuchi walked in with all her slender legs and a look of uncontrollable excitement. Although she is young, her long legs already show charming lines, slender and white. Anoki, who was writing at his desk, and immersed in official duties, raised his eyes slightly. When he saw that the person who came was Kuratsuchi, he put down his pen and smiled at the corner of his mouth. What's the good news? You caught that B asterisk 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 D. Dadara back. Kuratsuchi walked closer and happily threw down a piece of information. No, you can see for yourself. Inoki picked up the information, but when he saw the content, the smile on his face instantly froze. Minato Namikaze is resurrected? That's right, old man. Are you surprised or not? Kuratsuchi grinned triumphantly. Surprise? I think it's more of a shock than anything else. Inoki threw the information aside expressionlessly. Is this news reliable? Absolutely reliable, and it has spread in Konoha itself, and now the entire ninja world is probably aware of it. Kuratsuchi replied. Inoki stood up, rose slowly, and suspended in the air. His eyes were deep, and he was thinking about the changes in the future of the ninja world. The return of Namikaze Minato has undoubtedly given Konoha a hard blow. Konoha, which was originally supported by the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemed to be likely to collapse at any time. But now the situation has reversed in an instant. After pondering for a moment, Inoki said, "Don't worry about it. We are far away from Konoha. There is no point in rushing. Just wait and see what happens." Kuratsuchi nodded and then smiled mischievously. "Old man, can I go to Konoha to see it? I heard that the Golden Flash is super handsome." Hearing this, Inoki froze. His child suddenly wanted to run to see a yellow-haired netizen who was far away. I'm afraid not many parents could accept this feeling. His face immediately darkened, and he pointed at the black soil, full of anger. "Are you thinking about this? Have you learned the dust style? I have no talent. Grandpa, it's useless for you to force me. You might as well ask your senior brother to teach you. If I knew where that kid was, I would have dragged him back long ago. Dust style is the village's specialty, ninjutsu, which is known as the most powerful attack power in the ninja world, but no one can master it. Inoki is worried about this every day. Deidara, the only disciple with the talent to learn dust style, left the village to pursue some weird art. He is very old, and once he passes away, dust style may be lost. Hey, what a coincidence. I just received intelligence and know where he is. Really? Say it quickly. A glimmer of light flashed in Inoki's eyes. He joined an organization called Akatsuki as a mercenary. They are all traitorous ninjas from various countries. He is also one of them, so he is suitable. What? Inoki was startled and subconsciously straightened his waist, but unexpectedly it reached his waist. Ouch! Inoki covered his waist, angry and helpless. This brat. Akatsuki organization. What kind of place was that? It gathered a group of lunatics who worked hard for money. He had hired him several times, but he didn't expect Deidara to go to that kind of place. I'm so mad. Such conversations were also quietly taking place in other major ninja villages. Every ninja who bears the name of Shadow has a solemn look on his face. No matter which country, they all attach great importance to this matter. If the news is true, then the pattern of the ninja world will definitely be reshuffled. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, the masked man also learned the news from Baiju. Minato Sensei. He said the name he had not mentioned for many years bitterly. But after a moment of hesitation, the masked man's eyes became firm. No, he's already dead. He's just an imposter who came out of nowhere. But it doesn't matter. After the world ends, who will care about this? Tang Country. As a famous holiday paradise in the ninja world, Yonokuni is not only home to countless beautiful scenery, it is also dotted with countless natural hot springs, attracting tourists from all over the world. At this moment, a burly man with long silver-white hair hanging straight down his waist stepped out of a hot spring resort. There was a touch of bright red under his eyelids, and he exuded an unruly aura. When the woman guarding the door saw this, she quickly stood up with a professional smile on her face and greeted her diligently. She gently took the white-haired man's arm, with a bit of coquettishness in her tone. "Oh, distinguished guest, are you satisfied with your experience?" This man left a deep impression on her. He always winked at her every time he came and loved to do something to her whenever he got the chance. However, he does spend a lot of money, which makes it hard for people to really mind. The woman thought that she would inevitably be taken advantage of again this time. But unexpectedly, the white-haired man slowly withdrew his arm and nodded expressionlessly. Then he walked away without looking back, leaving behind a decisive figure. The woman looked at the figure that was getting further away and couldn't help but be slightly startled. Has this guy changed his gender? He didn't even touch it. What urgent matter was there that made him leave in such a hurry? Haha, Yue, as expected. I found you. Just as Yuzuki was enjoying the hot ramen, the two brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama quietly appeared and came over with smiles. Hey, why are you two here? Do you want a bowl? It's my treat. Yue smiled and greeted warmly. The ramen is free. We have already eaten. Yue, I actually want to tell you that we are going back. Senju Hashirama gently stated the purpose of this trip. Are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay a little longer? No matter how long you stay here, once you go back, it will be like a blink of an eye at most. There is no need to rush. Segon Yue was a little surprised and quickly tried to persuade her to stay. Senju Hashirama smiled and shook his head. No matter how beautiful this place is, it does not belong to our world after all. We have our own Konoha to protect. Furthermore, after learning so many new things, Tobarama is already eager to try it out and wants to go back and practice it quickly. I believe that our village will make rapid progress in the near future. Yue, you are welcome to be our guest in the future. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Okay, see you then. In this case, Yue didn't force herself to stay. She smiled slightly and flicked her fingers lightly. Snap! Shout in the group if something happens. In an instant, the Senju brothers turned into wisps of clear light, traveled through the cracks in time and space, and returned to their time. After eating ramen, Yue went straight home. He first contacted Minato privately and asked if he wanted to return. The answer was not to leave for the time being. Minato and Kushina planned to spend more time with Naruto. After all, no matter how long the time here is, it only takes a moment to return there. The same question was posed to Obito. The boy was enjoying himself and taking Noera-Rin around Konoha without returning home at all. Okay, then it's time to get down to business. Rubbing her hands together, Shinomiya Yue began tapping in front of the screen. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara, at 6 paths Madara. Yes, this is what is called business. Ever since Madara joined the group, she has been like a fish diving into the deep sea without uttering a word. But whether it's really busy or diving is unclear. After all, the time flow rate in each world is different, and this difference is random. It does not mean that whoever is closer to Yoyue's era will have time slow down. He had no idea how long the day on the other side of Madara would last here. However, there should always be time to take a quick look at the group messages, especially when the messages are dazzling right in front of your eyes and it is difficult to ignore them. Well, unless something happens to him. Bite. Group member detection. 6 paths Madara has lost consciousness. Whether to rescue. Confirm/cancel. What the hell? Yue was so shocked that she could fit an egg into her mouth. This crow's mouth is open. As soon as the information came out, all members of the group showed up instantly. The most anxious one is Senju Hashirama. Although he is in different time and space, his concern for Madara is still the same. Senju Hashirama. What's going on? Yuzuki Madara, what's wrong with him? Uchiha Obito, hey? This is wrong. 6 paths Madara, the pinnacle of the ninja world. Who can touch him? Namikaze Minato. Could it be Otsutsuki Ishiki's work? White Mask. Humph, that old guy will have his day too. Uchiha Itachi. Don't panic, everyone. Maybe it's not an unexpected incident. Is it possible that it's just the natural ending of the plot? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Itachi is right. It may be that Black Zetsu succeeded in the sneak attack, allowing Kagaya to revive in his body and suppressing his consciousness. It's the normal progression of the plot. Shinomiya Yue. TSK. I really didn't expect that someone in our group would be ready to welcome the ending of the story so soon. I was also thinking that it might take a long time. Namikaze Minato. Although the main plot has been settled, don't forget that there is still Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon. There is a story behind it, which can be regarded as a small branch plot. Senju Hashirama. It seems like we shouldn't discuss this. Should we consider how to win over that guy Madara now? According to the original story, Kagaya Yuruchi will fall, and Madara will also be separated from 10 Tails due to exhaustion of life force. In addition, when Kagaya is possessed, his soul will directly return to hell. It is quite difficult to revive him. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Don't worry, saving Madara is not difficult at all. It's actually quite simple. Senju Hashirama. You are indeed the king of ideas. Can you tell me a little bit? Shinomiya Yuzuki. It's very simple. Just let Madara achieve 6 paths, right? No matter how much vitality is lost. Once 10 Tails is reintegrated and reaches the 6 paths realm, the lost vitality will naturally return. As for the little trouble Kagaya left, it is not worth mentioning at all. Uchiha Bito. That's what I say, but how could Naruto and Sasuke do such a thing after defeating Kagaya? Resurrection of Madara? What are they trying to do? They have finally calmed down the chaos. How can they find a rival for themselves? Not to mention that Sage of 6 Paths is still watching. We won't let them mess around. White Mask. Oh, it's rare for you little b asterisk 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 d to be rational. That's right, they want the old man to be buried early, so why would they come to rescue him? Uchiha Bito. You little b asterisk 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 d talking about me? White Mask, what else? Uchiha Bito. Well, it was the little b asterisk 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 d talking about me. White Mask. It's good that you have this self-awareness. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Uchiha Itachi. How about we listen to the group leader's opinion first? Shinomiya. You still understand me as a dozen chi song, who stipulates that my plan must be carried out by Naruto and the others. As a member of our group, Madara naturally has to be rescued by us personally. Hey, I just have an idea. Uchiha Bito. Put away your little schemes. Namikaze Minato. Obito, do you know who you were talking to now? Shinomiya Yua. Hey boy, are you looking for a fight? Watch my giant dragon hit you. Uchiha Bito. Don't rush to take action. I also have an idea. It's not too late to take action after hearing it. Shinomiya Yua. Hey, you cheated today? Something's wrong with you. You started to use your brain? Uchiha Bito. I've been traveling with Lin everywhere these days. I'm in a good mood, and my IQ has gone up. Yue, your previous plan was to send someone to Madara to help, right? Shinomiya Yue. That's right, then your clever plan is... Uchiha Bito. We thought of going together. Whether you plan to go in a battle yourself, or find someone to replace you, I have a more suitable candidate here. Shinomiya Yuzuki. You're not going to volunteer, are you? With your small body, Xiao Hui's Yuruchi just remembered the Yasagami airstrike and was beaten flat. Uchiha Bito. How is it possible? The person I want to recommend is... At Mask, that's him. White Mask was stunned, as if he didn't expect that Obito would suddenly cue him. When he came back to his senses, a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. No matter what his purpose was, whether it was revenge for the previous tit-for-tat confrontation or simply wanting to watch the fun, White Mask was not going to buy it. Why do you need to do things that are unprofitable and inexplicable? So, he followed his heart and typed a reply in the group. White Mask. If you still think that I am the young man who was willing to help others when I was young, then you will be disappointed. Besides, everyone calls for beating that old guy Madara, so there's no reason for me to go into that muddy water. His refusal was straightforward. Everyone in the group, including Shinomiya Yuzuki, was full of questions. How could Obito have the confidence to recruit White Mask? Everyone's curiosity was completely ignited, and they gathered to watch. Uchiha Bito, you will definitely go. White Mask, why? Uchiha Bito. The reason is, first of all, besides you are now the most powerful character in the group. Only you are qualified to participate in a battle of that level and even influence the situation. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded tacitly. Not long ago, White Mask became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. After a fierce battle with Naruto, he directly opened Kamui, dragged Geto statue into Kamui's space, and used the golden horn and silver horn to resurrect 10 Tails. But when Madara finally arrived after tracking Geto statue, she only saw an empty battlefield and was helpless. Eventually, Obito merged with the resurrected 10 Tails in the Kamui dimension, officially becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. He was then promoted to the second sage of 6 paths. After ascending to immortality, the first thing he did was to send Madara back to the underworld, ending the Fourth Ninja War. According to the original script, he should try to activate Infinite Tsukuyami at this time, but the existence of Otsutsuki Iki made him quite afraid and did not dare to act rashly. The world in his dream is a flawless Genjutsu paradise, where everyone can enjoy the beauty of life and the illusion instead of taking their lives carelessly. So Six Paths Obito has not implemented Infinite Tsukuyami. He chose to hide until he could deal with Otsutsuki Ichiki himself. But everyone on his timeline was confused, and a big battle started inexplicably and then ended abruptly. Since they couldn't find the final boss, they had to disperse and return to their respective villages. This series of operations undoubtedly rewrote the trajectory of fate, and Shinomiya Yue also received a generous gold coin reward. Shinomiya Yue, so your current identity is different from before. Please change your ID. After Yuzuki's operation, the name White Mask became Six Paths Obito. Six Paths Obito. What kind of excuse is this? If you are capable, you have to give unconditionally. You won't tell me later that with great power comes great responsibility, right? You should not be so naive. Uchiha Obito. Oh, why bother using a moral stick to suppress me? Don't worry. I have a second reason that I guarantee you won't be able to refuse. Six Paths Obito. Speak. Uchiha Obito. The Otsutsuki Kagaya is the only Otsutsuki clan member that is currently accessible. Aren't you curious and want to experience the powerful power of the Otsutsuki bloodline for yourself? In this way, when you fight against other Otsutsuki in future battles, wouldn't you be able to have a better chance of winning and master more secrets of victory? Besides, if you want to activate Infinite Tsukuyami again, then your opponents can wait in line. Let alone the Otsutsuki 1 style for now. There's also the Otsutsuki Yura style waiting for you. In the further future, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki will also be waiting there. The tough battles in the future will be one after another. As a former ninja, you should know the importance of intelligence better than anyone else, right? If you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Six Paths Obito. Having said that, I already know the key information about their Otsutsuki. Wasn't the operation of the pupil technique clearly explained in that video? Uchiha Obito. Is watching a play the same as being on stage and singing the leading role? How can you become a real strong person by talking on paper? Of course, if you really decide to go, I can give you 2 extra photos of Lin. Six Paths Obito was silent. I don't know whether he was moved by Obito's words or more moved by Lin's photos. Maybe both. The atmosphere in the group was instantly ignited. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Damn it. Are you sure you are Obito? You're not possessed by someone else, right? How could my Obito become so witty and think so clearly? Namikaze Minato. Obito, you have really matured a lot. Senju Hashirama. You are becoming more and more like Madara's wise demeanor. Uchiha Itachi. Maybe the wisdom gene of the Uchiha family has awakened, and Obito is not stupid to begin with. Uchiha Obito. Haha. Thank you, thank you. In reality, facing the overwhelming praise from the group, Obito was so excited that he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I'm so smart. Not only did I trick that be asterisk 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 D into helping me, but I also show my wisdom to the group. But his laughter quickly attracted Noera Rin's scolding. Obito, keep your voice down, Kakashi needs to rest. Obito immediately restrained himself and nodded with a playful smile. Okay. He sat down next to Noera Rin, glanced at the weak Kakashi on the hospital bed, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was brought back just 2 hours after being discharged from the hospital. I heard that he was beaten by Naruto and Sasuke. It was simply an operation with a low IQ. He was beaten to such a degree by his own students that everyone had to circle around him again. It's better to continue as before, leave the clone to take care of him, and go out to play with Lin. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At 6 Paths Obito, what do you think? If you nod, I will send you there immediately. 6 Paths Obito. I have to accept it. What that guy said makes sense. Well, I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll just take a walk. I never thought that the old guy Madara would need my help one day. Shinomiya Yua. Then I will open the portal right now. 6 Paths Obito. Wait a minute. Bring that kid with you. Since merging with 10 Tails, my Kamui can no longer be used. I am not the reincarnation of Indra, nor the successor of Azura's chakra. I do not have the bloodline of 6 Paths. Just suppressing 10 Tails and the Samsara, I has consumed a lot of my energy. I can no longer activate Kamui at this moment. If Otsutsuki Kagaya activates Tianzhong for space transfer, I may not be able to keep up. Shinomiya Yuzuki. That's it. At Uchiha Obito, Uchiha, what's your opinion? When Uchiha Obito saw the message, a smile suddenly solidified on his face. It can't be such a coincidence, right? The dart you throw can still hit your foot? Refuse? To be honest, facing a battle of that level, he was indeed a little timid. At this moment, 6 Paths Obito directly at him. 6 Paths Obito. Are you scared if you haven't come back for so long? When Obito saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, You actually underestimate me. Just go. He quickly replied, Uchiha Obito, I just went to the bathroom. What's there to be afraid of? Just come here. Shinomiya. Okay, I am a father and son soldier in battle, but you are brothers fighting tigers. Teleportal, activate. Senja Hashirama, please, please. I'll thank you on Madara's behalf. Namikaze Minato. Obito, please be safe. Uchiha Itachi sent an exclusive red envelope to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi, take this, it might help. Uchiha Obito accepted the red envelope. Uchiha Obito, Yada Mirror. That's great. Now, I have a life-saving charm. Sure enough, my good friend who played Fruit Ninja together is reliable. Thank you so much. Uchiha Itachi. It's okay, it should be. Shinomiya Yua, it's almost time. Inside Konoha Hospital, a Madara-colored portal slowly opened in front of Uchiha Obito's eyes, like an entrance to a mysterious and different world. He found that Lin seemed to be unaware of the portal in front of her and turned a blind eye. Obito smiled and said, Lin, I'm going out for a while. Even with the protection of the Yada Mirror, this battle is still full of dangers. Let's say goodbye just in case. Well, nothing happens. The group leader is keeping an eye on it. I have sweated for the chat group and bled for the chat group. If something goes wrong, the group leader will definitely help me, right? Noera Rin turned her head, thinking that Obito was just temporarily out for business. But seeing the look on his face, she caught an unusual signal from the depths of his eyes. This trip is probably no small matter. A trace of worry flashed in Noera Lin's eyes, and thousands of thoughts converged into a brief warning. Be careful on the road. I will be here until you come back. When Obito heard this, he seemed to be filled with endless energy and grinned. Don't worry, I'll get everything done and come back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped vigorously and disappeared into the vortex of the portal. 6 Paths Obito's timeline. In the Kamui space, it was still dark, and 6 Paths Obito's figure faintly appeared. Most of his attention is occupied by suppressing the Samsara, Eye, and 10 Tails, and the use of Sharingan only has basic functions. It's okay to enter and exit the Kamui space, but I can't even use virtualization freely. At this time, in a corner of Kamui space, 6 Paths Obito waved gently and moved several huge blocks away, revealing a black quagmire underneath that was nailed by 81 black spears. That is the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the embodiment of his will, Black Zetsu. After solving Madara's reincarnation in the Dirty Land and sending him to the underworld, he captured the Black Zetsu, who controlled his life. He does not know the advanced sealing techniques, so he can only use the most primitive method, these black rods, to firmly control Heiju, imprison it permanently in Kamui space. I finally went out, but I can't let you take the opportunity to escape. Six Paths Obito waved his hand, and dozens of black spears were generated out of thin air, flying towards Black Zetsu like raindrops. Ding, 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 ding. But after a moment, the black mud was decorated with dozens of black spears. The sealing power of the black rod is so powerful that a single one is enough to trap a Jonin. Not to mention there are so many that even the cunning Black Zetsu can't bear it. Its form begins to change from solid to liquid, and it is difficult to maintain even the basic physical state. Eventually, Six Paths Obito once again covered it with giant stones, plunging it into darkness forever. This should be foolproof. Nothing will happen again before I come back. After checking repeatedly to make sure everything was correct, Six Paths Obito also jumped into the air and jumped into the embrace of the portal. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Humph, you will never come back. Konoha 67 years. Late night of the second night of the Fourth Ninja War has quietly arrived. The Ninja Alliance tried their best, but still could not escape the fate of failure. Infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, and Uchiha Madara, who controls the power of Six Paths, casts the god Deep Forest Creation, imprisoning everyone in the world in the air, like hanging cocoons, unable to struggle, and can only wait for the judgment of fate. Only those souls who were resurrected through the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, as well as Kakashi, Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto, who were rescued by Sasuke in time, were able to maintain freedom of movement in this doomsday scene. It's all over. Six Paths Madara faced them. Her eyes were calm, and her tone was as calm as dead water. With the successful implementation of Infinite Tsukuyomi, the perfect world he dreamed of seemed within reach, and years of planning finally bore fruit. However, changes suddenly broke out at this moment. Bang! There was a dull sound of flesh being penetrated. Uchiha Madara lowered his head in disbelief and saw a dark hand piercing his chest. That's wrong, Madara. You are not the hero who saves the world, and this is far from over. Behind Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu whispered coldly. Madara tried her best to turn around and face Heiju, but found that her body was tightly controlled by a strange force, and she was completely disobedient. Only the eyes embedded with samsara eyes can still move slightly. My body can't move. Why? Isn't that just an extension of his will? Why would you betray him? There was no time to think deeply. The sacred tree began to greedily absorb the chakra of the trapped people, trying to gather the chakra of the world into one for the use of Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was about to be resurrected. Immediately afterwards, the ground suddenly shook. Endless chakra surges out from the ground. A substantial pillar of light rose into the sky, lighting up the night sky. Get out of the way. Naruto, Sasuke, and others were also affected and hurriedly looked for shelter. The soaring chakra pillar spun in the air and rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara, and a massive amount of chakra poured into his body like a torrent. Well, the pain caused by this impact was indescribable, and even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but moan in pain. Madara's body expanded rapidly like a balloon. He couldn't bear the huge amount of chakra at all, and the explosion seemed to be about to happen in the next second. As her consciousness gradually blurred, Madara whispered in a daze, "Why? How could it become like this? Hashirama, what did I go wrong?" Until finally, his consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness. It was about to explode, but a miracle happened. Madara's body miraculously stabilized after expanding to the limit. Then it slowly shrinks and gradually condenses into a human form until it becomes clearer and clearer. The blue and white intertwined, long hair pours down like a waterfall. Even if it is suspended in midair, the hair still touches the ground. She is wearing a white dress with a black magatama pattern. The Sharingan on her forehead is dazzling. She has 2 horns on her head, and her beautiful yet innocent face is shocking. Otsutsuki Kagaya. This is what the old man called Otsutsuki. Naruto stared in shock. Kagaya. Sasuke continued with a stern expression. Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of flawless white eyes, which were the famous Byakugan in the world of pupil arts. She has mastered the two major eye techniques of reincarnation, Sharingan and Byakugan, at the same time. The three ultimate eye skills of the ninja world were miraculously integrated into her. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure came overwhelmingly, making everyone present feel unprecedented pressure. Without unnecessary words, Otsutsuki Kagaya acted directly. She was suspended in midair, and the long hair behind her, as flowing as a wedding dress, seemed to be alive and dancing on its own. It turned into a torrent of hair containing huge power and rushed towards Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke's fingers crackled with electricity, and he swung the Chidori, cutting off the hair quickly like a sharp blade. Chidori made a hissing sound and was extremely sharp, instantly tearing apart all the hair strands that came like a violent storm. Sasuke's eyes flashed, and he decided to fight back. He rushed towards Kagaya. But at this moment, more hair strands surged forward and collided hard with his Chidori. Chidori's light went out, and Sasuke was hit by a violent ball of hair, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Sasuke. Naruto's heart tightened, but Sasuke was hit hard, but he also accidentally knocked Naruto away. The two of them barely stopped until their backs hit a boulder. Sasuke, Naruto. Sakura was extremely anxious and was about to run towards the two of them, but found that her body was out of control, as if she was stuck in a quagmire. She turned around in shock, only to see Otsutsuki Kagaya passing by her indifferently, as if she didn't exist. Now, don't act rashly. Kakashi warned seriously, knowing that the situation was serious. However, Kagaya has no intention of taking action against them. In Kagaya's eyes, these two people are just insignificant mortals. She activated her Byakugan and instantly saw the chakra in Naruto and Sasuke's bodies. 6 paths Yin power and 6 paths Yang power. That is the power derived from Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the legendary sage of 6 paths. Do you want to seal me again? There was both hatred and confusion in her eyes. Why do her descendants always want to seal her? Obviously, everything she did was just to fight for the future. Even if he doesn't help, he will continue to cause trouble. Kagaya suppressed the thoughts in her heart. Since the children are disobedient, then kill them all. Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly rose up and hung in the air. Facing the wary looks of Naruto and Sasuke, she said calmly, "Then, let's end everything for you here." She plans to activate the Heaven's Control to drag everyone into the lava space and let them turn to ashes in the boiling magma. However, at this moment, a dark object flew over at an alarming speed. Kagaya turned around suddenly, and her white eyes immediately caught this uninvited guest, but she had no time to react. Boom! Kagaya's figure was blown away like a kite with a broken string, kicking up dust all over the sky, and broke through 2 mountain peaks before finally stopping. At this time, Sasuke saw clearly what hit Kagaya. It was a truth-seeking ball. After repelling Kagaya, it lost its target and floated silently in the air, stopping at the location where Kagaya originally stood. Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise, because the only person here with the truth-seeking ball was Naruto. Naruto saw Sasuke's suspicious eyes and quickly shook his head in denial. "I didn't do it." Sasuke's face was full of confusion. There couldn't be a second truth-seeking ball here except Naruto. At this moment, the mysterious truth-seeking ball in the sky moved slowly, causing Naruto and Sasuke to look up hurriedly. They discovered that at some point, 2 more figures appeared in the sky, and the truth-seeking ball floated leisurely to the back of one of them, as if it had found its home. Obito, Naruto, and Kakashi saw the face of the visitor clearly, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. The opponent is not only Obito, but also Obito in 6 paths form, holding the 6 paths tin staff, with 9 dark and deep truth-seeking balls floating behind him. What else could it be besides the 6 paths mode? Not long ago, they had a fierce battle with 6 paths Obito. How could this face admit his mistake? However, Has an Obito already had his tailed beast taken away and is no longer 10 tails Jinchuriki? Their eyes turned aside involuntarily, their eyes full of horror because in that place, there's actually an Obito lying there. It is the Obito who lost 10 tails, had his body controlled by Black Zetsu, and is now dying. How come there are two Obitos? Naruto's eyes widened, and he looked back and forth between the two Obitos. Kakashi stepped forward slowly and said in a serious tone, "No, there are three." He raised his eyes and locked his gaze on the small figure next to Obito in 6 paths. It was a boy-looking Obito with a sunny smile, wearing goggles and looking silly. Never admit a mistake. 3. Naruto was completely confused, scratching his head on the spot, not knowing what to do. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Sasuke, who was always calm, couldn't help but speak out. "They're coming down." Kakashi's eyes never left the two Obitos, and he immediately noticed their movements. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but become nervous, their eyes full of alertness. Although the other party has helped before, their true identity cannot be determined yet. After all, it is too incredible to have 3 Obitos appear at the same time. The boy Obito cannot fly alone yet. He stands on a platform made of a truth-seeking ball and slowly descends. As he got closer and closer to the ground, his face was filled with excitement, and he jumped directly from the sky. "Ha ha ha, idiot Kakashi, I'm here to help you." The strange laughter floated in the air from far to near. This familiar tone made Kakashi tremble, and surprise flashed in his eyes. That's right, this is indeed Obito, not some weird fake. Obito landed firmly on the ground, patted the dust on his body, smiled proudly, and raised his eyebrows at Kakashi. "How about, our appearance is timely enough." "Obito," Kakashi looked complicated. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Are you really Obito?" Naruto noticed Kakashi's reaction, seemed to realize something, relaxed his guard a little, and stepped forward to ask curiously. "Of course I am the real Uchiha Obito. What about him?" Naruto scratched his head and pointed at the uncertain Obito not far away. The young Obito took a look and replied, "He is also Uchiha Obito, but he is the Obito of your time and space. And I come from another time and space, and the B asterisk 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 D above is in the same situation." After speaking, he pointed at 6 paths Obito, which was slowly descending from the sky. "Oh, that's it." Naruto suddenly realized that, after all, he had traveled through time and space on a dragon vein journey. For him, accepting this strange thing was as natural as eating ramen. "Naruto, do you know this?" Kakashi and Sasuke both cast doubtful glances, as if asking, "Why do you suddenly seem to have grasped the truth of the universe?" Actually, this is what happened. Naruto was like a patient elementary school teacher, teaching his 2 classmates the secrets of dragon veins and their incredible power. After some explanation, the 2 of them nodded again and again as if they were waking up from a dream. There is such a mysterious place hidden in the ninja world. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and his thoughts were obviously far away. A dragon vein that can distort time and space? Maybe he can. Kakashi turned to the boy Obito. "So, you came through the dragon vein?" "Not entirely right, but it's pretty close." Kakashi nodded slightly. "Okay, you are willing to help? I'm very grateful. Obito, I have received your thoughts, but..." Kakashi glanced up and down at the boy Obito, thinking in his mind. At this age, has Sharingan opened? In addition to the great fireball jutsu, is there any other ninjutsu? Although he couldn't bear to pour cold water on him, for his safety, Kakashi still had to remind. The upcoming battle may not be suitable for you. Why don't you and Sakura find a safe place to take shelter first? The boy Obito's face darkened. "Hey Kakashi, you guy, do you look down on me?" "I am." The boy Obito pointed to his eyes and was about to make a bold statement when 6 paths Obito's indifferent voice suddenly came from the sky. "Stop dawdling, she's here." Before he finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on the horizon. Following closely behind were countless giant fists, thundering down from the sky at a terrifying speed. 80 God's airstrike. one of the abilities of Blood's successor snare, the supreme taijutsu that only Otsutsuki Kagaya can control. Densely packed, giant fists filled the sky, as if the sky was falling apart. The heavy pressure made everyone present breathless. At this time, Six Paths Obito slowly landed on the ground, blocking everyone. He waved his hand, and the Six Paths tin staff changed unpredictably in his hand, quickly extending and turning into a strange but powerful weapon. A Monuma Spear, the legendary sage of Six Paths, Sword of Creation. The sword body carries the owner's firm will, forming a sword of the soul. Once upon a time, Obito of this time and space also wielded it, but his faith was shaken and the Amanuma Spear disappeared. However, Six Paths Obito, who comes from another time and space, has already understood all the truth, and his will is indestructible. This Sky Marsh Spear will be indestructible and invincible. Six Paths Obito waved lightly, and the Amanuma Spear met the roaring Yasugami airstrike, and an earth-shattering collision broke out between the two. Bam! There was a loud noise, deafening, like thunder, resounding through the sky, and the whole world seemed to be shaken by this power. The white light is overflowing, dazzling and blinding, and the light is continuous, just like daylight. Bang! The roar gradually subsided, and the world returned to its original tranquility and gloom. What came into view was a tragic scene. The ground is covered with crater-like traces, which are shocking. This scene was like a meteor shower mercilessly washing over this land, with only the area under Six Paths Obito and behind him intact. All blocked. Kakashi was shocked and felt disbelief in his heart. Who is this opponent? That kind of power that destroys the world is like a tailed beast cannon raging. If Six Paths Obito hadn't turned the tide, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to leave his complete remains. Six Paths Obito glanced at the Amanuma Spear that was slightly bent, but quickly recovered. What a powerful force. Is this Otsutsuki? It's really interesting. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look, both eyes filled with inexplicable surprise. How to describe this sudden sense of security? Thinking back to the time when they fought against Six Paths Obito in this time and space, they went through a lot of hardships, gathered the right people at the right time and the right place, and barely managed to win. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he became a fighting partner and could be so reliable. Thanks to you, Naruto said gratefully. However, before he finished speaking, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. It was like changing the scenery. Red light shot into the sky, heat waves rolled in, and air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly disappeared and began to fall rapidly. When he lowered his head, he saw that instead of the hard ground below, he saw hot and rolling lava. If he fell into it, the consequences would be disastrous. Naruto, try to control your flying ability. Six Paths Obito suspended in midair and shouted to Naruto. He was still holding Sakura, who was unable to fly, and he was nearby to give her a hand in an emergency. Flight! Naruto, who was falling at high speed, suddenly realized that as soon as Six Paths Obito finished speaking, he stood firmly in the void. For every six paths, this is an instinctive skill. Naruto just didn't realize it. Once activated, it is as natural as a limb. After flying stably, Naruto quickly grabbed Obito, who had been in a coma in this time and space, and rescued him from danger. At the same time, two huge and complete Susanus rose into the air from the lava, flapped their huge wings, and flew to safety. One is dark purple, calm and mysterious. The other is light blue, cold and sharp. It is none other than Susanoo from Sasuke and Boy Obito. Kakashi was rescued by the boy Obito, and together they were in the gem space in front of Susanoo's forehead. He looked at the young man in front of him who was only as high as his chest in shock, and his heart was filled with disbelief. Complete Susanoo? Isn't this a dream? When did the boy Obito have such power? Idiot Kakashi, do you still dare to underestimate me? You are the one holding me back now. The boy Obito raised his eyebrows at Kakashi proudly. Yeah, I understand. You are so arrogant, so you should be satisfied. Kakashi rolled his eyes and gave a casual thumbs up. Although he was wondering how this kid could unlock such a powerful power at such an age, he was well aware of the arrogance of the young Obito. If he followed what he said now, this guy would be so proud that his tail would be raised to the sky. Come to me. Six Paths Obito's voice penetrates everyone's heart like a magnet. Everyone immediately moved when they heard the sound. After all, among this group of people, no one was stronger than this guy. Obito, what are your plans? Naruto asked impatiently, his eyes sparkling with the desire to fight together. Six Paths Obito's eyes glanced at Sakura beside him, and then towards the space-time Obito held in Naruto's hand. Send them both away first, so that they won't be taken care of during the battle. Obito is unconscious in this time and space, so needless to say, as for Sakura, alas, almost zero combat power. But Sakura seemed to have her own ideas, and she said anxiously, I can help, Sakura. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Obedient. Sakura looked up suddenly, met Sasuke's unwavering eyes, and her expression softened. Oh well, take them out. Six Paths Obito ordered the boy Obito. Kamui. The boy Obito struggled to twist space and opened a passage to the outside world. Let's go, the boy Obito urged. This is not his space territory. To break the boundaries of time and space, it would take a lot of effort. Sakura glanced at Sasuke one last time, picked up Obito from this time and space, and jumped through the passage. Well, seeing the two people leaving, the boy Obito hurriedly closed Kamui and then covered his eyes in pain. Obito, how's it going? Kakashi next to him quickly supported him. It's okay. The eye power will be restored soon. Hiss, it's really annoying to be teleporting in someone else's space while maintaining Susanoo. Hey, why did you ask me to say that just now? Sasuke suddenly said. That's right. The words that told Sakura to obey were actually instructions secretly transmitted by Six Paths Obito. He originally wanted Sakura to evacuate quickly and not get in the way. With his temperament, how could he possibly say such a tender word as obedient? Six Paths glanced at him lightly. Because it works. After saying that, Six Paths Obito withdrew his gaze and looked at the magma world. I didn't even notice that this space was opening. It's such a brilliant technique. He himself is also a master of playing with time and space. But when Kagaya used Tianzhong, he had no idea that the opponent's technique was really advanced. On the other end, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also watching them quietly from a distance. Another sacred tree? A trace of confusion flashed across Kagaya's face. She actually felt another sacred tree in the other person's body. How can there be two sacred trees at the same time? Mom, it seems that something incomprehensible has happened. Black Zetsu, who was hidden in Kagaya's sleeves, said in a deep voice. That Ten-Tails Jinchuriki's name is Uchiha Obito. He has obviously been separated from Ten-Tails. How can he still use Six Paths mode? No, it's not completely separated. There is still a Ten-Tails in his body. Kagaya explained. Heiju's little head was filled with doubts. If it weren't for Kagaya in front of him, he would definitely retort. He had witnessed Obito's tailed beast being stripped off with his own eyes. Besides, if the other party really has 10 tails, what does the one in your body mean, Mom? Forget it, Mom. The top priority is to find a way to deal with them. Heiju shook his head. He couldn't figure it out and simply stopped thinking about it. We need to separate them. It's dangerous for those two guys, Naruto and Sasuke, to join forces. If you're not careful, they will be sealed. Yes. Kagaya nodded in agreement and acted according to Black Zetsu's plan. After all, she had been sealed for many years and was not good at fighting, so it would be better to listen to her children's advice. Thinking of this, Kagaya suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the air on one side. The moment her fingers touched it, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a dark crack opened. Kagaya's arm passed directly through the crack and stretched silently toward Sasuke's back. She plans to throw Sasuke into another dimension. Just when he was about to succeed, a huge sword fell from the sky. The 10 Directions Divine Sky Sword. This weapon comes from the boy Obito Susanoo. a sharp blade that can cut through space. He sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space, noticed Kagaya's plot, and immediately launched an attack without hesitation. The sharp sword light struck down. The space was torn and twisted. When Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that something was not good, she immediately retracted her arm and let the Tokugami Sky sword fall into the air. Really quick response. The boy Obito opened his eyes wide. No, there's something wrong with that short Obito. Black Zetsu's pupil shrank. Mom, we're in trouble. It's okay, Mom will defeat them. Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled slightly. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look and launched an offensive in unison. Superior. Amaterasu Inferno-style Chidori. Sage Art-tailed Beast Rasengan Shuriken. The two men were divided into left and right sides and launched an attack from side. Try this of mine. The boy Obito held Susanoo in the air, and a huge Magatama appeared in his hand. Kamui Magatama. Susanoo threw it hard, and the huge Magatama carried the power of distorting space and went straight towards Kagaya. Six Paths Obito saw this and quickly took to the air, brandishing the Amanuma spear and descending from the sky to launch an offensive. Surrounded on all sides. Mom, get out of here! Black Zetsu exclaimed. Attacks like a tidal wave suddenly hit from all directions, so fast that she didn't even have a chance to escape. Faced with this sudden crisis, it was already too late to escape from Hiruzen. Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't have time to hesitate, and used Tion no Gachu again. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire universe was turned upside down under her will, and the scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. The original purgatory space burning with blazing red light and raging magma was instantly replaced by a completely different scene. Instead, there's a vast world of ice and snow. The sky is blue, and the wind is mixed with fine snowflakes flying all over the sky. It is cold, magnificent, and heart-stoppingly beautiful. Click, click! The sound of ice cracking was endless, and along with this sudden change, the biting cold air was like an invisible giant wave, drowning everyone in an instant. Both the strong and the weak appear so small and helpless in the face of this absolute low temperature. Their bodies were solidified in an instant, turning into crystal clear but lifeless ice sculptures. Only a trace of flowing luster remained in his eyes, silently expressing his inner shock and struggle. Even the powerful and nearly invincible complete Susanoo could not escape this sudden freezing. Its once arrogant figure was now firmly frozen, as if it had been frozen by time. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were fixed in mid-air by this force, and then slowly fell to the hard ground. Above them, the attack launched by Six Paths Obito in the sky was also interrupted due to this sudden change. What's even more shocking is that even the Magatama released by the boy Obito using Kamui was completely locked in the air by this severe cold. It turned into a huge ice ball, fell to the ground, and shattered into pieces. For a time, all the fierce offensives were eliminated by this mysterious power of ice and snow. However, even the master of this space, Otsutsuki Kagaya, seemed unable to completely resist the extreme cold. Her body was also slowly invaded by ice, and layers of frost were gradually covered. However, this is the space she controls after all, and Kagaya shows her otherworldly power. Her body actually merged with the surrounding ice, as if she had become the queen of the ice and snow world, freely mobilizing the power of nature and preparing to launch a new round of offensive. In an instant, the entire ice and snow world seemed to be given life. The earth trembled, and the mountains roared. From the depths of the ground, thick and extremely sharp icicles suddenly rushed out. Their targets were directed at Naruto and Sasuke, who were trapped in the ice. The sharp ends shone with cold light, and it seemed that they could penetrate in the next second, break through all obstacles. At this critical moment, Sasuke's huge Susanoo suddenly burst into black flames. Inferno-style flame control. The terrifying high temperature instantly disintegrated the surrounding ice shell, and the two of them broke out of the ice like phoenixes rising from the ashes. Chidori's sharp spear. Sasuke's voice echoed through the sky, and the blue electric light condensed into an extremely sharp lightsaber, cutting through the sky. Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. Immediately afterwards, Naruto also used his signature move to the extreme, and the rotating chakra wind tore apart the oncoming icicles. Hey, are you okay? Do you need help? After clearing the siege, Naruto suspended in midair and shouted loudly towards Obito, a boy not far away. The boy Obito raised his lips and waved his hand easily. Don't worry, these are just trivial matters to me. His words were full of confidence and calmness. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his complete Susanoo, held Kakashi in one hand, directly passed through the ice obstacles that were ineffective against them, and stepped out steadily. For him who has the ability to blur, such a predicament is simply a piece of cake, and he can get rid of it easily. Obito, the boy who regained his freedom, summoned Susanoo again. He and Kakashi rode the wind together, and only attached a thin layer of chakra shield to the outer layer of the Susanoo, which easily blocked the cold from the outside world. Although the ice and snow space created by Otsutsuki Kagaya is powerful, for those who don't understand it, they will have the biggest impact when they first step into it. Once a countermeasure is found, the threat level of this ice and snow world will be greatly reduced. Naruto, gather chakra outside your body to form a protective shield, which can effectively resist this extremely cold air. Although Obito spoke quickly, his words were clear. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke quickly adjusted their breathing and united their minds. Chakra surged in their bodies and slowly overflowed their bodies like a tide, forming two layers of slightly glowing energy shields. Suddenly, the raging cold wind around him seemed to be isolated, and the original biting cold feeling gradually dissipated. Pay attention to your surroundings. Kakashi's voice followed closely, with a hint of urgency. In this boundless realm of ice and snow, they were like wanderers expelled by nature itself. Everything around them became hostile, and even every molecule in the air seemed to be preparing to give them a fatal blow. Before he finished speaking, countless icicles suddenly appeared in the sky, like thousands of arrows fired in unison, with a whistling sound aiming directly at the four people. Sasuke's eyes flashed, with deep dark flames flowing in the depths of his pupils. Amaterasu. With a low voice, Susanoo was like the god of war coming to the world. As he waved his arms, the huge sharp blade in his hand was covered with a layer of roiling black flames. The flame was so hot that wherever it touched, the icicles disintegrated and turned into steam that dissipated in the air. Not to be outdone, Naruto said, "Sage Art Super Spiral Shuriken." Along with his roar, several huge shurikens spinning with blue chakra light came out. Cutting into the air, where it collided with the icicles, ice shards flew everywhere, and the earth seemed to be shaking at this moment. However, this is only a temporary resistance. Otsutsuki Kagaya's deep integration with the world of ice and snow enables her to easily control the power of nature. The attacks are endless like waves, and everyone gradually feels powerless. What should we do now? Naruto frowned, his inner anxiety palpable. The boy Obito looked up at the sky. Don't worry, that guy must have a plan to deal with it. Naruto followed Obito's gaze and saw Six Paths Obito's figure standing majestically in the sky, calm and unshakable. At this moment, a drop of warm liquid gently touched Naruto's eyebrows, making him startled suddenly. Water? It's so cold here. How can water be liquid? He murmured to himself, filled with doubts in his heart. Is that a cross offering fire? The boy Obito squinted and recognized this skill. Behind Six Paths Obito, 5 tiny beams of fire quietly bloomed. They were not ostentatious, but they were particularly eye-catching in the ice and snow. The existence of these flames seemed to have some incredible power, and the ice surrounding Six Paths Obito began to melt faster. Even the snowflakes that kept falling were melted by the warm aura when they approached him, and they disappeared in a blink of an eye, turning into drizzle. Immediately afterwards, Six Paths of Beto raised the Almanuma's spear in his hand, with a beam of crossfire wrapped around it, and the artifact was immediately given extraordinary power. He waved lightly, and the movement seemed light, but it contained earth-shattering power. In an instant, the world seemed to be torn apart. A terrifying high temperature erupted from the tip of the Tyanum spear, like the scorching sun. The world of ice and snow was helpless in the face of this force, and instantly turned into a boiling water with magnificent waves. This sudden change cleverly avoided Naruto and the others below, ensuring their safety. Without the protection of ice and snow, Otsutsuki Kagaya was forcibly separated from the embrace of nature. The look of astonishment was clearly etched on her face. Before Otsutsuki Kagaya's thoughts were completely condensed, the chakra surging in her body was ready to go, ready to urge Hirazaka to leave. Control her. Six Paths Obito's voice suddenly sounded. The boy Obito moved when he heard the sound, his eyes widened, and the pair of deep Sharingan suddenly bloomed with an unprecedented intensity of light. Time and space are destroyed. As the boy Obito shouted, an unimaginable power crashed into Otsutsuki Kagaya's body like a torrent. In an instant, her figure froze in the void, as if time was suddenly frozen. "Hurry up! My power can only last for a moment," the boy Obito shouted urgently. Before he could finish his words, two bright red blood streaks snaked down the corners of his eyes, revealing the cost of overloading the magic. To stabilize Otsutsuki Kagaya, this consumption is by no means easy. Six Paths Obito didn't need any more words. He flashed and appeared above Otsutsuki Kagaya like a ghost. The Almanuma's spear in his hand exuded a cold light and stabbed her with an incomparable sharpness. That legendary artifact seemed to be able to easily tear apart space. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kagaya's sleeves, saw this scene and screamed in horror. "Mom, get out of the way!" However, its cries seemed to be blocked by invisible force, and Otsutsuki Kagaya remained silently suspended in the air, motionless. "Mom!" Heiju screamed again, with despair and unwillingness. At this moment, the Almanuma's spear penetrated Otsutsuki Kagaya's body without any hindrance, leaving an ominous shadow. "Naruto, seize the opportunity!" Six Paths Obito shouted. "Sasuke!" Naruto called out almost at the same time. Sasuke understood it, and the two of them rushed towards the unable to move Otsutsuki Kagaya like arrows. At the same time, Obito, a boy who overexerted spells, finally couldn't hold on anymore and swayed and fell down. Seeing this, Kakashi stepped forward and caught him steadily. Fortunately, Six Paths Obito's control of Kagaya has not yet been released, and there is still a glimmer of hope for the sealing operation. "Mom, fight back quickly. They are coming." Black desperately approached Naruto and Sasuke step by step, their faces twisted in panic. Time waits for no one. If you don't take action in time, you will face eternal imprisonment. "I can't move." Kagaya's voice was weak and weak, revealing an irresistible sense of restraint. Black Zetsu's eyes fell on the Almanuma spear that penetrated Kagaya. Looking along the tip of the spear, the figure confronting Six Paths Obito was the key to restraining Kagaya. Although the opponent is strong, maintaining this level of control is obviously the limit. Beads of sweat have appeared on his forehead, and his expression is painful and twisted. But it happened that the opponent didn't need long, just a moment, and they won. Kagaya's eyes passed over Naruto and Sasuke, who were preparing to attack on both sides, and an indescribable sadness filled her heart. Could it be that her fate is to fall into the endless seal again? Just when she was desperate, an unexpected force slowly raised her arm. It was Heiju's last-minute struggle. "Don't hurt, Mom." Under the control of Black Zetsu, a gray bone spur filled with the aura of death sprouted from Kagaya's palm, and it struck toward Sasuke almost in the blink of an eye. "Sasuke, avoid that attack." Six Paths Obito shouted alertly, with a sense of urgency in his tone that was difficult to conceal. Killing ash bones together is one of the special skills of blood succession snare. Being touched by it means absolute destruction. Sasuke's eyes tightened. At the moment of life and death, he reacted quickly and used the power of his heavenly hand to instantly replace the air in the distance. He barely dodged the blow before the ash bones of the shared killer touched it. However, this operation caused them to miss the perfect sealing opportunity. At this moment, even the power of Six Paths Obito can no longer suppress Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya's mind moved slightly, and the heavenly palace was activated in an instant. As the world spins, the surrounding environment undergoes earth-shaking changes, and the originally quiet world of ice and snow instantly transforms into an oppressive gravity space. An uneasy atmosphere filled the air, and the suffocating gravity suddenly increased countless times. At this moment, everyone lost the ability to fly and fell rapidly to the ground like meteorites. The air erupted with sharp whistling sounds due to their high-speed fall. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground continued one after another, and the earth seemed to protest the sudden weight. Deep pits sprung up like mushrooms after rain, highlighting the catastrophic landing just now. Six Paths, Obito, and Kagaya, although they each possessed powerful power at the Six Paths level, were forced to fall to the ground under such pure gravity. Obito reacted quickly and recovered his Almanuma spear in time. Although his movements seemed extremely laborious, he still tried his best to distance himself from Kagaya. However, Kagaya obviously had no intention of letting him go. Deal with you first. Her eyes were cold and determined, locked on Obito, and she gently raised her palm, and an ashes containing the power of destruction quietly emerged from her palm. The ashes of the slain people turned into a stream of light in an instant, like a sharp arrow that was taken off the string and rushed straight towards Six Paths Obito. However, perhaps due to a little trick of fate, this bone spur unexpectedly deflected, missing even by a hair. Mom, just aim and shoot. Hey Jew, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, saw this and couldn't help but remind him, with a hint of urgency and helplessness in his tone. Kagaya smiled calmly, seemingly unaffected. It doesn't matter, I will definitely be able to hit this time. I've already adjusted the angle. Facing Kagaya's threatening action aimed at him again, Six Paths Obito's eyes narrowed, knowing that sitting still and waiting for death was definitely not the best option. So he held the Tyanum spear tightly, and when the ashes of the common killer attacked again, he wielded the Tyanum spear with astonishing speed and precise judgment, and knocked away the terrifying attack. But this brief blow had exhausted his physical strength and chakra to the extreme. The power consumed in controlling Kagaya has not yet been recovered, and now he has to act under several times the gravity. Obito is at the end of his strength. Just when Kagaya was not to be outdone and was once again gathering her strength to launch the ash bones to kill each other, Six Paths Obito had a sly smile on his lips. I'm not fighting alone. Do you only focus on me? In an instant, there was a sound like a flock of birds chirping all around, and Uchiha Sasuke used the power of Tensho to conduct an exquisite exchange with the space behind Kagaya. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared quietly behind Kagaya. Chidori, who had the Amaterasu flame condensed in his hand, struck at Kagaya with an aura that would destroy the world. Jinyu, Thunder God. At the same time, Naruto also used the boy Obito's Kamui to teleport to Sasuke's side to fight together. Sage Art Magnet-style Rasengan. Shikaku's chakra was incorporated into the Rasengan that Naruto held tightly, which not only greatly improved the attack power, but also contained the power of the seal, making this move seem to be the key to victory or defeat. In the midst of lightning, Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Magnet-style Rasengan hit Kagaya at the same time. The two forces converged, creating a shocking impact. Boom! Even as the founder of the ninja world, Kagaya couldn't help but moan in pain when faced with such a strong double blow. The body felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer and fell to the ground, stirring up dust and leaving a huge crater. Sasuke, take advantage of the moment. Naruto caught the moment when Kaguya briefly lost her ability to resist and immediately called out loudly. Clear. Sasuke responded simply. The two then stretched out their hands, carrying the power of 6 paths, preparing to join forces to perform the ultimate sealing techniques. 6 paths planetary devastation intends to permanently seal Kaguya. However, when victory was in sight, Black Zetsu suddenly burst into action. He suddenly broke away from Kaguya's sleeves like a black arrow and rushed towards Naruto desperately. Mom, run away! Black Zetsu almost tried his best to invade Naruto's consciousness in order to control his body and reverse the situation. However, how can Naruto at 6 paths level be defeated by Black Zetsu? His will was as strong as a rock, and he could easily dissolve Heiju's erosion, tearing Heiju off from his body with just one pull. You got! Naruto was filled with anger. During this short delay, Kaguya had used Huangquan Hirazaka to escape, making the situation confusing again. The angry Naruto pulled out several special black rods and clanged Black Zetsu, who was trying to act again, to the ground, preventing him from further interference. As long as Mom is still alive, our battle will not end. Although Heiju's voice sounded weak, it still revealed unyielding faith. Damn it, it's just a little bit. Naruto's clenched fists trembled slightly. Kakashi patted his shoulder and said comfortingly, It's okay, at least we successfully captured a Black Zetsu. The most urgent task at the moment is to pursue immediately. Once Kaguya reaches the origin space, her power will be restored quickly, and time waits for no one. 6 paths Obito's words revealed an unquestionable determination. When Heiju heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he was filled with horror. How could you possibly know this? This is a secret that my mother has never revealed, and not even Sage of 6 Paths knows. How did the other party find out? 6 Paths Obito just glanced at him coldly without responding. He turned his eyes to the young Obito and asked, Do you still have the ability to use space teleportation again? The boy Obito looked almost exhausted and panted. I think if I use Kimui again, I will really fall down. Upon hearing this, Naruto raised the corners of his mouth and said optimistically, It's not so exaggerated, right? Absolutely. Then I'll give you some chakra. Naruto suggested cheerfully. As he spoke, he came closer and put his warm palm on the shoulder of the young Obito. A gentle but powerful energy flowed quietly. After receiving the chakra delivered by Naruto, the young Obito seemed to be stimulated by electricity. His body shook violently, and his whole body instantly glowed with life. I feel like I'm going to explode, the boy Obito announced excitedly, as if the previous weakness had been swept away. Don't wait any longer. Now that you've recovered, take action immediately. 6 Paths Obito urged. Time is running out, and every minute and every second counts. Kamui. As the boy Obito drank, his eyes glowed with a strange light, and the barriers of space began to twist like ripples on the water, and a portal to the unknown quietly opened. This is it. Through the shimmering space passage, Otsutsuki Kaguya's stunned eyes were clearly visible, as if a bridge connected the two worlds. Go! Naruto took the lead and jumped into the gap, heading straight for Kaguya. The rest of the people followed closely, passing through the shackles of gravity and stepping into Kaguya's mysterious and unpredictable space. Did they arrive so soon? Kaguya frowned slightly, seeming to be quite surprised by their speed. However, in this short period of time, her wounds have healed and chakra has mostly recovered, demonstrating her amazing resilience. Before everyone could stand still, Otsutsuki Kaguya raised her hand and launched 3 consecutive 80-god air strikes like thunder, sweeping toward them with an aura of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, countless giant fists roared towards him with terrifying momentum. Ah, look at me. The boy Obito stepped forward, excited and exuding an eye-catching aura. In an instant, a tall, mighty, and fully armed Susanoo stood in front of everyone, as indestructible as a patron saint. Then, a shield as red as blood suddenly appeared in his light blue Susanoo hand, which was extremely eye-catching. This is the artifact that Uchiha Itachi lent to him before leaving. The Yada Mirror. I'll stop it. The boy Obito is full of confidence, and the Yada Mirror turns into a huge barrier, tightly surrounding all his companions. However, the moment the powerful force of Yasagami's air strike collided with the Yada Mirror, the smile on the boy Obito's face froze. Unconcealable shock and pressure crept on his face. Wow, this is too much consumption. His eyes widened, and he almost used all his strength to maintain the stability of a shield. Boom, boom, boom. The shock wave of the giant fist was like a roaring wave, deafening, and the earth shook. The boy Obito's chakra dropped sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the power Naruto had just provided was also quickly exhausted. Finally, as the power of the last Yasagami air attack was exhausted, the gradually dimming Susanoo also dissipated, and the young Obito fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Obito! At the critical moment, Kakashi's sharp eyesight and quick hands caught him steadily. I really can't do it anymore. It's up to you what happens next. Obito stuck out his tongue, looking exhausted. Idiot! Six Paths Obito glanced at him lightly, but his tone was mixed with imperceptible concern and walked past them. Hey, I saved you, and you still scolded me. The boy Obito stared angrily, obviously dissatisfied with Six Paths Obito's attitude. Being strong must be tempered. Six Paths Obito left these words behind and continued to move forward without stopping. I have a plan. Six Paths Obito glanced at Natsu, Inzwa, and said. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look and moved closer to each other without saying anything. The three figures formed a tight circle, discussing in soft voices. After a while, I think it's feasible. Naruto's eyes flashed with excitement. Although Sasuke remained silent, his gentle nod was more convincing than any words. Then just follow the plan. Without Heiju's help, she doesn't have much practical experience. Six Paths Obito's gaze crossed the crowd and landed gently on the lonely figure in the distance, Otsutsuki Kagaya. An indifferent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a kind of confident calmness. Sora has shocking power, but is unable to realize its true potential due to lack of experience. This is Kagaya's current embarrassing situation. Multiple shadow clone techniques. As Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, a powerful chakra wave suddenly emerged. The ground trembled, and wisps of white smoke shot out from all directions as if they were given life. In an instant, thousands of Naruto's clones stood on the battlefield, forming a huge and shocking lineup. Superior. Naruto shouted loudly, like a war drum beating, and all the clones, including the body hidden in them, swept towards Otsutsuki Kagaya like a tide, and the scene was spectacular. Facing a forest of enemies, Kagaya frowned slightly, and his white eyes scanned among the many individuals, trying to find where his true body was, but found that he could not tell. I can't even tell whether it's true or false. In desperation, she raised her slender hands lightly and used the 80-god airstrike that destroyed the heaven and earth again. Since it is difficult to distinguish between true and false, simply destroy them all. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosions reverberated in the air, and the clones shattered like bubbles. However, more clones came one after another, coming continuously like waves, causing Kagaya to fall into an unprecedented hard battle, which was somewhat overwhelming. At this time, Six Paths Obito suddenly rose into the sky. The Tyanum spear in his hand quickly degenerated and turned into 9 truth-seeking balls again, floating quietly in the void. The recovery ability of the body of Six Paths was beyond imagination. In just a moment, he had combat power that could shake the world. Seeing Six Paths Obito approaching, Kagaya did not hesitate and immediately used 2 ash bones to kill each other. which cut through the air like a declaration of death. However, without the absolute control of gravity-space, these straight-line attacks pale in comparison to Six Paths' Obito. He easily dodged it and failed to kill all the ashes. Even if it was powerful, it would be in vain if it failed to hit the target. Six Paths' Obito naturally would not sit still and wait for death. With a thought, two truth-seeking balls were like meteors traveling through space quickly and hitting Kaguya instantly. This kind of attack, which for ordinary people would cause immediate injury and death upon contact, only caused a slight push on Kaguya, causing her to retreat slightly. But this sudden counterattack obviously aroused Kaguya's high vigilance. Even if she is overwhelmed by many clones, she must allocate some of her energy to launch an offensive against Six Paths' Obito continuously. Obito also continued to fight back, using Truth-Seeking Ball to interfere, but did not step forward, just hanging from a distance. As the two of them were pulling each other back and forth, Kaguya realized that Obito's attack had no effect on her at all. Just like a mosquito, it doesn't hurt, but it's just disgusting. Seeing the Narutos approaching, she immediately switched her firepower, making sure to get rid of this annoying Obito first. Yashigami Airstrike. Otsutsuki Kaguya's voice was as cold as the cold wind. The palm that condensed the ultimate power cut through the void and rushed straight towards Obito, carrying the aura of destroying everything. Obito's reaction was equally quick. Almost in the blink of an eye, he mobilized 7 truth-seeking balls to form an indestructible shield in front of him. At the same time, a provocative smile appeared on his lips, and he threw the 2 remaining precious truth-seeking balls at Kaguya like a final bet. This might be a great opportunity. A flash of surprise flashed in Kaguya's heart. There was no movement in her eyes regarding the 2 truth-seeking balls that came at them. To her, they were nothing but trivial disturbances. She keenly captured the opportunity of this moment. All of Obito's truth-seeking balls had been thrown into the battle. This was a unique opportunity to eliminate him in one fell swoop. So, Huang Quan Hirasaka launched. The door to space quietly opened under her will, and a deep space passage silently extended to Obito's back. Immediately afterwards, an ashes exuding the aura of death, like a sharp arrow traveling through time and space, instantly passed through the space tunnel and arrived behind Obito accurately. This is a one-hit kill skill. If Obito hadn't been alerted by the truth-seeking ball behind him, this move would have swallowed up the enemy long ago. But now Obito's truth-seeking ball has come in handy, and this is the best moment to execute this fatal blow. Kaguya concentrated and held her breath, and the ashes of the killer roared in, penetrating Obito's body accurately. The joy of victory was fleeting on Kaguya's face, and she thought she had finally eliminated the most difficult person in this battle. However, at this moment, Obito, who was hit by the ashes of Common Killer, exploded. Clone? How could it be a clone? Doubt and shock flashed across Kaguya's brows. She couldn't understand why the other party was just using the truth-seeking ball flexibly, so why was it just a bait? Before I could think deeply, the 2 truth-seeking balls previously thrown by Obito suddenly changed. One of them suddenly turned into Naruto, grinning widely, to Kaguya's shock. The other one, under Sasuke's skillful operation using the power of the Heavenly Hand, completed its position replacement in an instant. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke appeared on both sides of Kaguya again, forming a pincer attack. Six Paths Planetary Devastation. The 2 shouted in unison. Each inspired the power of 6 paths, and jointly performed the sealing technique that ended everything. This time, the light of a seal is more dazzling than ever before. No! Kaguya roared in despair and anger. Although she struggled hard, the overwhelming power of the seal bound her tightly like a giant net. The tailed beasts in her body felt the crisis, struggled uncontrollably, and finally broke free one by one and regained their freedom, leaving only the empty shell of 10 tails wailing in the void. Then, a small figure also fell down with the tailed beast. It was Uchiha Madara who was the container. It worked. We did it. Sasuke. Naruto looked at the freed, tailed beasts and Kagaya, who was being permanently sealed, and his excitement was beyond words. Sasuke nodded calmly. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of unnoticeable joy deep in his eyes. At this time, Six Paths Obito slowly floated over, looking at Kagaya deeply, as if he was inspecting his masterpiece. Obito, your plan is so perfect. Naruto praised. Obito shook his head gently. There are no clever tactics, it's just that the opponent was too careless. In fact, Obito's strategy was simple and direct, taking full advantage of Naruto's ability to create a massive number of clones. He first disguised himself as Naruto and mingled among many clones, and then transformed from one clone into himself to attract Kagaya's attention. At the same time, he secretly controlled the truth-seeking ball, making Kagaya mistakenly think that the clone was the real one. Obito. At the same time, Naruto was hiding in the truth-seeking ball, waiting for the opportunity to approach Kagaya. The key lies in the cleverly designed trap. They deliberately let Kagaya find a flaw, and as expected, Kagaya really fell into the trap. Everything is over. Obito stared at Kagaya, who was gradually being sealed. At this moment, with Kagaya as the center, it seemed as if the entire world was enveloped by an irresistible suction. Deep ravines opened in the ground, and countless gravel was pulled off the ground, rushing towards Kagaya as if surrendering. The Samsara Sharingan on her forehead lost its luster and slowly closed, making her whole person look extremely gloomy. Once again sealed. I'm so unwilling. Why do you treat me like this? She murmured in a low voice, tears falling down her face. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes and accepted this fateful ending. Konoha 60 years. Shinomiya Yue flipped through the page of the gold coin mall with familiarity, a smile on her face, and joked. It seems like Obito and the others have already taken action. Gold coins are pouring in like spring water. 10 birds in the forest are worth less than one in the hand. Of course, if you have money, you must spend it as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi is making improvements in a big way, and has successfully reversed the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The trajectory of its destiny has been greatly changed, and the gold coin rewards that come with it are naturally generous. As for Six Paths Obito, although the story is coming to an end, after going through some twists and turns, the rewards are still quite fruitful. Plus, the two Obitos are now jumping up and down at Six Paths Madara, which is another bonus. The three aspects combined brought a huge profit of 330,000 gold coins to Yue. Counting the previous savings of 100,000, it now exceeds 400,000 gold coins. Just a Sage Mode. Isn't it easy to get everything at your fingertips? Sage Mode. Price, 150,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins after 20% discount. After purchasing Sage Mode, you will be able to quickly enter the Sage state in any place containing natural energy, comprehensively improve your abilities, covering various fields such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, etc., and you can also master the powerful Sage Jutsu. Buy it. Shinomiya Yue waved her hand bravely and decisively placed the order. Purchase successful. Current gold coin balance, 310,000. The moment she bought Sage Mode, Yue felt that her mind suddenly became chaotic. Her body seemed to be suspended in the vast universe, and she felt a sense of weightlessness. A wonderful feeling filled my whole body. After a long time, Shinigami Yue slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze became as deep as an ancient pond without waves, and her temperament changed drastically. He seems to be independent from the world and above all things. The ubiquitous natural energy around him spontaneously converges on him. This unconscious change all indicates Yue's amazing natural affinity. Without any seals, Yue enters Sage Mode instantly with a thought. Symmetrical black eyeshadow appears on both sides of his cheeks. This is not the Sage Mode from the Three Holy Lands. This is Sage Mode that is turned on purely by natural affinity, without any flaws. In addition to the overall improvement in strength, Yu Yue's perception has also been greatly enhanced. With his huge amount of chakra, he can sense the familiar atmosphere throughout Konoha. Damn, he's so handsome. As soon as Yue opened her mouth, the aloof image she had just established was instantly shattered, and she became down to earth. But I really can't blame him. The Sage Mode experience is so wonderful. It's simply the gate of opening for Crispy Corner. How wonderful! Yuzuki can also incorporate Sage Jutsu Chakra into Ninjutsu to release even more powerful Sage Jutsu. Well, in this way, I'm almost close to Hashirama's level, right? Yu Yue clenched her fists and nodded with satisfaction. Today, Yu Yu has a fairy body with style and Sage Mode and is only one Azura Chakra away from the complete Hashirama. However, that power is not exclusive to Hashirama. It is not necessary for him. If you buy it, it may not be of much use. It is better to invest elsewhere. For example, Dust Style. In a ninja world, the blood successor with absolute dominance in attack power is eliminated. This ability is so ridiculously strong that anything it encounters, whether it is an object or a living person, can be transformed into the tiniest atoms in the blink of an eye. To be honest, there is no way to avoid it if you are either injured or killed. Let me know your price, Kong. Shinomiya, Yu Yue couldn't hide her excitement. She flipped through the pages of them all, and the word Dust Style came into view instantly. Blood Successor Elimination, Dust Style. Price, 300,000 gold coins, 20% off, 240,000. 300,000? After discount, it's still 240,000. Isn't it a bit expensive? Yu Yue was stunned. This thing is actually the same price as Obito's Mangekyo. This is too exaggerated. Obito is a high-end space product, so it makes sense to be more expensive, but this Dust Style feels. It has strong attack power, but apart from attack power, it seems to have no other advantages. Hey, Laoma, did you put an extra zero on your price tag? I don't think Dust Style is worth the sky-high price. Yue knocked on the table, frowned, and shook her head at the virtual mall. Bite. Group owner reports BUG. Chat group self-test starts. Self-check completed. Everything is normal. Feedback on Dust Style is too expensive. The chat group determined it to be correct. Dust Style has great potential and great development value, and the price is reasonable. After reading the system's reply, Yue touched her chin thoughtfully. I see. Okay, then take it. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Yue has made up her mind, and her wallet is bulging anyway. Ding, purchase successful. Current gold coin balance, 70,000. After buying Dust Style, Yue didn't see any big changes in her appearance, but her whole person gave off an unfathomable aura. Dust Style, that is the ultimate fusion of the three chakra properties of wind, fire, and earth, the best among the blood successors. Once you master it, Yu Yue's understanding of the three attributes of wind, fire, and earth soars to the top. It is an invisible benefit, and various escape techniques are at your fingertips. According to the old rules, you must first gain full proficiency. Spending 10,000 gold coins, Dust Style proficiency has been upgraded to extraordinary and holy. A lot of techniques for using Dust Style instantly flooded into Yu Yue's mind. I seem to be able to use the Dust Style limitation peeling technique. Yu Yue blinked. This move is an evolved version of the Dust Style original stripping technique. I think back then, Mr. Inoki also fought with Madara until the moment of life and death before he had an epiphany. He gathered the power of the 5 shadows and destroyed Madara's 25 Susanus with one blow. So strong that it explodes. But Yue can use it directly. But Yu Yue's Dust Style seems a little different. What's going on? Yu Yue spread her hands, and a transparent white light floated up, gradually condensing into the form of a lightsaber. Can you still play like this? Yue looked surprised, and with a few random swings, the lightsaber condensed by Dust Style was as stable as a rock, just like a real sword. Try the effect. As Yue lowered her hand, the Dust Style lightsaber slashed towards the table. The table instantly split into two, and the section was as smooth as a mirror. This is not simply cutting off, but subtly reducing the mass on both sides of the table edge cutout. Even if we try hard to put the table back together now, it cannot be restored to its former integrity. But this is nothing to Yue. He waved his hand casually, and trees quickly grew on the ground. They seemed to have become conscious. They gently picked up the scattered table pieces and put them back together seamlessly, leaving no trace of the fragmentation it had experienced. Afterwards, Yue tried her best to transform into various forms, from radiant halo to solemn bells and tripods to towering towers. Then to the sharp traditional swords, guns, axes, all of them could be changed freely. Yuzuki even incorporated Sage Jutsu chakra into it. When Dust style and Sage Jutsu are intertwined, its power suddenly soars to a terrifying new level. Yue looked at the Dust style in her hand with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on her lips. It's really interesting. Laomar really has a unique vision. The potential of Dust style should not be underestimated. It's money well spent. With a wave of his hand, Dust style disappeared. Yue was about to go out for a walk, but with Sage Mode's keen perception, she captured an abnormal fluctuation of life deep underground, traveling at an alarming speed. Is the masked man Jin coming to visit again? Yue was stunned for a moment, but then he shook his head. The opponent's hidden position was too deep, and it would be difficult to detect it without Sage Mode. Moreover, the masked man has the power of virtualization, so there is no need to hide like this. That can only be him, Yue said firmly. Black Jew. There is no one else but that guy's Mayfly technique who can travel freely in this deep underground. Tisk, Konoha's protective barriers are just for bluffing ordinary ninjas. Those with a little bit of special abilities can easily bypass this barrier. But Black Zetsu's frequent visits to Konoha are ultimately not a solution. After all, this is also my territory. How can I allow others to come and go at will? That's outrageous. Don't think that his words about protecting my Konoha were just casual words. Yue pondered for a moment, thinking about how to capture this slippery Heiju. Conventional methods are obviously ineffective. Sealing techniques may be feasible, but it is still difficult to catch him. There seems to be no good strategy. Just when I was thinking hard, inspiration struck my mind like lightning. Hey, yes. A sly smile broke out on Shinomiya Yuue's face. After a few days of silence, Konoha's Idea King is back again. Konoha Village Year 67. 6 Paths Madara's Timeline. Take Madara, let's go out. Obito glanced at Kagaya for the last time and was about to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, he was stunned when Yue led directly at him in the group chat. Huh? What does the group leader want from me now? Although Obito was confused, he still clicked on the group chat interface. 6 Paths Obito. What do you want from me? Shinomiya Yue. What's going on with you guys? I suddenly came up with an interesting idea. Don't rush to seal Kagaya now. Leave it to me to play with. 6 Paths Obito. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Shinomiya Yue. Huh? Have you already done it? 6 Paths Obito. Please watch the VCR. Video.mp4. Obito sent a live video of Otsutsuki Kagaya being sealed. Shinomiya, why so fast? Wait, I'll be right over. As soon as Obito finished reading the message, a familiar portal suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly stepped out. It was Shinomiya Yue. Huh, so fast. 6 Paths Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the other party carefully. Is this the group leader? So young. It can even be said to be immature. This is very different from the image of a strong man in his mind. But 6 Paths Obito does not dare to underestimate the other party because of this. According to the ability of the chat group, the group leader can connect different timelines, and his mastery of time and space is obviously beyond ordinary people. Not to mention the dazzling array of products in the Gold Coin Mall, including all kinds of rare treasures. Even 10 Tails can see them. It is conservatively estimated that the strength of this group leader is at least several times that of 10 Tails. Otherwise, how could he collect so many 10 Tails to sell? Where are the people? After Shinomiya Yue appeared, she looked left and right and finally her eyes were fixed on the planetary devastation that was about to take shape on the horizon. Group leader, you're late. Six Paths planetary devastation has been started and cannot be stopped. Six Paths Abito said. Although it is not clear what the purpose of the group leader is, if it is for Kagaya, then it is indeed the wrong time. However, Shinomiya Yue smiled softly. Who said it can't be interrupted? To stop Six Paths planetary devastation, we have to shoot it down directly from the front. But is this possible? A trace of doubt flashed in Six Paths Abito's eyes. He cast his gaze towards the sky. The size of the planetary devastation had become extremely astonishing, almost comparable to a huge meteorite. How can it be destroyed by human power alone? To have such destructive power is probably beyond the reach of humans. Does the group leader have the power to shake the world? This sounds too exaggerated, but the other party is the group leader after all. He puts aside his doubts for the time being. Maybe he really has this ability? At this time, a cry of surprise came. Yue. The boy Abito limped over with Kakashi's support, his face full of excitement. Why are you here? Let me see Kagaya, and why are you so weak? Shinomiya Yuzuki's face was full of surprise. The boy Abito in front of him looked like a weak man who had not recovered from a long illness. Hey, don't mention it. I played with the Yada mirror. After all, it's not my own ability. Plus, the attacks I withstood were too strong. So it became like this. Come on, Kakashi, let me introduce you. This is Shinomiya Yuzuki, my best friend. The boy Abito introduced happily. Kakashi smiled politely. I'm Hitaki Kakashi, hello. His eyes were imperceptibly studying Yuzuki, Abito's best friend. How come he has no memory? Searching all his memories, he couldn't find any relevant information. And, damn it, he thought he would be Abito's best friend, but he was an unknown person. However, judging from the way he appears, he might be someone from other time and space. Maybe he is a friend Abito has made elsewhere. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. If we continue talking about Kagaya, we will really have no choice. Shinomiya Yue glanced at the planetary devastation that was gradually taking shape with a smile on her lips. Well, Yue, you go about your business first. The boy Abito nodded to express his understanding. Thank you for your hard work. Just let me do it next. Yu slightly gestured to Naruto, who was stunned to the side, then turned and walked towards Kagaya. Yue stepped lightly on the void, and a transparent white light flashed under his feet, lifting him high into the sky. Taking one step forward in a flash of white light, his figure appeared further away, only a few steps away from Kagaya, and he was there in the blink of an eye. Yue stood in front of the planetary devastation. Although the behemoth was frantically devouring all the boulders around it, it seemed to regard him as an invisible thing and bypassed his existence alone. Can be split from it. Shinomiya Yuzuki looked at the magnificent planetary devastation in front of her. Its scale was already astonishing, with both sides extending to the end of her sight, but its edges were still invisible. Let's try it. As she spoke, Yue instantly switched to Sage mode, with deep eyeshadow outlines on her face. Sage R Dust Style, Taishu Sword God. He raised his right hand high, and in an instant, a clear and bright white light shot out from his palm and shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, under Yue's control, this white light condensed into a sky-reaching light sword, with a sharp edge that seemed to be able to divide the world into two. So handsome! This power! The boy Abito's eyes were full of shock and admiration, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is worthy of being the leader of the group. This is the first time he has witnessed Yue's strength. Below, Naruto looked at Yuzuki standing in front of the planetary devastation, holding a lightsaber, scratching his head in confusion. Is he trying to rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya? Should we stop it? Sasuke and Kakashi cast helpless looks at the same time, obviously feeling powerless against Naruto's naivety. It is obvious that both Boy Abito and Six Paths Abito are on the same side as Yuzuki. They can neither stop it, nor can they stop it. Just dealing with two Abitos would be hard for them to defeat. What's more, the Yue in the sky, even though he is young, can make Six Paths Abito show such respect, and he is definitely not an ordinary person. Just take it one step at a time. There was a trace of worry in Kakashi's eyes, but this was the only way to deal with the current situation. Kakashi, Sasuke, look. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth was so big that it seemed he could swallow a whole durian. Sasuke and Kakashi also stared blankly at the sky. The scene was clearly visible without Naruto's reminder. In the air, Yue waved her arm lightly, and the lightsaber cut into the planetary devastation effortlessly like a hot knife cutting through butter. In an instant, the center of the huge planetary devastation suddenly cracked open, revealing the Otsutsuki Kagaya buried deep inside. Kagaya raised her face slightly and stared deeply at the person who broke the seal. It was really cut off. Sasuke raised his eyebrows, his face full of disbelief. You know, it was 6 paths planetary devastation, a technique that was said to be able to create the moon, but it was so easily cut off with one blow. Who is this? The world is bigger than he imagined. This? Everyone's expressions froze, and their eyes stared blankly at the sky. Is this the strength of the group leader? Too exaggerated. Even 6 paths of Beto couldn't help but be moved when faced with such an incredible scene. Did you see it, Kakashi? This is my friend. The boy Obito raised his eyebrows proudly. Okay, I know your friend is great. Kakashi responded helplessly. Without stopping to marvel, an even more shocking scene ensued. Yue changed form again, and the sky-reaching lightsaber suddenly compressed and turned into a ball of light. I saw him pointing at the ball of light, and in an instant, the ball of light burst out with dazzling brilliance. The cut planetary devastation quickly shrinks under the light, and every overflowing light is a release of dust style. Within 10 seconds, the planetary devastation, which was as huge as a meteorite, completely disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that there were potholes with missing pieces everywhere on the Earth, everyone would have thought that the planetary devastation had never been activated. Without the obstruction, Otsutsuki Kagaya's figure was completely revealed. She stood in the void, looking at each other with Yue. Shinomiya Yuzuki looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya in front of her with curiosity. Except for her unusually fair skin, she looked just like ordinary people. There were a few tear stains on her innocent and charming face, which were obviously traces of having just cried. At this time, Kagaya was also observing Shinomiya Yue carefully, her pure white eyes flashing with curiosity, surprise, and a hint of fear. This sudden little guy possesses unimaginable power. Even the seal of 6 paths planetary devastation was easily broken by the opponent. She originally thought she would fall into the eternal sealed darkness again, but she didn't expect to see the light again. In an instant, a lightsaber piercing the sky and Earth split open the planetary devastation, granting her freedom. She looked up at the figure in the sky, which was not huge, but made her feel extremely tall, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Shinomiya Yue suddenly took a step forward, approached Kagaya, and looked directly at her. My name is Shinomiya Yue. You may not recognize me, but that's not important. The important thing is that I have a good place. Do you want to go with me? There, no one will try to seal you away, and you won't have to worry about the threat of other Otsutsuki. How about it? With a gentle smile on her face, Yue made the invitation straightforwardly. Kagaya looked at him blankly, seeming to be thinking about something. After a long while, she lightly opened her red lips and nodded slowly. Good. On the ground, Naruto and Sasuke didn't care about the things in the sky. After all, it was beyond their capabilities, and that was all. They followed 6 paths of Beto to the place where Uchiha Madara fell, and worked together to dig him out. 6 paths of Beto controlled a truth-seeking ball to spread out into a platform, carefully held up the dying Madara, and looked at him calmly. This super strong man who once single-handedly stirred up the turmoil in the ninja world was now weak and fell down. The ideal he pursued throughout his life eventually became someone else's chess game, and he himself was just a vessel for the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had been manipulated and cultivated by Black Zetsu. Old guy, You also have times when you're so down. Six Paths Obito's words were filled with ridicule or emotion. Madara turned her head with difficulty, her eyes locked on Six Paths Obito with some indescribable surprise. "You're great, Obito." In his eyes, there was both pride in his ability to recognize people and admiration for Obito's ability to reach this level. He never imagined that Obito could enter Six Paths mode again after Ten Tails was stripped away. No matter what, Obito did it, and the person he manipulated his whole life finally became his savior. Although his time is limited compared to being completely assimilated into a container by others, this ending is still acceptable. Six Paths Obito deadpanned. "Maybe you're just talking nonsense." Madara looked blankly, as if reminiscing. "I failed, but you will inherit my will. Don't deny it. No matter how much you hate me, we are the same kind of people from beginning to end." Madara's eyes showed recognition and a hint of relief. "If you think so, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, old guy." Six Paths Obito sneered, and Madara couldn't help but be taken aback by his determination. Madara sighed softly, and then said with emotion, "It seems that you have changed a lot." He guessed that something huge must have happened to Six Paths Obito, so that is what was shaken. You know, Obito was a loyal executor of the Eye of the Moon plan in the past. Madara no longer persuades him. As a person who is about to die, he cannot influence Obito's choice. "It's up to you, but you have the blood of Uchiha flowing in your body, and you bear the responsibility of reviving Uchiha. The glory of Uchiha will continue to shine in your hands." After the words fell, Madara's breath suddenly weakened, almost as thin as a gossamer. He slowly closed his eyes, as if he was ready for the journey of his soul to the Pure Land. Can't this guy stand it any longer? Shinomiya Yuzuki fell lightly from the sky, firmly grounded, and looked at Uchiha Madara with a pair of inquiring eyes. Following closely behind, the figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya came quietly. She didn't say a word, and kept her pace at Yu Yu's side. Even when she passed by Naruto and Sasuke, their old enemies, she didn't stop or look sideways, and just passed by. This made Naruto and Sasuke extremely surprised. The two looked at each other. This should be a good thing, right? At least no more fighting. Are we still going to save him as planned? Six Paths Obito asked in a calm tone. Hearing this, US suddenly turned around, and her eyes lightly glanced at the tailed beasts scattered around. Feeling this casual glance, the tailed beasts who had been whispering suddenly fell silent, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. It was as if there was a messenger from the underworld hidden in Yoyue's eyes, bringing an indescribable sense of fear. After looking around for a week, Yua looked back, pondered for a moment, and shook her head slightly. Forget it. Plans can't keep up with changes. Things are unpredictable, but people are best at adapting to circumstances. Kagaya, can you save this guy? Yua turned her face sideways, tapped Madara with her fingertips, and whispered to Kagaya. Kagaya followed Yuzuki's expectations and remained silent, only giving a slight nod in reply. Yue grinned. Then it's up to you to take action. After saying this, he stepped aside to reveal space for Madara. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at Madara, waved her hand gently, and a pure white energy poured into Madara's body. The yang power of Six Paths itself has extremely strong healing capabilities, and this is only a small part of the power that Sage of Six Paths inherited from Kagaya. Kagaya's own level of power far exceeds those of those descendants who only receive some gifts. What she exerts is the purest yang power. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's face obviously regained its color, and the lost vitality was quickly returning. Call! Madara took a deep breath and opened her eyes suddenly. Hey, you're awake. The operation was successful. You are now an armed helicopter. Yue came closer and said with a smile on her face. A look of helplessness flashed across Madara's face. I haven't completely died yet. I can hear and feel it. Feeling the power gradually awakening in her body, Madara thought for a while and sat up with all her strength. Naruto and Sasuke saw this and almost reflexively put on a fighting stance, staring warily at Uchiha Madara on the ground. Madara seemed unconcerned and even chuckled. Haha, greet me with such a formation? Does my presence make you so nervous? Okay, but I have to remind you, shouldn't your real enemy be her? Madara's eyes turned to Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was standing quietly next to Yuzuki. When Madara said this, Naruto pursed his lips, full of disdain. Isn't this obvious? They can't beat Kagaya, but they can't beat Kagaya. Uchiha Madara is more than enough to bully you. Of course, you have to pick the weak ones. Facing Madara's gaze, Kagaya only glanced at him lightly, her eyes as calm as an ancient well. It seemed as if everything in the world at this moment, except the young man in front of her, could not enter her eyes. A flash of surprise flashed across Madara's eyes. Even without any intelligent support, he could identify at a glance that Otsutsuki Kagaya was obviously swayed by the young man in front of him. What's more, the boy had just ordered Kagaya to save him, and the truth was clearly revealed. This is the ancestor of the ninja world, the goddess of Yura. Who is this young man? He has such amazing abilities. Are you curious about my identity? Yue smiled, and from Madara's eyes, it was not difficult to catch his hint of inquiry. Perhaps you should think carefully about what happened recently. Maybe you will find some enlightenment. Yue reminded. Madara frowned slightly. Under Yuzuki's prompting, he indeed recalled the mysterious screen flashing before launching Infinite Tsukuyomi. But at that time, he was preoccupied with more important matters and had no time to attend to. What followed was a dramatic turn when Kagaya was attacked by Black Zetsu and was reborn. These details had long been forgotten by him. Until Yue mentioned it, memories came back like a tide. At the same time, the sudden piece of information came to mind again. That was a brief introduction to a chat group. Chat group? Members spanned different timelines. Madara's eyes suddenly became clear, and she suddenly understood. His eyes swept over the young Obito beside him. No wonder there were two Obitos here. He originally thought it was some strange phenomenon causing trouble. In this way, the Six Paths Obito in front of us may not belong to this era. This world seems to be getting more and more beyond the scope of understanding. Madara's eyes focused on Yue again. So, you are the group leader? You have a sharp mind. As expected of Madara, you are the one below. Yue smiled and nodded in confirmation. There are really countless heroes in this ninja world. Madara was silent for a while, then looked up to the sky and sighed. As a strong man, he has always been conceited. Except for Senju Hashirama, few people can catch his eye. Unexpectedly, in a field that he had never touched, such a terrifying and powerful force was born, and its influence even spanned time and space. Almost miraculous. But he himself is still working hard in a corner, trying to build an ideal world. Moreover, he himself is just a puppet of others, being manipulated in the palm of his hand. Now that you are awake, I will no longer interfere in the follow-up matters. Goodbye now, everyone. See you in the group. Shigon Yue looked around, smiled at everyone, and said goodbye. Kagaya, let's go. Yue waved gently, and a gorgeous portal opened in front of him, and he slowly walked in. Otsutsuki Kagaya followed closely behind, but the moment she stepped into the portal, she paused suddenly, as if she remembered something. With a wave of her hand, Huangquan Hirasaka activated, and a door to a deep space opened in front of her. She reached out and pulled out a dark object from the door. It was Black Zetsu. Hey Zetsu, who was held by Kagaya, couldn't hide his excitement. Mom, I knew you would succeed. His fight seemed to be in vain. Kagaya was obviously the final winner. Otherwise, how could he have thought of rescuing him? Mom, have those rebels been taken over by you? Heiju was talking happily, but before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Because he found that Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Six Paths Obito, and Uchiha Madara were surrounding him, all staring at him with evil eyes. Especially Uchiha Madara. That look in her eyes seemed to eat him alive. Mother! Black Zetsu trembled in fear and quickly hid in Kagaya's sleeves, trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? Didn't Mom win? Why was she surrounded by enemies instead? He wanted to look up to Kagaya for answers, but found that Otsutsuki Kagaya had walked straight into the portal, completely ignoring everything outside. After Shinomiya Yuzuki and Otsutsuki Kagaya disappeared, Naruto and Sasuke tacitly understood each other and took a few steps in tacit agreement. They quietly formed a circle surrounding Uchiha Madara in the center. In an instant, the storm surged. The two of them suddenly attacked. Sasuke's palms were wrapped with thunderbolts, and Naruto was holding a huge Rasengan tightly, and they galloped towards Madara together. Madara had a smile on her lips and glanced across Naruto and Sasuke, as if she had expected this scene. The pair of Scarlet Sharingan rotated rapidly, and in an instant, a touch of lilac gradually appeared in the rapidity. Finally, the supreme pair of reincarnation eyes once again occupied Madara's eyes. The Wheel Tomb, Border Prison. As soon as they finished speaking, Naruto and Sasuke's movements suddenly stopped, as if they were bound by invisible shackles, unable to move even an inch. Sasuke, it's those invisible clones. Naruto quickly understood the technique used by Madara. No, I saw it. The Rinnegan on Sasuke's left side flashed, accurately capturing the four invisible figures blocking their offensive. Naruto instantly entered the perfect Jinchuriki form, and with his malicious perception, he could detect these Ring Tomb clones hidden in the void. The two were about to go all out when Madara suddenly spoke. There is no need to continue the fight. Are you sure you want to start a meaningless fight again? Madara looked at the two Nezuo in front of her indifferently, seemingly not caring about the threat they might pose. The power of six paths given to Naruto and Sasuke by Sage of Six Paths was only once, and it dissipated after using six paths, planetary devastation. Today's Nezusa, one is the perfect Jinchuriki plus Sage mode, and the other is the reincarnation Eye and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with six Magatama. The outcome is still unclear. You guys have made a mess in the ninja world. Don't pretend to be innocent here, Naruto said angrily. Do you know how many people died because of you in this ninja war? A relic of the past. You should go back to where you belong, Sasuke said coldly, and at the same time unfolded the Susanoo, easily shaking off the Rinku clone. Then he drew out the Kusanagi, sword shining with lightning, and pointed the tip of the sword directly at Madara's head. Madara crossed her arms across her chest, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "This responsibility is not mine alone, right?" He looked sideways at Six Paths Obito. This guy is also guilty, so why is he only blaming me? Six Paths Obito was stunned for a moment. Why did the topic come to him? Moreover, Six Paths Obito looked at Madara carefully, and doubts arose in his heart. Madara's character seems to have changed a bit. Well, how should I put it? It's like I've become a lot more open-minded after everything I've experienced. In the past, Madara would never have spoken in this tone. When faced with doubts, unless it was Senju Hashirama, she would have already wielded a knife in the face. Hey, don't try to change the subject. He's not from our era. What does this have to do with him? Naruto angrily yelled. Madara suddenly smiled, as if comforting a child. Okay. How about I use the art of reincarnation to resurrect those who died in this battle? Naruto was stunned, and his anger immediately dissipated. The verbal attacks that had been tried and tested in the past were like hitting cotton wool with no response at all. This guy Madara, when did you become so talkative? But no matter what, if he really wants to do this, this is undoubtedly the best result. Are you telling the truth? Don't lie. Naruto's eyes were a bit suspicious. Uchiha Madara never lie. Madara spoke lightly, with the unique arrogance of the Uchiha family that made him disdain deception. However, a dissatisfied curse suddenly broke out from his side. Don't do this. You have the nerve to say such things. That's exactly what Six Paths Obito sounds like. Madara suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I've only lied to you once, I promise. Six Paths Obito snorted and turned away expressionlessly. Okay, don't be angry. You're used to it anyway, so you won't miss it this time. The newly rejuvenated boy Obito playfully walked over to comfort Six Paths Obito. Unexpectedly, Six Paths Obito's face turned even darker as soon as he said these words. Kakashi covered his face helplessly. You will comfort him. Fortunately, at this time, news about Yue came from the group, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Shinomiya, you too. Do you plan to go back now? Or do you want to hang out there for a while? Six Paths, Obito. Right away, I can't wait. Shinomiya, you seem a little strange. I will open a portal for you right now. There's another one. Will you come back? Uchiha Obito. I'll withdraw too. I wanted to play for a few more days, but suddenly I remembered that Lin was still worried about me. After sending the message, a portal to go home instantly opened in front of the boy Obito. Kakashi, I'm leaving. Don't miss me too much. The boy Obito waved to Kakashi, walked toward the portal with a smile on his face, and was about to leave. But the next moment, Six Paths Obito grabbed him by the collar. Where are my photos? Six Paths Obito asked coldly. What photo? The boy Obito was stunned. Six Paths Obito's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and he remained silent. But a black truth-seeking ball slowly floated toward the boy Obito's, but with an obvious target. I remembered. The boy Obito swallowed and forced a smile. He grabbed his right hand in the air, pulled out a few photos from Kamui's space, and handed them to Six Paths Obito behind him. For you. Six Paths Obito took the photo, his smile full of expectation, but at first glance, the smile solidified. Why are they all taking pictures? I just want Lin's solo photo. Snap. Annoyed, he took the photo on top of the boy Obito's head. Each photo is a sweet photo of the boy Obito and Noara Rin. Some are by mountain streams, some are on green meadows, and there are scenes of two people smiling brightly while standing on Hokage Rock. I really don't understand appreciation. The boy Obito pouted and put away these carefully selected photos that recorded their trip to Konoha. He reached into Kamui's space again and pulled out several new pictures. Here, take it. The boy Obito quickly threw out a few pages of photos, then used virtual blur to get rid of Six Paths Obito's control and swished through the portal to escape. Before leaving, this guy even took away the truth-seeking ball from his butt. You. Six Paths Obito was surprised. Why is this guy so bold? If he hadn't controlled the truth-seeking ball to make it inert, the boy Obito would have died if he touched his hand. But at this moment, everyone else ran away, and he had no chance to curse. What a sloppy guy. With a helpless sigh, he picked up the photo and took a look at it, then stepped into the portal and left this world. Watching the two Obitos leave, no one at the scene noticed anything wrong at first. But soon, Kakashi seemed to realize something. They're gone. How can we go back? Sasuke was silent. Naruto was also silent. Madara was also silent. When Kakashi said this, everyone suddenly realized that Kagaya left with Yuzuki, and then Obito, the only one with the ability to control space, also left. So the question is, how can they escape from this space? Hot pills. Something bad is happening. Several people exchanged glances, and an awkward atmosphere gradually emerged. The corners of Madara's lips were about to move, as if she wanted to say something. But at this moment, the scene in front of them suddenly changed, and they were no longer in the initial ball space. In the outside world, the night is still low, and the sacred tree summoned by infinite Tsukuyomi reaches into the sky, with dense silkworm chrysalis hanging on it. Under the sacred tree, in a huge pit, Sage of Six Paths sat in the void, looking leisurely and contented. Kagaya was sealed again, and his mission came to an end. He gathered all the reincarnations of the dirty land, and also summoned the 5 shadows of the past from the pure land, and jointly performed the psychic technique to recall Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the tailed beasts in Kagaya's space to reality one by one. Bang! Thick smoke rose, and the loving eyes of Sage of Six Paths penetrated the smoke, preparing to welcome the return of the victor. As the white mist of necromancy dissipated, Sage of Six Paths' sight passed over the figures of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hatake Kakashi, as well as Uchiha Madara. Wait a moment. Uchiha Madara. Sage of Six Paths looked at Uchiha Madara, who stood in front of everyone with an amazing aura, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. What's going on? As the container of 10 tails, his life should be hanging by a thread after losing 10 tails. But now, he is full of energy and vitality, but there is no trace of him looking like he is on the verge of death. Putting aside the doubts and sage of 6 paths' mind, there was someone who could not wait to rush over there. He is none other than Senju Hashirama, and from the moment the psychic technique was activated, his eyes never left the scene. The moment he saw the familiar figure, he could no longer hold back and rushed over. Madara also sensed the familiar aura and suddenly turned around to look in the direction from which Hashirama came. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was about to chat, but unexpectedly Hashirama had already spoken first. Madara, our era has come to an end. Let our dreams be continued by the next generation. Hashirama's eyes were sincere and urgent. Madara, stop being so stubborn. Hashirama, who was previously immobilized by Madara's black rod, was unable to understand the battle situation in Kagaya's space. Now that Madara appeared, he came directly to persuade her, hoping to make Madara return to her lost ways. After all, Sage of 6 Paths has returned from the Pure Land, and if he continues to fight, he is worried that Madara will die again. Now that you have been reborn, don't die easily again. Give me a reason. Madara looked at him and said with interest. Senju Hashirama mistakenly thought that Madara was wavering, and quickly responded, Madara, your way will not work. It is better to cultivate young people who are willing to follow us and inherit our dreams. That is the path to true peace. Madara shook her head slightly. I can't do it because I hate people standing behind me. Hashirama slowly lowered his head. His expression gradually dimmed, but after all, he still failed to convince him. However, Madara suddenly showed a playful smile. Unless that person is you. Zhu Jian raised his head suddenly. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara's eyes are sincere. Hashirama, if you are willing to stay in the world and walk with me, I will give up the Eye of the Moon plan and work with you to pursue the peace in your heart in your own way. Madara suddenly smiled inwardly. He had no intention of continuing the Eye of the Moon plan. It was just a scam set by Black Zetsu to resurrect Kagaya. Unexpectedly, Hashirama came to his door by himself. This is great. Maybe he can use the reason of giving up the Eye of the Moon plan to coax Hashirama to stay with him. Without Hashirama, this ninja world would be so boring. Madara made a request, and surprisingly, Hashirama not only did not refuse, but also thought about it seriously. At this time, Tobirama came over, and he heard the conversation just now. But he clearly expressed his opposition to Madara's proposal. Brother, we are all dead and should not stay in this world anymore. Madara glanced at him sideways and said unhappily, I'm not forcing you to stay. If you don't want to stay, you can just use your dirt reincarnation technique to go back at any time. You don't need me to teach you, right? Tobirama was speechless and turned to look at Hashirama. Brother, he wanted to persuade Senju Hashirama to change his mind. But Hashirama's face showed a trace of determination and guilt for Tobirama. I'm sorry, Tobirama. I must stay. I can't let Madara make another mistake. Staying will save more innocent lives. Haha, don't worry. I won't be able to hold on for too long. I'll go down to find you then. Hashirama patted Tobirama's shoulder with a smile. Madara looked at him with a smile. Can't you hold on for too long? With me here, it's hard for you to die. Just live to the end of the world for me. Brother, Tobirama sighed softly. He knew that once his brother made a decision, he would never change it. So he stopped trying to dissuade her and quietly stepped aside. Hashirama. Madara reached out her hand towards Hashirama. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then understood, stretched out his hand, and held Madara tightly. Looking at this scene, Tobirama's thoughts drifted back to decades ago, as if he had recreated the scene where the Senju and Uchiha clans met frankly and toasted each other. Well, it's a pity that the original alliance between the two families did not bring the peace they wanted. I hope this time their dreams can succeed. The heretical art of reincarnation. Madara's samsara eyes suddenly shined, and a wonderful life force poured into Hashirama's body along Madara's arm. Hey, hey, hey. Hashirama's whole body seemed to be boiling. Mist evaporated, and the cracks left by the reincarnation of the dirty soil healed quickly. Soon, Hashirama completely recovered from his state of filthy reincarnation. Now he has body temperature, life, and his heart is beating again. Hashirama clenched his fists, feeling this long-lost freshness. Wait for me here. I promised Naruto something. Madara left these words, jumped suddenly, and climbed to the top of the giant god-tier tree. He looked down at the battlefield and began to form seals. The heretical art of reincarnation. The samsara I was activated with all its strength, and the surging pupil power instantly connected to the underworld, and an indescribable power descended. That is the king of hell from the pure land of the netherworld. But this time, this captivating king of hell has become the messenger of life on earth. The invisible king of hell opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, countless souls escaped from his mouth and returned to the world. These souls were like swallows returning home, flying accurately to their respective bodies. Soon, the first sound of awakening sounded. Then, like a domino effect, the second, third, 10th were resurrected one after another. In the end, all the ninjas who died in that battle were reborn. In the corner of the battlefield, a hedgehog, no, a genius from the Hyuga branch house, slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong with me? It hurts. Niji began to pull out the thorns on his back. On the other side, bang! Uchiha Madara jumped down from the majestic sacred tree, and with a bang, a huge crater was made in the ground. He waved his hand gently, and the dust around him dispersed as if obeying the order. His eyes were locked on Naruto. Naruto, I have done what I promised you. I saw it. The clone sent by Naruto had already witnessed Niji's resurrection. He completely let down his guard against Madara, smiled broadly, and said enthusiastically, Madara, you are actually not a bad person. Madara snorted. He didn't care much about this junior's evaluation. He turned to look at Zhu Jian and was about to say, Zhu? Unexpectedly, his feet gave way and he almost fell. This scene happened so suddenly that Hashirama and Naruto rushed to his side almost at the same time and supported him. Madara, are you okay? Uncle Madara, what's wrong? Madara's face looked a little weak, pale, and bloodless. It's okay, it's just that the chakra was consumed a little too much. The art of reincarnation serves as a bridge between life and death. Once used, the cost is extremely high. The more people are resurrected, the greater the loss. Although Madara is the owner of the samsara, and does not need to pay the price with his life, resurrecting so many people at once will cause a huge loss in his chakra. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately turned around and greeted the tailed beasts. Everyone, do me a favor and give Madara some chakra. Upon hearing this, Nine Tails frowned. Naruto, are you kidding me? Are you asking us to help him? The other tailed beasts also had expressions of reluctance. Uchiha Madara treated them like that before, and it was good enough that they didn't retaliate. Now, they want to help him? Naruto clasped his hands together and asked Nine Tails sincerely, Kurama, please help me. Uncle Madara has changed his ways now. Are you okay, Kurama? Kurama helplessly held his forehead. He really couldn't resist Naruto's rubbing. Okay, but as agreed, I'm doing this for your sake. Ninetails said seriously. Haha, thank you so much, Kurama. With the big brother Ninetails taking the lead, even though the other tailed beasts were not happy, they reluctantly gave some chakra to Madara. With the influx of chakra from the nine-tailed beasts, Madara's chakra quickly recovered, and her face returned to color visibly. Call! Madara let out a breath of relief and stood firm with Hashirama's support. He looked around at the nine-tailed beasts with satisfaction. These guys are somewhat useful, but not useless. Originally, I planned to gather you all for Konoha's use later, but now forget it. In fact, your power won't be of much use, so everyone should go back to their respective homes. When the tailed beasts heard the first half of the sentence, they were all furious. This guy would turn his back on him as soon as he helped him. But after hearing the second half, the tailed beasts couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and even felt a little lucky. Fortunately, I helped him, otherwise the life in the future would be difficult. Madara is already feared, but now he has the samsara eye. Once he catches his eye, he will have it for the rest of his life. Now that they have received Madara's assurance, although they cannot say that they will have peace of mind for the rest of their lives, at least they can enjoy a peaceful life for a long time. Especially tailed beasts like One Tail and Three Tails who long for freedom have begun to long for a leisurely life in the future. Just when everything seems to be going smoothly, a sudden sound was like a pebble thrown into the lake, breaking the tranquility. Ahem! Naruto followed the voice and looked with a bright smile on his face. Grandpa Six Paths, we have completed the mission you assigned us. Sage of Six Paths had a warm smile on his face. Well, you did a very good job. The ninja world has been saved, thanks to you. As soon as the words changed, Sage of Six Paths' eyes fell on Madara. But what about Madara's situation? Why does Madara, who should have disappeared, appear to be full of life at this moment? Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to speak for a while. Said that two Obitos from different time and space helped? Also, Otsutsuki Kagaya was taken away by a mysterious strong man, and Kagaya cured Madara before leaving? If you say these words, would Six Paths' grandfather think it's too weird? Fortunately, Madara stepped forward immediately upon seeing this and helped Naruto out. Naruto knows nothing about this, and asking him will not help. Oh, then can you tell me? Sage of Six Paths' eyes were full of curiosity. I just kept it a secret, that's all. Madara casually made up a reason, naturally not mentioning the secret of the group chat. Sage of Six Paths nodded slightly, and it was unclear whether he believed it or had lingering doubts in his eyes. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, you don't have to worry, she won't come back. Madara said affirmatively. Sage of Six Paths confirmed with a smile, and then said, Then, the matters here have been dealt with, and it's time for me to return to the Pure Land. In the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, Madara's episode is just secondary. Kagaya's sealing is the key. As for Madara's true intention, he doesn't care. Sage of Six Paths looked around and said to the shadows of the past who had gathered for the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, Everyone, it's time to leave. As soon as he thought, the shackles of the Dirty Land reincarnation were lifted. Although he was not the caster, such a technique was not difficult for him. Other Pure Land souls also felt the call and began to slowly break away from the fetters of the world. Dad! Naruto ran towards Namake's Minato, who also greeted him with a gentle smile. The emotions between father and son flowed at this moment, and Naruto shed tears of excitement. Seeing Namake's Minato disappearing due to the release of the Earth reincarnation, Naruto longed in his heart to spend a little more time with his father. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Naruto, do you want him to stay with you? Naruto turned around suddenly and saw Madara approaching unhurriedly with a smile on her lips. Uncle Madara, as long as you agree, I can bring him back to this world from the Pure Land. Naruto stared at Madara blankly, with heaven and earth at war in his heart. He desperately longed for Namake's Minato to be resurrected, but doesn't this break the balance between life and death? When Madara was asked to resurrect the ninjas who died in the war, Naruto did not hesitate at all. However, when the same choice was placed in front of him, he became indecisive. Naruto, it doesn't have to be like this. You are a strong boy. Namake's Minato seemed to sense Naruto's hesitation and tried to dispel his confusion with gentle words. Besides, your mother is still waiting for me. I can't leave her alone. After hearing Minato's words, Naruto felt much relieved and was about to shake his head in refusal when Madara suddenly spoke. I can resurrect your mother too. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Naruto stood stunned on the spot, and even Namake's Minato fell into silence. Minato looked at Naruto silently. Why didn't he want to stay with Naruto and protect Naruto's growth with Kushina? But this is too much to hope for, but at this moment, this incredible dream seems to be possible. Naruto looked at Madara, his eyes red. He no longer hesitated and followed his inner desire. Uncle Madara, please do me this favor. Madara grinned and said to Naruto, That's it, Naruto. Power exists to be used. I have this ability and am willing to help you. Grinding and moaning is not your style. Sorry, Uncle Madara, I won't do it next time. The way of the world. Suddenly, Madara stretched out her hand and pulled out Namake's Minato's soul. His eyes flashed with purple light, and Minato's hands that disappeared due to the truth-seeking ball actually grew back visibly to the naked eye. Nagato's human path can only extract souls, but Madara, as the master, can also use it to repair damaged souls. After the soul was restored, Madara gently put Minato's soul back into his body, and then activated the art of reincarnation. Not long after, Namake's Minato, the golden flash who died young, stood in the world again in peak condition. After briefly feeling the long-lost life, Minato looked at Naruto. Naruto! Minato smiled and opened his arms to Naruto. Dad! Naruto cheered and rushed over, hugging his father tightly. After bidding farewell to Minato, Naruto hugged Madara excitedly. Thank you very much, Uncle Madara. Uchiha Madara just smiled and said nothing. He secretly felt that being with Naruto was quite comfortable, just like being with Hashirama. Your Excellency, Uchiha Madara, can you also help us? But this time, several unfamiliar voices came in, breaking this rare warmth. Madara's smile immediately faded. He turned around coldly and looked at the people who were speaking. They turned out to be the previous generations of shadows from other villages. They seemed to be able to revive Minato after seeing him, and wanted to try their luck. Did I allow you to come closer? Madara asked calmly. Your Majesty, Madara. The shadows of the past noticed Madara's displeasure and hurriedly tried to explain. But Madara's eyes darkened, and the pressure of the samsara eye was overwhelming. How could these shadows, who existed in the form of souls, bear even a look? They were immediately pushed to the ground, kneeling on their knees. Humph. If Sage of Six Paths hadn't let you come out, I wouldn't even have given you the chance to go to the Pure Land. A bunch of rabble also want my gift. Madara ignored them and took Naruto and Minato to meet Hashirama. Beside Hashirama, the figures of Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen also began to become blurry. After they said goodbye to each other, they were ready to leave without regrets. Seeing Naruto and Minato and his son approaching, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Minato apologetically and disappeared with a trace of relief. Only Tobirama looked at Madara with an unhappy expression. My elder brother is soft-hearted. Don't bully him. Madara sneered. You're worrying too much. Do you need me to resurrect you? Just nod. Tobirama refused disdainfully. No need. Then he completely disappeared and returned to the Pure Land. Okay, now that they're gone, it's time for us to deal with this mess. Madara looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Remove infinite Tsukuyomi. If a person with the samsara eye and a person with all the tailed beast chakra form a child seal, they can release infinite Tsukuyomi and the god deep forest creation. Sasuke. Naruto smiled and extended his hand to Sasuke. But Sasuke seemed to have other plans and slapped Naruto's palm away. Then he slowly expressed his thoughts. After so much, Sasuke actually came up with the idea of killing the 5 shadows, overturning the world, and establishing a new order. And he also wanted to kill Naruto, completely cut off his ties to the world, and then become Hokage, rebuilding the world with ruthless, thunderous methods. Everything else is fine, but you want to kill Naruto? The result is naturally Wounded Tomb, Border Prison. Wood Style, Wooden Golems Technique. Spiral Flash Chaos Roar 3 Styles. Sage Art Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. It didn't take long for Sasuke, who was bruised and swollen, to be grabbed by the hand, and with empty eyes he forced himself to complete the formation of the child seal with Naruto. Infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted, and the people trapped in the deep forest creation were freed. In fact, Madara can also form a seal with Naruto as a side of the Rinnegan, but he is obviously more willing to choose to beat Sasuke and force him to form a seal. A rebellious child needs a beating. You see, Sasuke's eyes have become much clearer. Konoha 60 years, Shinomiya Yuzuki's timeline. In Yoyue's home, a dazzling portal suddenly opened, and the deep passage seemed to connect endless different worlds. Yuzuki was the first to step out of this mysterious door, and not long after, Otsutsuki Kagaya followed closely and stepped into this novel space. Yue turned around, opened her arms, and had a warm smile on her face. As the owner here, it is natural to welcome guests. Welcome to my world. When Kagaya heard this, his eyes sparkled with curiosity and he looked around. Yue's world? Does he also have a vast space that can carry all things? At this moment, Heiju also came back from his meditation and carefully observed the surroundings and this mysterious man named Yue. He was full of doubts. He didn't understand Yuzuki's identity, and he didn't understand why his mother would follow him unreservedly, and even gave up the infinite Tsukuyami she had been pursuing. Despite this, Heiju could feel his mother's importance to Yue, and there seemed to be some indescribable emotions intertwined with it. Although he didn't know the specific situation, as long as he could be with his mother and guard her, he would be satisfied. When Yu claimed that this place belonged to him, Heibu unconsciously became interested in exploring. He also eagerly wanted to know where the portal took them. Looking around, Heizetsu noticed a window not far away. He jumped out of Kagaya's sleeves lightly, moved to the window, and peeked out. With just one glance, the iconic Hokage rock caught Heizetsu's sight. He turned back suddenly and locked eyes with Yue. Isn't this Konoha? You said this is your world, so you're a Hokage? No, that's not right. There's no Hokage who looks like you. Black Zetsu quickly retracted into Kagaya's sleeves and whispered warily, Mom, this person needs to be treated with caution. He seems unusual. Kagaya lowered her head and looked at the nervous Black Zetsu, then turned her gaze to Yu. Although she did not show any uneasiness, she was obviously looking forward to Yu's explanation. Yue smiled and motioned for them to come and sit down. Come, sit down and chat slowly. He waved a friendly invitation, and Kagaya didn't think twice and walked to the sofa obediently, sitting down next to Yue. However, Heiju looked extremely surprised and muttered in his heart. How could his mother obey him so much? This level seems to be beyond the scope of respect, but rather deeply attracted to Yue. Damn it, he doesn't want multiple fathers. Ignoring the ups and downs in Heiju's heart, Yue began to speak slowly. 3 times 5 divided by 2 briefly explained the story of how he crossed time and space. There are actually people in this world who can transcend time and space. Heiju was very surprised. Black Zetsu looked at Kagaya. Unexpectedly, Kagaya's expression was only slightly disturbed, as if he had some understanding of this. Halfway through, Yue stopped to let them digest the huge news. Yue waved her hand lightly, and the refrigerator door opened in response, and 2 bottles of drinks automatically flew in front of them. Try it. Yuzuki handed Teru the Yuruchi bottle. Treating guests with Coke has become a little habit of Yue. Kagaya was slightly surprised and reached out to take it, full of curiosity about the contents of the bottle. For a being that has been sealed for thousands of years, everything in the world seems so fresh and interesting. Open it like this. This is a drink. Yue demonstrated how to open it, inserted the straw, and took a sip. Kagaya imitated Yuzuki's movements and tried to drink. At this time, Heiju couldn't help but ask, What about mine? I can be considered guest. Yue glanced at him sideways. Do it yourself. This is a differential treatment. Heiju muttered a few words and said nothing. Yue turned her gaze to Kagaya again and continued. The situation is roughly like this. I brought you here from the original world. It is now 60 years in Konoha Village, a relatively peaceful era. Hearing this, Kagaya raised her face slightly, feeling filled with emotion. It seemed that her fate was not that tragic after all. He was rescued from the seal and brought to an era where there was no threat from outside Otsutsuki. Yue smiled. Don't think too much, enjoy life first. You have spent so long in the ninja world, but you have never really enjoyed a good life. Next, relax and experience a different life first. Let Heiju take you around when you have time. Nowadays, the development of the times is much more advanced than that of your time. As for the future, there is still the Otsutsuki Ishiki hiding in the ninja world. I will take care of everything, so you don't have to worry. Kagaya nodded slightly, naturally full of confidence in Yoyue's strength. But after a moment, she suddenly pronounced a name with a hint of doubt in her tone. "You sure? Is he still alive?" Yoyue nodded affirmatively. Yes, he was not completely swallowed by Ten Tails at that time. Half of his body escaped and became a parasite on a person named Cien. Kagaya frowned slightly and said worriedly, "He is very powerful. If he is still alive, it may be a bit difficult. He will never give up." As a partner who once fought side by side with Ishiki, Kagaya is well aware of the horror of Ishiki. "Don't worry, he doesn't pose a threat to me," Yue said with a smile. Seeing Yoyue's confident look, the stone in Kagaya's heart dropped a little. Yu's strength should not be underestimated. Maybe he really can defeat Ishur. Thinking of this, she decided to follow Yue completely from now on. The Otsutsuki clan mostly operates in pairs in the universe, so it is not difficult to accept a new partner. By the time Otsutsuki Ishiki appears in my timeline, I will probably have transcended it. Yue thought in her mind. Yoyue's confidence is not groundless. It has only been about a week since she obtained this chat group that spans time and space. In just 1 week, he gained such great power. It will take at least several decades for Ishiki and other Otsutsuki to appear. By then, who knows how powerful Yuzuki will be. What's more, he is not fighting alone. The members of the group come from different timelines and are all his precious allies. They are also growing continuously, using the gold coin mall to improve themselves, and their combat effectiveness is improving with each passing day. After a while, the Samsara Eye and Immortal Body may become the minimum configuration in the group. Maybe that kid Obito can solo the Otsutsuki clan. But you still have to be careful about magical arts. The Otsutsuki clan still has some skills, and some powerful magical arts are indeed a bit evil. Wait a minute. If every time and space exists independently, wouldn't there be a mother and me in this world? Black Jew suddenly woke up. This is too strange. 2 mothers? If both parties give him orders at the same time, who should he listen to? Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded slowly. I can feel that another child is not far from us. Shinomiya Yue had an interesting smile on her face. Wasn't his original plan to bring Kagaya back just to deal with the black Zetsu that was running around in this time and space and was hard to catch? The other Kagaya is still sealed in the sky. But do you want to meet the other black Zetsu? That's a good idea. Let him come over quickly. Heiju said excitedly. He was very curious about how he would react when he saw his mother in another time and space. He has been running to save Kagaya all his life. At this moment, his biggest wish is about to come true. What will his expression be like? Kagaya smiled slightly. He is also my child, so let him come over. Shinomiya Yue nodded, then looked at Heiju. No problem, but before that, I have to give you a name to easily distinguish you two. Heiju was a little unhappy. Why me? Why don't you change that guy's name? I like my current name. Listen to him. Kagaya said. Okay. Heiju choked. His mother had already spoken, so what else could he say? Yue smiled confidently. Don't worry, the name I chose will definitely sound good. But Heiju's eyes widened with suspicion. You won't name me Xiao Hei or something like that, right? If that's the case, forget it. Yue was shocked. Damn it, had this all been guessed? It was so black that it really reminded him of a little black one. How could it be possible? I'll think about it again. Yue smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, Yue had an idea. Hey, here comes a new idea. How about calling it Tian Wenjing? Sagong Yue said excitedly. It sounds okay. At least it's much better than Xiao Hei or something like that. You still have a style that is rare in the ninja world. You are quite attentive. It's just, why is your expression so strange? Heiju asked in surprise. Really? No, this is my normal expression. Without waiting for Heiju to refute, Yue immediately closed the coffin and concluded. Okay, it's settled. From now on, your name will be Tian Wenjing. Heiju. Black Zetsu used the mayfly technique to sneak deep into Konoha quietly, trying to get some important information. Almost close. He was really worried about what happened to the masked man in Konoha that day, which caused him to suffer such heavy injuries, and his whole person seemed to have lost his vitality. It's so wilted. This was no small matter. After all, the man's plan was closely related to his. Fortunately, after some consolation, the masked man finally regained some of his fighting spirit. But in order to feel completely at ease, Black Zetsu felt that he had to come to Konoha to see it with his own eyes. With that masked man's strength, he could suffer a loss in Konoha. Could it be that there is something new going on in the village? Recently, there has been news from other white Zetsus, saying that the news of Namikaze's Minato's return to the ninja world has spread a lot. It's hard to tell the truth from the false, so I'd like to take this opportunity to find out. Arrive. Black Zetsu quietly appeared in a remote and hidden corner of Konoha. After looking around for a while, confirming the location, he went to the place where the information was stored in a familiar way. Konoha was so familiar to him that he had been back and forth so many times that he lost count. But just after taking a few steps, Heiju suddenly stopped and looked in one direction in shock. This breath. It's Mom. Heiju was so excited that his whole body was trembling. This was definitely his mother's breath. But after a moment of excitement, he quickly calmed down and looked up at the blue sky. Although it was difficult to identify the moon phase due to the glare of the sun, he could still roughly sense the direction of the moon. No, Mom should still be sealed. What the hell is going on? After thinking about it, Heiju thought that he still had to see it with his own eyes. The pitcher plant White Zetsu, who noticed Black Zetsu's mood swings, asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Black Zetsu did not answer, and directly carried out splitting, detaching his existence from the pitcher plant White Zetsu. "You go back first. I have a place I want to investigate alone." Heiju ordered. "Okay." Nepenthes Baijiu responded, then escaped underground and left. After getting rid of White Zetsu, Black Zetsu immediately used the mayfly technique and flew towards the familiar aura of Kagaya. After traveling through half of Konoha, Black Zetsu stopped at one place. Right above here, Mother's breath. With an uneasy feeling, Heiju quickly walked upwards. Could it be his mother? After a few seconds, he broke out of the ground, his head sticking out of the ground, and he eagerly examined the surrounding environment. Judging from the layout, it seems to be an ordinary Konoha house. No one is home? Heiju looked around, but there was no one in front of him. He instinctively wanted to turn around and look behind him, but as soon as he turned his head, Heiju was stunned, with disbelief written all over his face, followed by uncontrollable ecstasy. "Mom, it's really you." His voice filled the whole room with great joy. In front of him, Otsutsuki Kagaya, his mother, was sitting on the sofa, looking at him with loving eyes. A trace of confusion flashed through Heiju's heart. Why is his mother here? How did she escape the seal? After the lockdown was lifted, why didn't he come to see me? However, these questions only flashed in his mind because his mother was right in front of him. So what else could he think about? "Mother!" Black Zetsu jumped up and rushed towards Kagaya's sleeves excitedly, turned into a round black ball, eager to get into that warm haven. But the moment he touched his sleeve, a black shadow that had already occupied it suddenly appeared. It spit out a ball of pitch-black substance and blocked the entrance to the sleeves, keeping the blackness out. "You presumptuous guy. This is my territory. Go somewhere else." Tian Wenjing grinned, full of pride. "Huh, you're dumbfounded. This is my mother. You go find your own mother." Heiju's round figure fell to the ground with a thud, bouncing a few times like a ball. "What?" A surprised expression appeared on the black ball's surface. Immediately afterwards, Heiju returned to his human form and stood up straight, with anger written on his face. "Who are you? Why are you in Mom's sleeves?" Tian Wenjing poked his head out of his sleeves, revealing his true face, with a hint of joking in his deep laughter. "Hey, of course I am my mother's child. Who else could I be?" When Heiju saw Tian Wenjing, who was exactly the same as himself, it was like five thunders struck him. Another me. No, how could there be another me? He is the incarnation of my mother's will. Unique. This guy in front of me must be a fake. My mother has been sealed away for many years and is ignorant of the world. He must have deceived her. Thinking of this, Heiju was furious. You despicable fake, get out and die. Afterwards, Black Zetsu shouted to Kagaya eagerly, Mom, I am your child. That one is fake. Before Kagaya could speak, Tian Wenjing answered with a playful smile. Fake? Look at yourself in the mirror, right? This guy is mine. You have no love or affection for me. Heiju was so angry that he was shaking all over. UB asterisk 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 D, who said, I don't have a mother. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Tian Wenjing, ready for a showdown. However, Heiju's figure was caught by a gentle hand in midair. It was Kagaya. She glanced at Tian Wenjing helplessly and said, Stop teasing him. No matter what, he is also my child. You should be friendly to each other. Don't fight like your two older brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura. Come over here. Kagaya smiled gently and showed Heizetsu her other empty sleeve. Mother! Heiju was so moved that he almost cried. As expected, my mother loves me the most. He got into his sleeves with excitement. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of peace came to my heart, as if I had finally found my destination after thousands of years of wandering. On the other side of the sleeve, Tian Wenjing showed a proud smile, showing off in front of his former self. It was really a pleasure. Mom, what's going on? Why is there a guy who looks exactly like me? Heiju did not immerse himself in comfort for too long. This fake of unknown origin in front of him was the mystery he was eager to solve. Having said that, the matter is actually quite simple. Come on, let me explain it to you in detail. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Heiju turned around and saw a human child sitting there. He had noticed this little guy a long time ago, but he was so excited when he first met his mother that he didn't pay attention at all. At this moment, I saw, hey, the boy is actually sitting next to his mother in a grand manner. Black Jew was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Who are you? You are so courageous. You dare to be on an equal footing with your mother. I have never enjoyed this kind of treatment. You are. Heiju's voice was somewhat solemn. Being able to sit side by side with his mother, and her mother didn't have any objections. This person must have a lot of skills, and Heiju felt that he couldn't attach too much importance to him. Shinomiya Yuzuki said with a smile. Just call me Shinomiya Yuzuki. Have you ever heard of different time and space? Another time and space. Heiju thought for a while. Is it like the legend of Dragon Vein? I heard that the ancient Lulon country has a Dragon Vein device that can lead to other worlds. Almost they come from another world, but my method is a little bit better than Dragon Vein. You made a gesture of holding the universe. In contrast, Dragon Vein's method, which cannot interfere with the original historical process too much after traveling through time, doesn't matter to me. So if you two Black Jew can meet, it won't destroy time and space. Black Zetsu suddenly realized it and looked at Kagaya. No wonder I can sense that my mother is still in the seal. Another mother has appeared here. Yua asked Heiju with a smile. Then what do you think now? He was very curious, after learning the truth, whether Black Zetsu would continue to coax the masked man to collect tailed beasts, or whether he would simply give up Kagaya in the sky and embrace the mother in front of him. Heiju looked extremely excited and asked Tian Wenjing, Now that my mother is here, in your world, my plan should be successful, right? Tian Wenjing chuckled and said, Of course. After receiving confirmation, Heiju answered Yoyue's question. Master Yue, my plan is to continue to promote the Eye of the Moon project until I rescue the mother in our world. But for now, Heiju rubbed into Kagaya's sleeve and found a comfortable position to nestle in. Let me rest for a few days first. No matter which mother it is my mother. I just want to stay with my mother now. Kagaya patted Heizetsu's head dotingly. Among the three children, Heizetsu was the most considerate. Yue was a little surprised. He originally thought that Black Zetsu would ask Kagaya or himself for help. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu still wanted to save Kagaya by himself. He is such a stubborn guy. Because of this, he has wandered alone in the ninja world for thousands of years without forgetting his original intention. Is everything okay over there with the masked man? Yue asked. After being stimulated, that guy planned to speed up the progress of capturing the tailed beasts. He recently set up a base in Sunagakure village. But the fourth-generation Kazekage Raza is not easy to deal with. The Hidden Sand Village is his home court. Once a huge sea of golden sand rises, the masked man will have to stay away. He doesn't dare to act rashly in a short period of time. He has to find a foolproof opportunity. Speaking of this, Black Zetsu suddenly remembered something. By the way, last time the masked man came back from Konoha, he was completely wilted. Did he meet you? Although he doesn't understand Yu's strength, his mother's attitude speaks volumes. This guy is not simple. When a masked man bumped into Yue, it can only be said that he was unlucky. Yue couldn't help laughing. That's pretty much it. Although he didn't take action personally, the brothers Obito and Kakashi, who were twin Kimui, did make the other party suffer a lot. Unfortunately, this kid Kakashi was sent a message by the masked man and used Izanagi to make a beautiful counterattack. Not only was he seriously injured, but he also had his Sharingan taken away. It's getting late. It's time to consider arranging a place for you to stay. Yue slowly stood up, turned to Kagaya, and asked softly, "Do you want to live with me, or do you want a separate place?" "Of course with you," Kagaya replied without hesitation. As soon as he said this, Heiju and Tian Wenjing exchanged glances with intriguing expressions on their faces. They are not as innocent as Kagaya. According to human terms, this is not living together. If it is between a man and a woman, generally only those with a good relationship will do this. Sigh. I'm afraid my mother will become someone else's daughter-in-law. But this is a good thing. At least Yue is ridiculously strong, and her mother won't have to worry about threats from beyond the stars in the future. If nothing else, at least his time and space skills are unrivaled in the entire ninja world. You can go to other time and space at will. And you can also bring people back, which is simply unheard of. Then I'll go and tidy up the room first, and you can stay here. Okay. In the following days, the sky in the ninja world was exceptionally quiet, with no wind or waves. But Konoha village seemed lively. First, Obito and Noera Rin returned to their time yesterday. Kakashi is recovering well in the hospital and does not require additional care. In addition, they are full of fun and set out on their way home. Besides, Obito also has his own mission to complete. The Third Ninja War has not yet ended, and he plans to establish Konoha's dominance in one fell swoop when he returns to Canopy Bridge. Defeat other ninja villages. The other ninja villages in Obito's time and space would probably be in bad luck. An eternal Ikinui Obito. Plus, he also took a truth-seeking ball from Six Paths Obito. Even if Madara came back to life, he couldn't stop him. God's will is like this. No matter what, the enjoyment is over. In addition, due to Namake's Minato's appearance in Konoha, the prestige accumulated over the years was once again ignited. When it was confirmed that he was indeed Namake's Minato himself, the enthusiasm of the villagers was unprecedentedly high. There was an outpouring of unanimous requests for him to continue as Hokage. Amid everyone's eager expectations, Namake's Minato finally took over the important task of the fourth Hokage, while Sarutobi Hiruzen once again retreated to the background. Yes, he became the fourth Hokage again. This scene is quite dramatic. Before that, Minato asked Yu privately whether he should refuse this important task. Yu felt a little funny after hearing this, but still persuaded him to accept the position of Hokage and responded to everyone's enthusiastic expectations. Yuzuki assured him that this was only temporary help, and that he would resurrect Namake's Minato in this time and space as soon as possible, and then he would naturally take over. With Yu's promise, Minato no longer had any worries and readily agreed. After all, this was not difficult for him. As for the people of Konoha, although they were confused as to why Namake's Minato had been missing for many years, Minato did not reveal the truth. But no matter what, as long as he is Namake's Minato, he is enough to become the Hokage of Konoha, and everyone is convinced. After this incident, Naruto's status in the village reached an unparalleled height overnight. Son of the Hokage, the real prince. However, Naruto did not alienate his old friends, Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, Hinata, Sasuke, etc., and he still got along with them. During this period of time, Yue was not idle. In addition to hanging out in the group regularly, she devoted a lot of time to the study of dust style. He has not yet fully explored the potential of dust style. During this time, he combined Sage Jutsu to create a new skill that is quite powerful. He named this move 8-Point Light Wheel, which can be regarded as a tribute to a certain classic series. The results were fruitful. Kagaya, on the other side, didn't like to go out. She just sat in front of the window every day, looked at the scenery, and listened to the children talking about the changes in the ninja world over the past thousands of years. As for Ino, she has to train with Lao Ma every day and complete some small tasks, so she rarely has time to visit. As a result, the door of Yuyue's house has not been opened for several days. Until today. Crunch. Shinomiya, Yue gently opened the door of her home. Outside the door was a bright sunshine, covering the earth with warmth. It was a good time to go out. It's such a nice weather. Yue raised her face and let the sun fully embrace her. Since mastering the wood style, he is like a plant. He always feels like something is missing if he is not exposed to the sun every day. He is almost turning into a real sun-loving creature. Kagaya, taking advantage of the great weather today, do you want to go for a stroll in Konoha Village? Yue turned around and suggested to Kagaya in the room. Kagaya seemed a little hesitant. Would it scare the villagers if I go out like this? Better say goodbye. She knew that her appearance, which was very different from ordinary people, could easily attract people's attention. Mom, don't think so. Being able to see you in person is a fate that has been cultivated for many lifetimes for those mortals. Hey, Ju said comfortingly. That's right, that's right. You are the ancestor of the ninja world, and the goddess of Mao has come to the world. If they knew, they would all rush to kneel down to worship you. Tian Wenjing also agreed. Yue looked at Kagaya and suggested, how about you tidy up your hair a little? Kagaya's long hair was astonishingly long, dozens of meters long. It was spread all over the room, and when piled up, it was more than 1 meter high. After listening to Yue's words, her hair quickly converged, and in the blink of an eye her floor-length hair was shortened to her waist, just right. Yue looked at it carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's much better. It looks like ordinary people. Today's Kagaya has nothing weird except for a slightly tall figure, unusually fair complexion, and the double horns on her head. The third eye on her forehead also closed due to the loss of 10 Tails power, making her look closer to a human. Is this really okay? Trust me, let's go. Yue smiled slightly and took the lead in crossing the threshold. Kagaya looked at his back, thought for a moment, and then followed him. On the streets of Konoha Village, Yuzuki and Kagaya walked side by side, attracting countless curious eyes wherever they went. Most of these eyes focused on Kagaya's unique and beautiful appearance. Among the many gazes, curiosity accounted for the majority, and few showed disgust or rejection. After all, beauty is a passport across races. Good-looking people are always more likely to receive more kindness than direct prejudice. At this time, people's whispers came from the side. Yue heard it and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. This girl is so tall. I don't know what she ate to grow up. If I give my kids some, they might be able to grow taller. A man passed by Kagaya and was amazed. Hey, why does she still have horns? Her skin is so white, she couldn't be suffering from some strange disease, right? Haha, look at your unusual and weird appearance. I think you may be a cosplayer. Don't all the children nowadays like this? Oh, that's it. Kagaya also heard these discussions, and when she realized that no one had any malicious intentions, a big stone fell quietly in her heart. She didn't care what others said. She was just worried that it would bring unnecessary trouble to Yue. Want to try this? Yue handed her a bowl full of various snacks, including meatballs, bean curd skewers, and barbecue. Kagaya tasted a few mouthfuls out of curiosity, then nodded slightly. It tastes really good. It's all for you. Yue smiled and stuffed the whole bowl of snacks directly into Kagaya's hands. Let's go over there and have a look. Kagaya took the snack and tasted a few mouthfuls for herself. After thinking about it, she quietly put it into her wide sleeve and gave it to the children to have a taste. The two of them continued walking, and when they turned a corner, Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. It's them. Not far away, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were walking towards this direction. They looked around in front of the stall, seeming to be hesitant about what food to choose. Well, I think Mr. Kakashi will definitely like this, so buy some. Naruto stared at the shop smelling of red beans without blinking. Today is the big day for Mr. Kakashi to be discharged from the hospital. As a disciple and the culprit, it is a necessary ceremony to go to the hospital to greet him. However, it doesn't make sense to go empty-handed, so they are thinking about what gifts to bring. I think you're greedy. Sasuke put one hand in his pocket and put the other hand unconsciously on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword at his waist. He has long been accustomed to this posture, and it is difficult to change it. Although the Kusanagi sword was an imitation, it was carefully crafted by top craftsmen in Konoha who spare no expense. Embedded with a unique metal, chakra has good conductivity. Although it is not as good as the real Kusanagi sword, it can still be used in emergencies. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke looked slightly helpless. Besides ramen, Naruto also has a special liking for red bean soup, which Sasuke naturally knows. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't look at me. If you want to eat, go buy it. Sasuke unconsciously touched his pocket, and a wad of money appeared in his hand. As Uchiha's only heir, Sasuke is never short of money. He has borne all the training expenses these days by himself, including everyone's food, training equipment, and other expenses. Thank you very much, but I have plenty of money now, so it will be my turn to treat you next time. Naruto shook his bulging little wallet, which was full of banknotes that his mother had specially prepared for him before he went out. How can you go out without bringing some pocket money? Sasuke raised his eyebrows and almost forgot about this guy's recently updated background. He was the son of the Hokage. Besides, his parents were back again. Now Naruto was not short of money. Boss, here are 4 servings of red bean soup. Naruto walked to the stall, counted out enough money, and handed it to the boss. The boss packed the red bean soup quickly and handed it to Naruto. Let's keep walking, but just drinking red bean soup is not enough. We have to buy some other food. As the 3 of them walked, they discussed what kind of staple food to add. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he saw Shinomiya Yue in front of him. Hey Sasuke Sakura, it's Yuzuki. I haven't seen you for a few days, Naruto said, excitedly pointing forward. Immediately, he waved hello to Yue. Yue over there had obviously noticed them, smiling and nodding to Naruto. At this time, Naruto felt strange. Why didn't Sasuke come over to say hello? Sasuke? Why don't you speak? Naruto took a look and found that Sasuke was looking in the direction of Yu with wide eyes, a mixture of disbelief and horror on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto followed Sasuke's gaze with confusion on his face. Sasuke's eyes were not on Yue, but on a tall elder sister beside him. This big sister is so tall, but even so, Sasuke won't be so scared, right? Sasuke had no time to pay attention to Naruto and stared at Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said the name word by word. His fingers clenched the hilt of the Kusanagi sword uncontrollably, but this did not bring him much comfort. What's going on? Why does Otsutsuki Kagaya appear here? What's worse now is that neither he nor Naruto were in their prime, nor did they have the yin and yang power given by Sage of 6 Paths. How to fight against this ancestor of the ninja world? Seeing that Sasuke never spoke, but stared at Kagaya with a twisted face, the doubts on Naruto's face almost overflowed. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Naruto, leave quickly. Leave now. Sasuke suddenly grabbed Naruto and Sakura's hands and turned around to escape from this place. Why? Naruto and Sakura both looked confused. Sasuke? Just as Naruto was about to ask why, the voice of Ninetales inside his body suddenly sounded in panic, also warning him. Naruto, don't worry about so much. It's better to retreat first. That woman is too dangerous. In the sealed space, Ninetales' hair almost stood up, staring at Otsutsuki Kagaya with fear on his face. Now, things are getting really big. We have to find fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, quickly. Kurama never thought that one day he would be so eager to see Minato. Huh? Why did you run away suddenly? Shinomiya Yuzuki looked at Naruto and Sasuke's retreating figures with blank eyes. Maybe it's because of me. Kagaya chuckled. It seemed that Azura and Indra in this time and space knew something. Yua held her forehead and was speechless. The truth came out. It turned out that she was scared by Kagaya. Sasuke and Kurama were both reborn and experienced the battle with Kagaya, but he actually ignored it. These two guys, I have to explain to them. Yua shook her head and laughed. As soon as he stepped out, Dust's style turned into brilliance and wrapped around his feet. In a flash of white light, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters in an instant. With another step down, Yu was already standing in front of Naruto and Sasuke's escape route. Wait a minute, don't rush to escape yet. Shinomiya Yuzuki. When Sasuke and his group saw this, they immediately stopped. Sasuke quietly turned around and saw that Kagaya was not chasing after him. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his eyes to Shinomiya Yuzuki. That Otsutsuki Kagaya is also your masterpiece. With suspicion in Sasuke's eyes, he recalled the previous Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, and those who did not belong to this era. It was hard for him not to be suspicious of Yue. Yes, it's me, Yue admitted with a smile. You'd better get rid of her. Sasuke had a headache, and his tone revealed helplessness. She is different from the first generation. She is hostile to us, especially me and Naruto. At this time, a small Kurama appeared above Naruto's head. He followed Sasuke's words and nodded frequently. Indeed, that guy can't let Naruto go, and he won't let me go either. Although it is unclear how Kagaya appeared, if she wants to regain her power, she must gather all the tailed beasts. When Kurama saw her, he was naturally more nervous than anyone else. Hey, Sasuke Kurama, what on earth are you talking about? Sasuke and Ninetales kept talking to each other, which only made Naruto, who was still confused about the situation, even more confused. It's hard to say, but it's better to run first. Kurama patted Naruto's head and urged anxiously. But at this moment, a door to a deep space opened out of thin air behind Naruto, which was Kagaya's Horizon. Otsutsuki Kagaya's figure slowly walked out of the door. Her eyes immediately locked on Naruto, and she reached out to him without hesitation. Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes suddenly tightened, and he shouted quickly, "Naruto, watch out behind you." The little Ninetales was so scared that he froze in place, looking as cute as a frozen plush toy. What? Naruto turned around in surprise and was met by that big hand as white as jade. Before he could react, the palm of his hand gently brushed Naruto's cheek. Hagoromo's child. Kagaya smiled softly, her eyes filled with love. Naruto felt the delicate and warm palms on his face and blinked his big eyes, as if he had regained the feeling of his mother's touch. This mysterious big sister is so gentle. Sasuke was stunned when he saw this scene. Is it as simple as just touching your head? Shouldn't it be a palm strike with the 80 gods air strike, turning Naruto into Naruto-chan, and then grabbing the Ninetales and refining him instantly? He turned to look at Yue, his eyes full of seeking solutions. Yue spread her hands and winked, which means, you can experience it yourself. Naruto, are you feeling uncomfortable? She didn't do anything to you, right? Sasuke's eyes were full of doubts. Uncomfortable? No. Besides, why do you think this big sister will hurt me? Naruto's face was full of confusion. The Kagaya he felt was not malicious at all, but was like warm sunshine. Hearing Naruto's answer, Sasuke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not even reacting to Naruto's malicious perception, it seemed that Kagaya had no intention of harming them. Hey, can you give me a warning before doing something big next time? Sasuke gave Yu a resentful look. What happened today almost scared him to the point where Sharingan evolved into the Samsara Eye. Yue raised her eyebrows and smiled. I was just about to explain, but you took them and disappeared in a swish. So it's my fault? Sasuke raised an eyebrow and countered. It's okay if you insist on understanding it this way, Yue said in a serious manner. Hey, I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. Sasuke rolled his eyes, put his pockets in his pockets, and turned to leave. Don't forget to call Naruto and Sakura. Naruto, Sakura, let's go. Kakashi is still waiting for us. Oh, it's coming. Naruto responded, turned to Kaguya, and smiled. Sister, I have to go. Come to my house for a meal next time you have time. Kaguya smiled and nodded, waving for him to leave. Go, kid. Yue, I'm leaving first. Naruto said goodbye again and immediately caught up with Sasuke. After staying away from Kaguya, the mini nine tails on Naruto's head came back to consciousness from its plush toy state. It looked back from time to time, appearing to be frightened, and complained endlessly to Naruto. It was just horrible. Just being near her was a huge feeling of oppression. Naruto picked up the little nine tails, looked at it, and said, Kurama, you are so cute in your little face. I'm telling you about Kaguya, but you're commenting on whether I'm cute or not. But you are really cute. Put me down quickly, you rude fellow. Watching the three people's backs gradually disappear, Yue chuckled, adjusted the direction, and continued their shopping trip with Kaguya. Hokage office. Nara knocked on the door gently, and then walked in, his arms full of documents. Since Namake's Minato once again sat on the throne of Hokage, Shikaku, as an old friend and right-hand man, has naturally returned, shouldering the responsibility together. As soon as he stepped into the threshold, Shikaku saw Minato sitting behind the table, reading books intently, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Minato's speed in processing official documents was astonishing. He had already finished the large stack that had just been delivered in the morning. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen from the third generation, it would probably take a whole day. Minato, your efficiency is too high. These are all backlogged before, and this is the last pile. Shikaku said, while putting the documents on the table. Minato closed the book and raised a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work, Shikaku. Lujio waved his hands, pretending to be relaxed. No way, my job is quite leisurely. Don't say that. You are Hokage's right-hand man. Every step you take is related to the future of Konoha. It carries a lot of weight. Haha, you're the only one who thinks highly of me, Minato. Shikaku sat next to Minato and looked at his side face, already beginning to yearn for the growing prosperity of Konoha under his leadership. But at this moment, Minato's hand processing the documents suddenly stopped, and this subtle change immediately attracted Shikaku's attention. Minato, is there a problem with the file? Minato put down his pen and shook his head. It's nothing. I just have something urgent and need to go out for a while, so I will leave this place to you for the time being, Shikaku. Minato's eyes glanced at the corner of the room, where a little toad just looked over and then quickly retracted. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on this place. Lugia nodded. Minato responded, and in an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated and the figure disappeared into the office in the blink of an eye. Top of Hokage Rock. The place is empty and lonely, with few people on weekdays, and it exudes an aura of peace and tranquility. At this moment, an imperceptible golden light flashed, and then Namake's Minato's figure suddenly appeared here. After Minato appeared, he didn't do anything else but found a conspicuous place to stand and wait for good news. About a few minutes later, this lonely place welcomed an uninvited guest. A little toad was jumping on the dry ground, looking weak. Not long after, the little toad quietly approached behind Minato, but Minato didn't seem to notice the existence of this little life and still looked firmly forward. Just then, something unexpected happened. From the suddenly elongated shadow under the little toad, a tall and muscular figure suddenly rushed out without any hesitation. A heavy punch came straight towards Minato. Minato seemed to be unaware of it and was about to be hit. It was a critical moment. With a whooshing sound, Minato's figure flashed away in an instant. The attacker was stunned for a moment, rolled his eyes, and immediately realized the situation. He decisively gathered a Rasengan in his palm and slammed it backwards. At this moment, another Rasengan hit the target and collided hard with the attacker's ball. The two Rasengan collided fiercely. The air was torn apart, and they let out a sharp roar. Bang! Rasengan's accumulated power reached its limit and suddenly exploded. The two quickly pushed Rasengan out, fearing that the power would come back to bite them. Even so, the aftermath of the explosion still knocked them over. As Minato was flying upside down, he conveniently rescued the little toad on the ground to prevent it from being implicated. Rolling dust rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Namake's Minato steadied his body, placed the little toad on his shoulder, and looked at the dust mist with a smile, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Jiraiya-sensei, my reaction is quite sensitive, right? Haha. Hearty laughter sounded in the dust. The air shook, and the smoke dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the visitor. He has a tall body, a forehead protector with the word oil engraved on his forehead, long silver-white hair hanging down to his waist, with eye-catching red marks under his eyes, wearing a red coat, lined with a brown shirt, wearing wooden clogs on his feet, and wearing them with both hands. He was wearing a ninja tool and a huge scroll on his back. It is none other than one of the legendary Sannin, the hero Jiraiya. We haven't seen each other for many years, and I can't help but want to test you. Do you mind? Jiraiya pretended to be serious and smiled, scratching his head as he spoke. As the words fell, the strange makeup on his face gradually faded away. Minato smiled brightly. How can you, Mr. Jiraiya? On the surface, he seemed relaxed and at ease, but in his heart he was secretly impressed by the teacher's meticulousness. Mr. Jiraiya is still the same as before. He seems careless on the surface, but in fact he is very thoughtful and resourceful. The test attack just now was an understatement on the surface. In fact, Jiraiya had already secretly prepared to enter Sage Mode. Once he realized that the Namake's Minato in front of him was an imposter, he would be greeted by a devastating Sage Jutsu attack. As a disciple of Jiraiya for many years, Minato knew his character well, so he showed off his two unique skills of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan as soon as they met. These two skills have almost become synonymous with Namake's Minato, and no one else can use them except himself. As a result, Jiraiya completely let down his guard. It's rare for master and disciple to get together, so the two naturally don't choose to reminisce about the past in a desolate place. Jiraiya leads Minato to a secret tavern. The two sat opposite each other and talked freely in this private space. Jiraiya poured a full cup of wine for each of them, and then drank it all with a look of enjoyment on his face. You are not Minato, are you? After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya said something shocking and stared at Namake's Minato opposite with a smile. Minato didn't panic at all, but his admiration was beyond words. As expected of Mr. Jiraiya, you have seen all this, Jiraiya said with great satisfaction. Of course. You are my disciple after all. If you don't have this bit of vision, wouldn't my job as a teacher be in vain? However, when he said this, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but burst into tears. If this is the case, then he is really gone. Well, before I returned to Konoha, I still harbored fantasies, thinking that he might not have died back then, but was just seriously injured and recuperating to this day. Until I met you, all my fantasies came to nothing. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato couldn't find the right words to comfort him at the moment, so he could only silently fill up the wine for him. Without saying a word, Jiraiya raised his glass again and drank it all, as if this could dilute the sadness in his heart. Okay, don't mention that. Minato, tell me about yourself. Jiraiya's eyes were bright and focused on him. Although he said that the Minato in front of him was not the disciple in his memory, he did not deny that this was Minato Namake's himself. Minato smiled slightly. Teacher, didn't you just say that I'm not that Minato? Jiraiya waved his hands and said calmly, Well, you are Minato, and you are not the Minato I know. To be more precise, it's not the Minato I remember, but as a teacher, my intuition tells me that there's a lot to it. So that's it. Teacher, have you ever heard of the concept of different time and space? Minato pondered for a moment and asked this question. As soon as he heard the words different time and space, Jiraiya suddenly understood and was surprised. You mean, that's right. Minato nodded and then took a moment to briefly introduce his origins. He confessed that he was not the Namikaze Minato of this time and space. After learning the truth, Jiraiya was filled with emotions. There is such an incredible secret hidden in the ninja world. No wonder I thought there was some new secret technique in a ninja world that could copy people exactly as they were. I didn't expect that the truth would be so unusual. Minato smiled and said nothing, listening patiently to Jiraiya's emotion. Suddenly, Jiraiya asked eagerly, Minato, what year is it in your place? Konoha 48, is there any problem, sensei? Minato said honestly, Minato, if you can come, you should be able to go back, right? Jiraiya looked a little anxious. Sure. After getting the affirmative answer, Jiraiya grabbed Minato's arm suddenly and said firmly, Minato, be sure to take me with you when you go back. I will never be absent from this battle again. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato felt a warm current in his heart. He even felt Jiraiya's hands trembling slightly. Obviously, Jiraiya was always worried about his failure to appear in time for Nine-Tails Night. But it was not his fault. At that time, he was chasing Orochimaru everywhere, and the sudden attack by the masked man was unpredictable. Minato patted his hand, smiled, and comforted. Teacher, don't worry. I have made preparations and will not let such a tragedy happen again. Hearing Minato's confident answer, Jiraiya nodded. With Minato's wisdom and the intelligence he had mastered in advance, the balance of victory was clearly leaning towards his side. But he still did not forget to tell me, if you need help with anything, just let me know. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. I can do it. Haha, that's good. Then I can rest assured. Come on, we won't go home until we get drunk today. Jiraiya's hearty laughter was full of pride. Minato didn't want to let down Jiraiya's kindness, so he accompanied him one drink after another until the night got dark. And at this moment, in Hokage's office, Nara's head was trembling when he faced the mountains of documents on the table. Why is it that Minato can always handle these complicated matters with ease, but he has to think over and over again to avoid making mistakes? Minato didn't say he would go out and come back soon. Why haven't you come back yet? Nara thought hard for a long time. Did he hear it wrong at that time? Minato actually said yes, come back tomorrow. Uchiha Itachi's eyes swept around, and as his eyes moved, his pupils changed rapidly, and each Magatama quietly emerged, eventually forming a strange pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Another pair of Mangekyo appears. The elders of the clan exclaimed, and then a joyful smile broke out on their faces. Great! The young clan leader has also awakened Mangekyo. With sure sway, our Uchiha clan now has 2 pairs of Mangekyo. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. At this moment, both the radical and conservative elders couldn't help but look happy. Even Uchiha Fugaka's eyes flashed with shock. Itachi, when did Mangekyo turn on? Fugaka made some calculations in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that could cause Itachi such a big mood swing in the near future. However, these are not important anymore. There's a satisfied smile on his lips. Itachi is a member of the family, and his strength means the glory and strength of the Uchiha family. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your support and cooperation. Seeing that the atmosphere had warmed up enough, Uchiha Itachi slowly revealed his strategy. One night flies by. Except for a few people at Nanga Shrine last night, no one knew what kind of plan Itachi came up with. However, changes came quietly. Among them, Uchiha has deep feelings about this. Uchiha Thimble, a member of the Konoha Guard Force, led his animal friends that morning. Uchiha Snowstorm and Uchiha Pearl patrolled the streets of Konoha as usual. Not long after walking, Shuebao noticed something was wrong with the captain. Why did the captain keep his head down and meditate today? Could it be that he didn't get any rest? So he cautiously stepped forward and asked, Brother Thimble, did you sleep well last night? How about you go back and rest first, and we will be responsible for patrolling. Shue Bao's words interrupted Thimble's contemplation. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. It's okay. Let's continue patrolling. Yes. Shue Bao agreed and returned to the team. A group of people walked on the lively streets of Konoha. The early morning market was still bustling with people, and the villagers were full of enthusiasm for life. But whenever Thimble and the other three passed by, pedestrians would give way as if they could not avoid them. Snowstorm and Pearl held their heads high, seeming to enjoy the awe from the villagers. Only the Thimble watched all this silently, with sadness surging in his heart. At the same time, he was also shocked. No wonder the young patriarch would give such an order. We, the Uchiha clan, have been like this for a long time and have already lost the hearts of the people in the village. No wonder we can never reach the Hokage's position. If this continues, even if we seize the Hokage position, no one will really agree with it. It seems that the young patriarch is also aware of this problem, so he asked us to make changes, right? Thimble thought secretly in his heart. Last night, Uchiha elites like Thimble received a secret order from the young patriarch, requiring the entire family to make adjustments in their appearance and behavior. This order is conveyed down through the elite ninjas and eventually needs to be spread to the entire clan. And it was accompanied by stern warnings from several elders. Anyone who disobeys will ask for trouble. After all, this is about the future ambitions of the Uchiha clan. In the past, Thimble never cared about the way those civilians looked at them. Whether it was fear, awe, or contempt, he didn't care. But the situation was different now. He could read some clues from these eyes and vaguely sense the layout of the young patriarch. Brother Thimble, I'm going to buy breakfast. Are you still the same as before? Shue Bao came over and asked with a smile. Yeah. Thimble responded simply, and Shue Bao left the team and walked in another direction. Thimble was planning to patrol along the planned route, but suddenly something happened in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he quietly followed Shue Bao's back. Pearl's face was full of confusion. Brother Thimble, we should go this way. That is not our scope of responsibility. Just keep up, Thimble said coldly, speeding up and chasing after him. On the other side, Shue Ban came to a busy bun shop, with several customers waiting to buy in front of the door. However, the appearance of a snowstorm caused people in line and diners to rush out of the way. The owner of the bun shop was a middle-aged man with a sad face. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart, and then he put on a smile and stepped forward. Sir Snowstorm, you are here. What would you like to eat today? Old rules, hurry up, Shue Bao urged. Okay. The boss quickly packed up and handed a bag of buns to Shue Bao. Shue Bao took it, waved his hand, and turned around to leave. Just record in the account and settle it when you have money. The boss' face darkened. These Uchiha people had been on credit for more than half a year and had never paid off. This was undoubtedly worse for his small business. But he didn't dare to say anything. He had warned him once before and almost suffered a disaster. Just as the snowstorm was fading away, an angry girl rushed out of the bun shop. Hey, you haven't paid me yet. The boss was shocked and quickly grabbed the girl. Don't shout. But Snowstorm had heard it. He turned around, his face as cold as ice. Why didn't you pay me? I said I would pay the bill. Are you deaf? The snowstorm is approaching step by step, like a wild beast about to go crazy. But the girl didn't flinch. You've been owed for half a year. Is this any different from not paying me? Shue Bao suddenly laughed. Then let me tell you the difference. As soon as he said it, he flashed in front of the girl, raising his giant hand and preparing to drop it. The girl cried in fear and huddled up in a ball. As an ordinary person, she was unable to avoid the ninja's attack. She saw that the slap was about to fall. At this critical moment, Shue Bao's hand stopped in the air. A strong hand clasped his wrist tightly. Shue Bao was stunned. Who dared to stop him? When I turned around, I saw it was a Thimble with an expressionless face. He immediately put on a flattering smile. Brother Thimble, why are you here too? What are you doing? Thimble looked at him sternly. I'm just going to teach this ignorant civilian a lesson. Thimble stared at him, but Snowstorm still looked unconcerned, obviously not taking this matter seriously. Thimble sighed secretly in his heart. I am afraid that the young patriarch's plan will still have to go through some twists and turns. He let go of Schweb Bao's hand, and Schweb Bao quickly rubbed his wrist. The hold just now made his wrist hurt. Is this the difference between Uchiha elites and ordinary ninjas? The Thimble's majesty in his heart only increased. At this time, Thimble stared at him with a serious face and said seriously, I hope I won't see such a thing again in the future. Do you understand what I mean? He didn't let Schweb Biao apologize to the other party, because he knew that such a hypocritical approach would have no meaning other than increasing the other party's resentment. Only by truly restraining the situation from the source and preventing the recurrence of similar incidents can we truly have strong support for the young patriarch's plan. Soon, he finally discovered Madara's whereabouts. Madara is sitting in a cave, closing her eyes and meditating. Heiju cautiously stuck his head out and observed secretly, something feels wrong. His eyes flickered with doubt. There is nothing wrong with the surrounding environment, but Madara is sitting like this, looking like she is waiting for someone. Who can we wait for in this wilderness? He couldn't explain why, but Heiju had this premonition. Forget it, let's wait and see. Heiju thought about it for a while and decided to be on the safe side and observe it for a while before talking. After all, there is no need for him to gamble. He has plenty of time, and the right time will always appear over the long years. Just as he was thinking about it, Heiju slowly sneaked underground and planned to leave. But at this moment, there was sudden movement in Madara in the cave. Madara, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly took out a kunai. Black Jew was startled. Kunai? Would a big shot like Uchiha Madara carry around such a gadget? Besides, why does he need a kunai? To be honest, for a strong person like Madara, just blowing a breath is more powerful than that kunai. He really can't guess what Madara is doing with this thing. But then, Heiju understood. Madara stabbed the kunai towards her chest without hesitation. Puffed. Blood splattered everywhere. Heiju's expression changed drastically. This guy Madara is harming himself. No. You just had some minor friction with Senju Pillar. As for ending it yourself, at this moment, Heiju had no time to think too much, no matter what the reason for Madara's self-harm. He must stop them all. He has waited for thousands of years to find someone like Madara. This is the closest he has come to the eye of reincarnation. He must not let anything happen to Madara. On the other side, Madara showed no expression as she stabbed the kunai into her chest ruthlessly. Several times in a row, her chest was already bloody and bloody. Madara was sweating profusely in pain, but she didn't even let out a scream. In order to force out the insidious Black Jew, he had already risked his life. After reviewing the memories left by Hashirama, he clearly realized that this Black Zetsu was so cunning. In its original history, it had been hiding in the dark until the moment he awakened the Samsara Eye. He wasn't sure whether Heiju would come to his door right now, but he didn't have the patience to wait and couldn't wait to solve this serious problem as soon as possible. If this is the case, then simply do the opposite. Didn't Hei pin his hopes on him to give birth to the Samsara Eye? Well, then he would kill himself. Let's see if you, Heijue, can't come out. Stabbing herself cruelly again, Madara's fire of life was almost extinguished and her consciousness began to blur. Aren't you showing up yet? Madara glanced around secretly. It looks like we need to be a little more ruthless. Madara raised the kunai to his throat, and the force of it was enough to cut off his own neck. At the same time, Madara is ready to sacrifice an eye to activate Izanagi to deflect damage. The premise is that Black will never appear. But just when he was about to take action, his arm froze in midair, and a black shadow rose from the ground, silently wrapping around Madara's body and controlling his movements. Not only that, a warm power flowed through, using the power of Yang style to repair the wounds on his body. Finally here, an imperceptible hint of joy flashed across Madara's eyes. Taken aback. Master Madara, what do you mean? Heiju's deep voice sounded. Madara struggled a few times symbolically, pretending to be surprised, and said, "What the hell? Get away from me." "Master Madara, there's no need to panic. I am the embodiment of your will. In other words, I am you. Ma will manifest it." Madara sneered inwardly. On the surface, he still pretended to be confused. After all, he still had to rely on Heiju to repair his body at this moment. "Let's delay for a while first. Why did I never know of your existence?" Madara asked. "Master Madara, I was born a long time ago. It was your extremely powerful will that gave birth to me. It's just that you are invincible and invincible throughout your life, and there is no need for me to appear, so I have always hidden behind the scenes. But this time you're facing a life and death crisis, so naturally I can't just sit back and ignore it." Heiju spoke eloquently, and at the same time, he patted Madara's *** calmly. If it were the previous Madara, he might have been fooled, but in front of him now was an Uchiha Madara who had read the script a long time ago. Such nonsense is simply an insult to his intelligence. Also, he can talk nonsense like being invincible, but he has never defeated Hashirama once. However, Madara did not expose it immediately, but whispered, "Is that so?" Seeing that Madara seemed to believe him, Heiju further induced him. "Master Madara, you are so powerful. Why can't you suddenly think about it?" At this point, Heizetsu has revealed his flaws. As the embodiment of Madara's will, how can he not know Madara's thoughts? Uchiha Madara obviously noticed this, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. In a certain time and space, he was fooled by such a thing for so long. He fell silent and began to delay. Heiju mistakenly thought that he had touched Madara's sore spot and did not rush to urge her. Time passed quietly. A few minutes later, Madara had fully recovered from her injuries. I have to say that Black Ju is indeed useful. At least the level of yin-yang style is very high. The vitality it provides once allowed Six Paths Obito, who was drawn out of 10 tails, to live for a while longer. Although partly due to the residual power of Six Paths in Obito's body, Black Zetsu's contribution cannot be ignored. At this time, Heiju seemed to feel something. "Master Madara?" Uchiha Madara said calmly, "Get away from me first." Black Zetsu obeyed, and the part of it covering Madara's body slowly slid off like black mud, and finally reassembled on the ground, forming a dark human shape. Madara glanced at it, suddenly sighed, and pretended to want to talk. "Oh, it's actually Hashirama." Although Heiju had no such thing as ears, he still turned his face sideways, with a focused expression, as if listening. It is particularly curious about what could make a character like Madara choose to commit suicide. But at this moment, Madara's expression suddenly changed, and she suddenly took action. 4 symbols seal. Madara's face is full of arrogance. Can she react to my 0-frame start? Madara slapped Heiju on the chest, and the sealing runes quickly spread to Heiju's body. Heiju is full of suspicion. Where did this information come from? If he hadn't been so suppressed at this moment that he didn't even have the strength to speak, he would have asked clearly. Madara took a few steps closer and came to Heiju. "Let me put an end to future troubles." He raised his hand, preparing to imprint the talisman of the 4-elephant seal on Heiju so that he would never see the light of day. However, Hashirama suddenly stretched out his hand and held him. "Madara, wait a moment." Madara's movements paused. Although she had no words, her eyes were full of doubts. "Keep him alive," Hashirama said, while looking at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was also shocked. Senju Hashirama actually wanted to save him? Madara frowned. "Hashirama, why is this? For hidden dangers like Black Ju, wouldn't it be easier to get rid of them directly?" Before Madara could figure it out, Hashirama said something shocking again. "Only Black Zetsu can resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. If he disappears, Kagaya will have no chance of rebirth. I want Kagaya to come back to the world." Hashirama's words shocked both Madara and Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was shocked and couldn't believe it. He had no time to think about how the other party knew about Kagaya's existence. What surprised him now was that the other party actually wanted to help him rescue his mother. "What nice guy," Senju Hashirama. What a good nephew. If he had known this, why would my uncle have troubled himself? He would have gone to seek refuge with you. Looking at Hashirama, who looked serious and obviously not joking, Madara couldn't help but ask, Hashirama, are you serious? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Are you going to release Kagaya? Then let her use infinite Tsukuyami to suck everyone's chakra and eventually turn us all into white Zetsu. Madara glanced up and down between the pillars and said jokingly, if you really feel impatient with life, I can help you. After saying that, Madara slowly pulled out a sharp kunai from her sleeve. Black Zetsu's face instantly darkened, and he stared at Madara with wide eyes. Uchiha Madara, stop me from saving my mother. Uchiha Madara bad. Senju Hashirama helped me save my mother. Senju Hashirama good. Hashirama glanced at the kunai in Madara's hand, picked it up easily with 2 fingers, and threw it aside casually. This little thing can't kill me. Madara was speechless for a moment. Are you just teasing me when you committed suicide with a kunai? Hashirama coughed a few times and changed the subject. He said seriously, Madara, I do have my reasons for doing this. Do you think everything will be fine if you eliminate Black Zetsu and prevent Kagaya from ever being able to recover? Otherwise, Madara asked in confusion. It's not that simple. Kagaya is not the only one in the Otsutsuki family. In the near future, there will be other Otsutsuki coming to this ninja world. That will be another disaster. We must unite all the forces that can be united to jointly deal with foreign enemies. Kagaya's power cannot be wasted. An extra ally means a better chance of winning. Madara and Heiju seemed to be listening to a bizarre story when they heard this secret. Suddenly, Madara raised a question. No, Hashirama. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, why would Kagaya join forces with us to deal with her own clan? What if she turns against her? Hashirama waved his hand. No, Kagaya violated a taboo and attacked a higher status Otsutsuki member. The hierarchy within their clan is strict, and now everyone within the Otsutsuki clan wants to kill her. In the Otsutsuki clan, lower-ranking clan members must unconditionally obey their superiors, even if it means sacrificing their lives. Just like Momoshiki and Jinshiki, if Kagaya and the following offenders are not punished severely, what will happen if other Otsutsuki follow suit? Her death sentence has already been determined. Besides, we have Kagaya's blood flowing in our bodies. I have the chakra of Azura who is constantly reincarnated in my body, and you are Indra. We are the descendants of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths. From a certain perspective, we are related. After listening to Hashirama's explanation, Madara fell into deep thought. He didn't know how Hashirama knew this highly confidential information. Just by looking at Heizetsu's surprised expression, he knew that this dark thing also didn't know the inside story. But Hashirama knows everything clearly, starting from the time when he read Hashirama's memory of knowing the future at Nang Shrine. He seemed to be getting more and more confused about Hashirama. After a while, Madara sighed. Hey, although there are many doubts, I decided to trust you. Hashirama, just follow your plan. I will not participate. Uchiha Madara shook his head and slowly turned away, leaving room for Hashirama and Black Zetsu to talk. He didn't want to see that Gai Heiju again, for fear that he would take action on impulse. After Madara left, Hashirama immediately unlocked the Myojin Gate and released Black Zetsu. Without the suppression of Myojin Gate, Heizetsu rushed towards Hashirama immediately. Hashirama was slightly surprised. Did he still want to deal with himself after knowing the truth? However, soon, Hashirama felt at ease. Black Zetsu turned into a ball of black mud and wrapped around Hashirama's ankles, as if hugging his legs tightly. Good nephew. Let's go collect the tailed beasts now and rescue Mom as soon as possible. Black Zetsu was excited. I will definitely convey these words to my mother. I believe she will not refuse our proposal of cooperation. For the first time in thousands of years, Heiju felt a sense of dependence. This feeling cannot be experienced when acting alone. He had also suspected that this was Hashirama's conspiracy, But then he thought that Hashirama had the chance to get rid of him forever, but chose to release him. Moreover, if Madara said such words, he would never believe it, but it would be different if it were Hashirama. Hashirama, or Ashura, is a straightforward and kind-hearted guy. He is not the kind of person who would deceive others and is trustworthy. Hashirama patted Heizetsu and said with a helpless smile, "Don't worry, we don't even have the samsara eye, so even if we gather all the tailed beasts, it won't be useful." Heiju was stunned and suddenly realized, "Well, good nephew, let's go find that guy Madara and let the powers of Indra and Azura merge into one. You can get the reincarnation eye." Hashirama smiled slightly. "Let's go." "What does a kitten meow?" Ino raised her head, thought carefully, and answered, "It should be meow meow, right?" Yue shook her head and corrected her seriously. No, it should be my burning vat." Is really like this?" Ino was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly. "Ha ha." Shikamaru and Choji next to them couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed softly. Ino looked back at their suppressed smiles and immediately understood that she had been teased by Yue. She even thought about it seriously for a long time. Looking back now, what kind of ghosts are all this? How can any kitten meow like that? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Ino's face darkened, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Yue smiled playfully, turned around, and ran away. Ino couldn't let him go and immediately chased after him. "Don't even think about running away." Ino gritted her teeth and waved her fists in pursuit. Lao Ma, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned against the tree and watched them playing with a smile. He was thinking about whether to go find Yuhi Kurenai after today, but as soon as the idea came to him, his face turned slightly red. "Let's forget it. I feel a little embarrassed." Early this morning, Yue walked around the house and found that Kagaya was missing and was not at home. He was bored by being alone, so he simply went out to find Ino and the 10th class to play together. During this period, they in Class 10 were studying with Lao Ma and taking on some simple D-level tasks in the village to practice. Things like driving away wild boars and finding lost puppies and kittens. It just so happened that today's mission was to find a kitten that had run away from home, which led to the scene just now. "Just wait. You'll be in trouble if I catch you." Ino panted and glared at Yue angrily. Yue stopped on the tree and looked at her with interest. "Don't stop. You almost caught me." Yue was very skilled, but deliberately did not open the distance too far, always keeping the distance that Ino could reach with hard work. But at the critical moment when she was about to be caught, Yue would suddenly accelerate, causing Ino to miss. Ino was not impatient with Yue's teasing, but secretly assessed the distance between the two. She took a few steps forward suddenly, raised her head, stretched out a hand, and looked at Yue with a smile. "Yue, look here. What are you doing?" Yue looked over without thinking much. Seeing that Yue's attention was attracted, Ino suddenly attacked. Heart-turning technique. An invisible spiritual power invaded Yue's mind in an instant. But to Yue, this weak power was not worth mentioning at all. It was immediately dissolved into nothingness. However, Yue did not disappoint her and pretended to be stunned. "It's done." Ino's eyes lit up, and she thought her technique was working. "Watch where you run this time." Ino chuckled and rushed over. The powerful impact caused the two of them to fall from the tree into the ground. Ino took advantage of the situation and sat astride Yue's chest. Using both hands and feet, he entangled Yue's hands and feet and used the restraint techniques learned in the ninja school to subdue him. Wow, what a powerful mind-turning technique. Yue suddenly woke up and pretended to be surprised. You have seen how powerful our Yamanaka clan's secret skills are. Now there is nowhere to escape." Ino triumphantly pressed on him and smiled condescendingly. "It's awesome, but your locking skills, is it really used to deal with enemies?" Yue looked at Ino, who was close to her and moved extremely intimately, and smiled meaningfully. "If I were an enemy, I would probably enjoy it to death. When suppressing the enemy with limbs, there will inevitably be some physical contact, but Ino originally didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But when Yu said this, she suddenly realized something was wrong. His face suddenly turned red. You. I'm really impressed by you. Why are you so perverted? Ino hurriedly got up from Yue, her face full of shame and anger. What kind of crazy locking technique is this? I didn't expect that the first time I used this technique in my life, I would be so disgusted that I would never use it again. Yue put her hands behind her head, crossed her legs, and looked at her with a smile. I'm obviously a victim, but why do you act like I'm taking advantage of you? Ino's cheeks turned red. She gave him a hard look, kicked Yue on the butt, and then turned around and left. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. I'm going to complete the task. Don't bother me. But after walking a few steps, Yue's voice came from behind. We went in the wrong direction. The kitten is over there. Ino turned around in confusion and saw that Yue was pointing in the opposite direction to what she just pointed. How do you know? Is it nonsense? Ino asked suspiciously. Don't believe it? Then let's make a bet. If the kitten is really in the direction I pointed, you will give me another set of locking skills. Lock me tight. On the other hand, if you're not here, I will obey whatever you say. How about that? A touch of confidence appeared on Yue's face. With his current keen perception, even without the assistance of Sage Mode, he can easily cover 1/3 of the entire Konoha village. Looking for a kitten? Isn't it easy to find it? Ino noticed Yue's undoubted look of confidence, thought about it, and walked in the direction Yue pointed. Then I'll believe you this time. Hey, will you agree to the bet we agreed on? Yue asked loudly behind her. Go find Choji to play with you. Yue shook her head, burst into laughter, and then simply laid down on the grass, letting the warm sunshine gently brush her face. Start your daylight recharge today. Not long after, Ino returned holding a blue and white kitten. She stroked the kitten's soft hair and said with a smile, You really guessed it right. This is called strength, guess what? Yue rolled her eyes. What a beautiful kitten. As soon as she finished speaking, Yue's eyes fell gently on the kitten in Ino's arms, her eyes twinkling slightly. So cute. I really want to keep one. The little cat brother felt Yue's eyes and suddenly felt a suffocating feeling like a python wrapping around him. Seeing the frightened kitten, Yue smiled and said to Ino, You can take it away. I'm so nervous that I'm sweating when I look at it. Then why are you scaring it? Ino shook her head helplessly, hugged the kitten, and went to complete the task. Yue narrowed her eyes and continued to enjoy the sunbathing leisurely. Bite. Group member Senju Hashirama greatly changed the fate of the world. Reward 500,000 gold coins. The group leader will receive the same amount of rewards. Yue, who was originally leisurely and contented, relaxing and basking in the sun, heard the news. The body suddenly straightened up. Yue sat up suddenly. I'll go. 500,000. Oh my God. Yue's eyes widened. To have such a big impact, Hashirama's plan must have been successful. Hashirama has indeed reaped the huge bonus of being early in the timeline. Many events have not yet happened. A slight change will have an earth-shaking impact on the follow-up. And this huge change means countless gold coins, which is extremely exciting. When Danzo was killed in Yu's timeline, he was only given a measly 20,000 gold coins, which was pitifully little. But Minato was given 100,000 gold coins after he eliminated Danzo. Although it also includes the factors that saved the 3 people of the Akatsuki organization, Danzo's contribution is definitely not small. The reason is that at this time, Danzo has basically done what he should do, and there is not much room for change. After the reward news was broadcast, the group chat did not end. Bite. To upgrade the group chat, you need to obtain a total of gold coins. 1 million. The total amount of gold coins you have obtained is 1.1 million, which meets the group chat upgrade conditions. Current group chat level 2. Eternal King Power Bonus. Level 1. Do you want to upgrade now? Nita asked. Of course I agree without hesitation. Upgrade. After the group chat has been upgraded, new people can be brought in again. Who will it be this time? Yue is full of expectations. Speaking of which, there aren't any girls in the group. It's just old men chatting all day long. The yang energy is too high. Vegetative state, blur, flash, white mask, Madara. It's really the sun. There is no trace of Een. While he was thinking about it, A new message popped up in the chat group that made him startled. Group chat upgrade progress. 1%. 1.02%. What? Still need more time to upgrade? Yoyue's eyes widened. Here I go. I thought it was just an instant. He remembered that with the bonus of eternal kingship, didn't the group chat increase instantly? Lao Ma, what is going on? Is it a bug or something? Yoyue asked directly to the chat group. The bonus of eternal kingship is above the rules. You can upgrade without waiting. But normal level improvement requires a certain amount of loading time. The chat group quickly provided an explanation. That's it, okay, let's wait. Yue accepted it. Anyway, it was just a matter of waiting a few more days. Come on, let's activate the group chat. Yue immediately opened the group chat interface. In the group members were extremely active, and there were so many chat records that it took more than a minute to scroll up to read them all. Yuzuki roughly summarized it. Usually Hashirama and Madara discuss construction topics. Madara is currently busy rebuilding the ninja world and has rich experience in this area. There was also Itachi, who would occasionally ask his seniors for advice in the group, and at first they were all about Konoha. But recently, he has frequently asked Hashirama about the development of the immortal human body. It seems that he has already acquired the immortal human body. It seems that a healthy ferret is about to come to the world. Finally, it's about that boy Obito. Yanin village is ready to move, the army is pressing on the border, and war is about to break out. He had now followed Namikaze's Minato to the front lines. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Obito, a fight is about to begin. Remember to be careful. Don't underestimate the enemy because of the virtualization. If the boat capsizes in the gutter, it's not worth it. Yuzuki's worries are not unreasonable. Although Obito has the eternal Mangekyo, he has extremely little actual combat experience. And this guy's character, TSK, an impulsive and passionate young man, can easily cause trouble on the battlefield. Konoha, 47 years, on the edge of the land of fire, in the base camp of Konoha village, a key meeting was in full swing. In the conference room, there were a circle of Konoha's top masters sitting around. These elite jonin were all the main force in the war that was about to break out. Namikaze Minato was focusing on sharing the first-hand information he got from Obito. If Obito hadn't previewed the script, Konoha might not have been able to respond so quickly. Obito passed the information to Minato without reservation, and as soon as Minato reported it, the entire army was like clockwork, ready to resist the invasion of a Wagakure village. The atmosphere of the meeting was serious, and Obito, who was concentrating on listening to the strategy, was suddenly interrupted by the group chat prompt, and Yue at him in the group. He immediately opened the chat interface and checked the information. Facing Yoyue's worries, Obito's lips raised slightly. Uchiha Obito, don't worry, Yuzuki, I'm not idle during this time. Kakashi and I practice taijutsu during the day, and our actual combat experience points increase steadily. At night, I will learn tactical layout and battlefield planning from teacher Minato. I am much stronger now than before. 6 paths Obito. Really? Give me back the truth-seeking ball. Uchiha Obito, why do you keep thinking about this? How about this? How about I give you a photo in exchange? 6 paths Obito. You want to exchange a photo for my truth-seeking ball? Do you think it's from a street vendor? That is a treasure that combines 7 attributes. Except for Sage Jutsu, it is indestructible. How can it be? Uchiha Obito. It's a photo of Kakashi wearing a maid outfit. It's a souvenir I won when we were betting some time ago. This is the only one. If you don't want it. 6 paths Obito. Wait a minute, let's take a look first. Uchiha Obito sent a picture to 6 paths Obito. 6 paths Obito has received the picture. 6 paths Obito. Good stuff. Changed. Minato looked around and saw everyone looking shocked and asked, Okay, that's my battle plan. Do you have any questions? Everyone jonin looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Minato's arrangements were so detailed that as long as he followed the steps step by step, victory would be within his grasp. The intelligence was so accurate that it even covered a Wakakure's attack time and supply routes, which was amazing. Seeing that no one spoke, Minato's eyes fell on Obito, who was lost in thought. Obito, do you have any insights? If you have any, you might as well tell me and give everyone some inspiration. As Minato finished speaking, the eyes of all the Jonin could not help but show admiration and fell on Obito. Uchiha Obito, this name is almost known to everyone in Konoha. Susanu's earth-shattering performance in the Chunin exam made him famous overnight. After Uchiha Madara, he is the second Uchiha tribesman to master this god's power. If it weren't for his lack of outstanding military exploits, his reputation would have already surpassed that of his mentor, Namikaze Minato. Despite this, he is still the star of hope in the minds of many people, including the Uchiha clan. Awakened by Minato, Obito came back to his senses from the group chat. My thoughts. I think Minato-sensei's arrangements have been very thorough. I don't have anything to add. Now that Mr. Minato had made all the arrangements, he didn't want to add anything to the problem. Okay, since everyone has no objections, let's start executing. Disband. Following Minato's order, the people in the camp quickly dispersed, each performing their duties. Only Minato and Obito were left. As the commander of this battle, Minato has the teleportation skill Flying Thunder God, and he will shuttle across the battlefield as a quick support point. Obito, on the other hand, will be like a divine weapon descending from heaven at the critical moment, giving the enemy a fatal blow. Meanwhile, on the other side, the army of Iwagakure village was ready to attack. Under the cover of night, 300 elite Iwagakure ninjas, led by General Iwagakure and East Deadman, quietly approached the Land of Fire. These 300 elites are all very skilled, at least Chunin level. There are also hundreds of strong Jonin, who will be like sharp daggers, piercing into the interior of the country of fire, paving the way for the arrival of the subsequent army. The team advanced rapidly, with Dong Siren as the team leader, walking at the front and leading the team. Why do I always have an ominous premonition in my heart? An indescribable feeling of tension arose in Dong Siren's heart. He glanced around. Everything was unusually quiet. Even though this is the border of the Land of Fire, it's not like you can't even encounter a patrolling Konoha ninja. When they first infiltrated, they had prepared 5 plans to deal with the patrol team to ensure that the operation would not be discovered. But now, those preparations seem redundant. This situation was so abnormal that the East Dead people would never believe that such a huge Konoha would be so negligent that it did not even set up border defenses. Despite his doubts, Dong Siren still moved forward. After all, he shouldered the important mission of Iwagakure and could not abort the mission just because of slight abnormality. Convey the order. All personnel be on alert and prepare for battle. Dong Siren gave instructions to the adjutant beside him. Yes, Captain. As the order was issued, the team moved forward one step further. Suddenly, the figure of the dead man suddenly froze in place. As the leader stopped, the 300 Iwagakure ninjas who followed him also stopped in unison. The dead man from the east looked solemn, his eyes sharply fixed in front of him. There, a young boy who looked young was grinning at them. The boy wears the forehead protector of Konoha village on his forehead, clearly marking his identity as a Konoha ninja. This scene is extremely weird. After traveling a long distance, I finally met the ninja of Konoha, but there was only one. The East Dead Man looked around, but found no trace of other Konoha ninjas. Only one person. He glanced at the deputy beside him and ordered in a deep voice, "You go up and find out the truth. Everyone is on alert and ready to fight." The East Dead Man did not take it lightly because the other party was acting alone. In this ninja world, there are only a few people who could destroy their entire team on their own, but they're by no means impossible. For example, the Golden Sparkle of Konoha. At this time, the adjutant stepped out of the queue, stared solemnly at the Konoha ninja opposite, and quickly formed seals with his hands. He has mastered the blood succession limit called Kusa release, and the appearance of the escape technique he performs is somewhat similar to that of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. But in reality, the quality is far apart. At first, his grass escape couldn't even trap a rabbit. But he firmly believes that there is no limit to useless blood inheritance, only useless ninjas. Finally, with unremitting efforts, he reached his current position. Blue-silver entanglement. The adjutant shouted and activated ninjutsu. In an instant, a piece of emerald-green grass sprouted from the ground, rushing towards the Konoha ninja like a tide. "You're not hiding. Damn it, you look down on me like that. You have a way to die." Seeing that there was no movement from the Konoha ninja, the adjutant gritted his teeth and increased the injection of chakra. Under his control, more green grass gathered to form the shape of a giant hammer. "Houchian hammer," the adjutant shouted. He had tried his best. However, what happened next was shocking. Whether it was the turbulent sea of grass or the powerful and heavy clear sky hammer, they all passed through the body of the Konoha ninja. It was as if he was just a reflection in the water. "What's going on? Could I be hit by Jinjutsu?" The adjutant quickly made seals to relieve the hallucination. At this moment, the Konoha ninja on the opposite side jumped up suddenly, as if he was standing on the void, and then a space vortex twisted and formed in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a large number of kunai shot out from the space vortex. The number and coverage were large enough to cover their entire team. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of breaking wind tears the air. "Beware," Dong Sirin ordered calmly. These kunai flying all over the sky look scary, but they are not scary at all. After giving the order, the Iwagakure ninjas jointly summoned a huge earth wall to block all the kunai. But the strange thing is that even though he knew that kunai attacks were ineffective, the Konoha ninja kept throwing kunai and letting them scatter in all directions. The alarm bells rang in the hearts of the dead people in the east. A terrible guess came to mind. "Those kunai, are they? You go pick up a kunai and bring it back." The east dead man ordered an Iwagakure ninja. "Yes." After a while, the Iwagakure ninja returned. His face was full of tears, his nose and tears were mixed together, his whole body was shaking, and he held a kunai in his hand and walked towards the east dead man, tremblingly. "Team, Captain." Seeing his subordinate's appearance like this, Dong Shuren's heart froze. But he still held on to a glimmer of hope and took the kunai. At first glance, the dead man almost fell over. The four characters' Sword of Tolerance are clearly engraved on kunai. Is there any need to ask? Every Iwagakure ninja who sets foot on the battlefield must recognize this mark, because it is Konoha's golden, shining mark of the Flying Thunder God. "Captain, what should we do?" The subordinate's face was full of despair, and there were Flying Thunder God kunai everywhere he looked, and it was impossible to escape with his wings. The east dead man forced himself to calm down, convey the order. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, suddenly, a shock as if the world was about to collapse broke out. Rumble. The east dead man suddenly raised his head and saw a light blue giant rising slowly into the sky, showing extraordinary majesty. The giant had 2 wings on his back, holding a giant blade, pointing straight at the sky. What is this? The eyes of the dead man in the east are about to split. He secretly regretted that the decision to attack Konoha tonight seemed too hasty. Before he could make up his mind, the majestic giant had already been chopped down with his sword. Spread. The roar of the east dead man shook the sky. Amid the roar, the 300 elites instantly turned into hundreds of shadows, scattering in all directions. Boom! The giant blade whizzed past, carving a deep scar on the earth. All the Iwagakure ninjas were stunned. What kind of terrifying existence were they facing? The dead man's throat tightened. Who the hell is this? Suddenly, the wails of his companions tore through the night sky, and the east dead man hurriedly looked back. Under the moonlight, a flash of golden light shuttled through the queue like lightning, and everyone it touched fell silently, without the ability to fight back. On the battlefield, the Flying Thunder God kunai covered the entire battlefield like raindrops. In just the blink of an eye, nearly half of his elite troops were lost. The golden light paused in Dong Dead Man's eyes. The handsome and sunny face that appeared was none other than Namikaze Minato. He smiled softly and signaled to the east dead man. Namikaze Minato. Dong Shuren felt a chill in his heart, and that smile was like a Shinigami summons, making him tremble all over. The name of Namikaze Minato is known to everyone in the ninja world. Ha ha! Great, it's Golden Flash. We're done. Behind the east dead man, one of his subordinates laughed as if he was about to collapse. There is a broken mountain and rubble behind Susanoo, and there's a golden flash of life in front of him. He is definitely dead. Everything is spicy. At this time, Namikaze Minato suddenly raised a kunai. Time and space flashing swallow dance combo. For a moment, Dong Siren's eyes went dark, and then he lost consciousness. It wasn't until the last moment when his life disappeared that he vaguely heard the name of Namikaze Minato's move. He is faster than the sound. Iwagakure intends to attack the 300 elites of the Fire Country, together with their general Dong Shuren. All were annihilated. As for Konoha, only 2 people were dispatched. In the area not far from the Land of Fire, the Iwagakure army camped here, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the camp. In the main tent of Iwagakure, Tsuchikage Inoki's voice could not help but rise a little higher with incredible shock. Are you saying that our 300 elites from Iwagakure, plus the elite Jonin Nagashikata, were all inexplicably wiped out in just half an hour? Inoki's eyes were fixed on the reporter who came. His eyes widened as if he had heard something incredible. Even if 300 pigs were scattered, it would take a long time to catch them. If 300 people went in, they would all be dead in less than half an hour. They spent half the time on the road after setting off, and the time for confrontation with live ammunition was even shorter. How could someone disappear in the blink of an eye? Yes, the reporter lowered his head and did not dare to look directly into Inoki's stern eyes. After being confirmed again, even though he was as scheming as Inoki, his breathing became rapid. What the hell are the East dead people doing? 300 elite ninjas would be gone if they didn't. Even for the powerful Iwagakure village, such a loss would be an unbearable blow. Old man, are you okay? Inoki's son Huang, too, quickly stepped forward to help him, his expression full of worry. I'm fine. Inoki took a deep breath, barely managed to calm down his emotions, and waved his hand to signal his subordinates to leave. After the man exited the tent, Inoki slowly walked to the desk and sat down. In front of him was a huge sand table model depicting Konoha's possible defense layout. His eyes were fixed on the sand table, and he remained silent. Old man, do you want to send someone to investigate? Huang Tu suggested. Inoki slowly shook his head and said in a heavy tone, There's no need to check. Namikaze Minato is the only one in Konoha who can completely eliminate the East Dead Man's team in a short period of time. Moreover, Namikaze Minato with the Flying Thunder God's mark must be placed on the battlefield in advance. What puzzles me is, Inoki's eyes fell on the miniature model of Konoha Village on the sand table. The intelligence clearly shows that Namikaze Minato should be busy guarding against the Kirigakure village's sneak attack on Konoha. How could he suddenly appear on the border of the Land of Fire? At this time, it was not only Iwagakure who was the enemy of Konoha, but Kumogakure village in the Kingdom of Thunder and Kirigakure village in the Kingdom of Water had all joined the war. Konoha had to disperse its forces to deal with it. The front line had opened up 2 fronts, facing Iwagakure and Kumogakure at the same time, and also had to guard against Kirigakure attacks from the sea. Therefore, Namikaze Minato must stay in Konoha just in case. It was based on this consideration that Inoki was convinced that Namikaze Minato would not leave the village easily, so he decided to implement this action plan. However, the fact is, Inoki's eyes turned to lust. How did they learn about our plans? There was no flaw in his plan itself. The problem was that the intelligence was leaked, which led to Namikaze Minato. To make matters worse, Namikaze Minato had obviously planned ahead and laid a Flying Thunder God trap in advance, waiting for them to fall into the trap. If the other party is not able to predict the future, then there must be something wrong internally. Quanta suddenly realized, You mean there are spies from Konoha among us? Inoki's face became more solemn. This operation is highly confidential, and there are very few people who know about it. Go check it yourself. Huang Tu nodded in agreement and left as ordered. As Inoki's son, he is the person his father trusts the most, and he has to do this. While a Wagakure was fighting with the air to catch the non-existent mole, Obito has quietly approached Canopy Bridge. This is the crucial rear area of a Wagakure, and all supplies for the front line are transported through here. However, no one noticed Obito's arrival. This is it. Obito stood on a high place, carefully examining the terrain below under the moonlight. That old fox Madara is hiding in a cave somewhere in this area, relying on the Geto statue to survive. Obito has never forgotten that he still owes a debt of 300,000 gold coins in the group. Although First Generation and Minato-sensei never demanded payment, Obito was not a deadbeat. Now his target is Uchiha Madara, who was deceived by Black Zetsu all his life. Judging from the current timeline, he can change a lot of things, especially Madara's fate. As long as you rewrite your destiny, the gold coin rewards that follow will not be underestimated. Old Madara, I'm here to blast your gold coins. Obito smiled excitedly, raised his arms high, made a diving gesture, and jumped directly from the tree. With the help of his virtualization ability, he instantly escaped into the ground like a fish entering water. The change of day and night in the outside world means nothing to the underground world. It's always dark and damp here, with a chilling and gloomy atmosphere. Deep in the cave, a huge monster lurked there quietly, its lower body buried in the soil, and only its upper body exposed was extremely huge. This is the body of 10 Tails, Geto statue. Under the shadow of the Geto statue, a figure sat on a cold stone chair. That is Uchiha Madara. Even Shura, who is feared in the ninja world, cannot resist the erosion of time. Madara's hair is completely white, wrinkles cover his once handsome face, and his body is hunched, showing an old look. In fact, his vitality has long been exhausted. He only relies on a few pipes connected to the Geto statue to absorb the vitality there, barely maintaining his life like a candle swaying in the wind. Madara was leaning on the stone chair with her eyes closed tightly. She seemed to be immersed in sleep, but in fact she had been gone for a while. That's weird. Madara opened her eyes suddenly, and inside her eyes was neither the Samsara nor the Eternal Mangekyo, just a pair of ordinary black eyes. Tell me about what's going on outside. Madara raised her head slightly and looked through the top of the cave, where there were many by Zetsu hanging. On weekdays, he uses them to know the goings-on in the outside world. A Baiju jumped out from the rock wall. There's a war brewing outside, Lord Madara. About half an hour ago, an elite team from a Wagakure quietly sneaked into the Land of Fire. It seems that the war is about to resume. Madara snorted softly. War? It's another war. Oh, Hashirama, your road still fails to lead to peace after all. The only thing that successors can inherit is hatred. Only I can create a world where there will never be war and everyone is in harmony. Madara becomes more determined in his plans for the Eye of the Moon. After a long silence, he slowly asked, What is that Uchiha kid doing now? What Madara said, of course, was Obito. Unlike other Uchiha, Obito has shown an unusual passion for others since he was a child. Be kind and helpful. And it is this rich emotion that breeds the strongest hatred after falling into the dark abyss. It is the perfect chess piece that can continue to promote the grand plan behind him. Therefore, Madara locked onto Obito very early, waiting for a suitable opportunity to pull him into the dark road that will never return. What are you doing? Of course I'm preparing to blow your gold coins. Are you ready? I can't wait. A joking voice suddenly sounded, making Madara stunned. He looked at Baiju in confusion, but Baiju hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. Madara-sama, I didn't say that. Not you. Before Madara could clear his mind, an arm suddenly hooked his shoulder. Immediately, a figure flashed beside him and sat huddled on his stone chair. Who else besides me? Uchiha Obito smiled and felt no stranger to Madara. Uchiha Madara's eyes darkened, and the chakra that had been silent for a long time suddenly boiled. The The decaying body burst out with astonishing power, and its heavy fist was directed at the uninvited guest beside it. Although I am old, my arrows are still sharp. However, Kamui is instant. In the blink of an eye, Obito had moved his position, disappeared from the stone chair, and appeared in front of Madara not far away. My little Mr. Yi is such a dragon. He has been secretly coveting me all day long and wants me to run around for you. But as soon as he shows up, he wants to take action. Obito curled his lips, disapproving. Madara directly filtered out these useless words and locked Obito with her gloomy eyes. Uchiha Obito, how did you find this place? In your eyes? Mangekyo. Madara flashed a flash of shock. No, it's Eternal Mangekyo. As Madara, who once had the Eternal Eye, he can naturally sense the majestic power of Obito's eyes. This is beyond the reach of ordinary Mangekyo. But how is this possible? Obito has no brothers or sisters. So how did he evolve the Eternal Eye alone? Is it on? Or is it never off? At this time, countless white Zetsu quietly appeared on the surrounding ground. They form a circle around Obito, ready to attack at any time. Hey, old Madara, is this how you treat your guests? It's okay if you don't have tea. Do you still want to scare me with these white juices? Obito glanced around at the white Zetsu and complained. Stand back. Madara waved her hand. Madara looked at Obito indifferently. For Uchiha, who has the Eternal Eye, the threat of quantity is meaningless. Baizetsu escaped underground again, and only Madara and Obito were left facing each other in the entire underground space. Madara held a fan and looked at Obito repeatedly. The development of the situation seems to be beyond his expectations. After a long silence, Madara finally spoke. Uchiha Obito, you hide a lot of secrets. Obito responded frankly, just so. Then what's the purpose of coming to me? Kill me. You seem to know a lot about me, but I don't want to ask questions now. If you want to do something, feel free to do it. Madara stared at Obito without any fear. Even if the opponent has the power to take his life, Uchiha's pride does not allow him to be afraid. Obito shook his head and chuckled. What good will killing you do to me? You are valuable to me only if you are alive. Only if you are alive can I explode the gold coins. As he said that, Obito looked around as if he was looking for something, but found nothing. So he asked, Hey, is there such a dark eye coming to your door? Madara's eyes flashed with subtlety. Could it be that Obito was referring to Black Zetsu? Does this guy even know this? Seeing Madara's reaction, Obito's heart suddenly brightened, and he nodded slightly. It seems that I've come to find you. Now, I can't tell you directly. Madara was slightly startled. What is this person talking about? Before Madara could come back to her senses, Obito had walked straight over, pushed Madara aside, and sat down on a stone chair without a care in the world. The black line on Madara's face can haunt her for 3 days. Doesn't it mean that Uchiha Obito respects the elderly and loves the younger ones? What do you call respecting the old and loving the young? Obito lowered his head with a smile and said mysteriously, Come on, let's have a little chat the Uchiha way. Madara turned his head sideways, and in an instant, his black eyes gradually turned into a 3 Magatama Sharingan. His own eyes have evolved into the Samsara Eye and were secretly transferred to Nagato. Now he can only use the most basic 3 Magatama Sharingan or other transplanted eyes. Sharingan alone cannot withstand Obito's Eternal Mangekyo. In this case, it is better to deal with it calmly and listen to the purpose of the other party's efforts to find you. In an instant, Obito dragged Madara into the world of Jinjutsu. This is the realm where Obito's imagination is embodied, allowing him to do whatever he wants. With a change of thought, Madara's old face instantly regained her youth. Her black hair was flowing, and the Uchiha Madara who once shocked the ninja world reappeared. Madara's face was expressionless. After all, this was an illusion, and everything was unreal. After leaving, he was still the old man who was half-stepped into the coffin. TSK, you were supposed to bring me here to brainwash me, but this time I became the caster. Obito said cheerfully. So what do you want to say? Madara said calmly. Watch it, don't blink. Obito pointed to the sky, Madara followed the instructions and looked up in confusion. In an instant, a large number of pictures came one after another. Those are the memory fragments carefully selected by Obito, and the plots related to Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are shown one by one. The picture plays quickly, and Madara watches it very quickly. A few minutes passed. After the scene was played, Madara stood there quietly without changing her expression, not knowing what she was thinking about. Obito approached in surprise. "You're not angry at all?" Being manipulated like that by Black Zetsu, and finally turned into a resurrection vessel for Otsutsuki Kagaya, not to mention the failure of the plan, and even the loss for yourself. How can you bear it? I'm a big turtle. Hearing Obito's words, Madara lowered her gaze. This is your Genjutsu territory. It's up to you to see what you want me to see. The implication is, who knows if you fabricated some pictures to fool me. Well, Obito scratched his head. That's not right. When Hashirama showed his memory to others, Madara immediately believed it. Why did the other party become suspicious when it was his turn? After thinking about it, Obito suddenly had an idea. Hey, yes, since you don't believe me, why don't we just capture Heiju and read his memory? Isn't Hei claiming to be the embodiment of your will? But he has been wandering in a ninja world for thousands of years, and his memories will appear true and false as soon as he sees them. Madara looked at Obito and nodded slowly. In fact, he already believed it in his heart, but things were too bizarre to fully accept. What Obito showed him just now was obviously from the future. Can he peek into the future? This kind of power is obviously beyond the scope of ninjas, right? But whether it is authentic or not, you only need to catch Heiju and give it a try. Whether he is a true manifestation of his own will or Otsutsuki Kagaya's hidden third child will soon be answered. Obito disarms Genjutsu, and the two return to reality. Madara became old and rickety again. Madara remained silent and stretched out her palm to the side. Soon, a ball of black mud slowly overflowed from Madara's hand. When it hit the ground, it transformed into a standing figure. "Master Madara," Black Zetsu said respectfully. His eyes flickered back and forth between Obito and Madara, curiosity flashing in his eyes. What were they talking about just now? However, the next second, Heizetsu's curiosity immediately turned into panic. "Master Madara, what are you doing?" Bang! With a crisp sound, a black rod shot out from Madara's hand, nailing Heiju firmly to the ground. But this was not enough. Immediately afterwards, more black rods came one after another, firmly fixing Heiju's body. "Madara-sama." Heizetsu was completely confused. How could Uchiha Madara suddenly attack him? Madara stood up from the stone chair, tremblingly, and Obito quickly stepped forward to help him, fearing that his old gold coins would be lost. "Watch your steps, and don't make any mistakes at this point. If you fall to your death, you will be laughed at." Madara glanced at the other party helplessly, wondering why this guy kept saying lucky words. Can his majestic Uchiha Madara be thrown to death? The two walked to Heizetsu. Madara activated Yin-Yang style and Sharingan, grabbed Heizetsu's head tightly, and began to dig out Heizetsu's deep memories. After a while, Madara withdrew her hand with a pale face. Black Jew's thousands of years of memories are like a vast ocean. Madara has only read a small part and already feels powerless. After all, he is extremely weak now. "Well, I didn't fool you," Obito said proudly. "I told you that you were tricked by this guy, but you didn't believe it." Madara's eyes were heavy and fell on Heiju. Although he only read a little bit of Heizetsu's memories, and they were still insignificant daily matters. But this is enough to confirm what Obito said. Black Zetsu claims to be the embodiment of his will, but he, Uchiha Madara, has only been alive for less than a century, even if rounded up. Where did your 1,000-year memory come from? It seems that he has indeed been manipulated by Heiju. The Eye of the Moon plan and the prophecy of the stone tablet were all set up by Heiju. It turns out that I have always been just a pawn on someone else's chessboard, but I don't know. It's really sad and ridiculous. Madara suddenly let out a deep laugh. Whoosh! Madara suddenly took action, and the black stick blessed by yin-yang style went straight towards Heiju, intending to finish him off. Since Madara opened the reincarnation eye, she has studied the six-path forbidden technique and yin-yang style in depth for many years. A black Zetsu who cannot resist will never be able to escape from his hands. Hey, wait a minute. Obito suddenly stretched out his hand to hold him, and Madara's movement stopped in the air. You want to stop me? Madara turned around suddenly. Her eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and her murderous eyes made Obito stunned. But Obito still held down Ban's arm and quietly took the black stick from his hand. As you get older, don't be quick to hit or kill someone. Come on, calm down. Obito helped Madara sit on the stone chair, caressing his back and comforting him. Madara was speechless for a moment. Obito, what do you want to do? He found it difficult to understand Obito's way of thinking. Since the other party had revealed Black Zetsu's conspiracy, shouldn't his purpose be to help him get rid of control? But why do you want to prevent yourself from getting rid of the scourge of Black Zetsu? Obito rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "It's not just for the gold coins. Killing him won't do much good, and the money won't be much. It's better to keep him. He will be of great use to me. Once Black Zetsu dies, no one can save Kaguya, but this is not a huge change. After all, according to the original script, Kaguya will eventually be resealed. But by leaving Heizetsu, or in other words, Kaguya, the variables would be big enough, and the gold coins would naturally come rolling in." Madara obviously can't understand Obito's train of thought. Madara. His face was full of confusion. Obito waved his hand. "Oh, just listen to me anyway. It's correct." Madara sighed softly. Young people today have really strange ideas. But forget it. It's Obito who makes the decision here after all. Just let him be. "What are you going to do next?" Madara asked. At this moment, Madara seems a little confused. The Eye of the Moon plan he has been pursuing for his whole life is actually a scam by Black Zetsu. This obviously couldn't continue, and for a moment, he didn't know where to go. "My plan is very simple, to unify the ninja world and end the war." Hearing Obito's answer, Madara's cloudy eyes flashed with light. This kid's thoughts are exactly the same as when he was young. He once had such an idea, but unfortunately Hashirama didn't agree with it, so he had no choice but to give up. Now that Obito mentioned the matter again, the sleeping memory in Madara's heart was awakened, and Hashirama was gone. In the current ninja world, who else can stop Obito? The answer is no one. Madara smiled with relief, not expecting that she would be able to witness the unification of the ninja world before she died. In this way, he has no regrets, even if he went to another world. He can also blame Hashirama with confidence and accuse him of how wrong his choices were back then. "My reincarnation eye is in the Hidden Rain Village, lodged in a little guy named Nagato. Go get it. Maybe it can help you," Madara said. Obito glanced sideways at Madara. "What do I need that thing for? I can naturally do it when I want to evolve. You'd better keep it for yourself to play with." Before he finished speaking, Obito walked to Heizetsu, squatted down, and pulled out several black sticks inserted into Heizetsu's body. "Heizetsu, how about you consider my proposal? What do you want to say?" Heiju asked in a deep voice. Obito glared at him and used Sharingan to convey a thought to Black Zetsu. After receiving it, Heiju suddenly became a little excited. "Is what you said true? What did I lie to you for? If I hadn't stopped you, you would have died at the hands of Madara by now. Do I need to lie to you?" After receiving Obito's confirmation, Black Zetsu nodded. "Okay, then I am willing to be loyal to you, Obito-sama." Obito smiled, pulled out the other black rods on Black Zetsu's body, and released him. Afterwards, Black Zetsu clung to Obito obediently, and Madara couldn't help but look sideways when she saw this. "Hey, you guy, you still claim to be the incarnation of my will. Now you have changed your family?" Obito walked up to Madara with a smile on his face and stretched out a fist towards him. "Come on, Madara. Let's work together to create a world away from war, ensuring that future generations of Konoha will never have to suffer the ravages of war again." Madara looked at Obito with a smile on his face, and for a moment he seemed to see Hashirama's figure superimposed on him. However, he still chose to shake his head. No, I have become corrupt and will no longer participate in the future of the ninja world. I'm just waiting here for your good news. When the time comes, I'll go down and tell Hashirama that he was wrong." Obito looked nonchalant. "Why are you rotten? I can easily handle your small situation and keep you energetic for another 500 years. Hurry up." Obito shook his arms, urging Madara to fist bump with him. "Do you know what you're talking about? Don't believe me? I'm not joking, uncle." Madara was silent for a moment, and finally stretched out her fist perfunctorily and touched the young disciple lightly. In his heart, he also longed to witness the future of Konoha with his own eyes. But then, Obito's dissatisfied muttering came over. Obito stared at Madara with suspicious eyes. "Hey, old Madara, you didn't take it seriously at all. Why didn't I receive the gold coins? Do it again. You have to be serious. You have to believe me from the bottom of your heart. You can't do anything just superficially." Madara was speechless for a moment. What kind of novel theory is this? There was no other way. Madara raised his hand again. This time, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "Come on, Obito, you will pass on the unfinished mission of Hashirama and me. Let me see what level you can reach. Changes that have never happened in the ninja world in thousands of years are about to bloom in your hands." Puff! The two fists touched each other lightly. Immediately afterwards, a cold electronic sound sounded in Obito's ears. Bite! Group member Uchiha Obito received a gold coin reward of 300,000 for significantly rewriting the direction of history. Finally here, so many gold coins. Obito was excited. "So, what exactly are the gold coins you keep talking about? Some kind of currency?" Madara looked at the extremely excited Obito and asked in confusion. "Hey, you can understand it that way, but this is God's currency. You can buy anything." Obito smiled mysteriously. The flames of war on the front line spread vaguely. A secret letter slipped silently from a Wagakure village into the territory of Kirigakure village. The letter revealed that Namikaze Minato had joined the front line. Konoha had lost a strong general, and its defense was greatly reduced. At the same time, they will hold Minato at the outpost so that he has no time to take care of Konoha. If Kirigakure has any plans, now is a good opportunity. Mizukichi finished reading, pondered for a moment, and did not rush out impulsively. Instead, he sent a small team to explore the truth. The pathfinder he chose was Ching, who had a transplanted white eye. This special ability allowed them to collect intelligence more accurately. When Ao and his team sneaked in, they didn't know that Minato had already taken precautions. Uchiha Shursui led the team to set an ambush on the road. Shursui just activated Genjutsu from a distance, and the opponent was instantly knocked down. This chakra is Uchiha Shursui. Ao captured this scene with his Byakugan perspective. The green chakra flashed in his eyes, which was as famous a symbol as Shursui. Ching was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. The group of people evacuated in a panic. Not even the shadow of Konoha was seen. Ao returned to Kirigakure and reported the whole story to 3rd Mizukichi. When Mizukichi heard it, he angrily said, "You bunch of losers, you were driven back without even touching the threshold of Konoha? You didn't taste the sweetness at all? That's not a big deal." Mizukichi gave an order, and the legendary 3 auspicious treasures, the O Shinobi Sword, and the 7 were ready to attack Konoha again. However, history repeated itself, and it was still the same path. In fact, Ao had told them the information that there might be an ambush there, but the 7 ninja swordsmen didn't take it to heart. "If it's not my brother, you can't still be here, can you?" However, the fact is that Uchiha Shursui, young Uchiha Itachi, and a group of Uchiha masters have been waiting here for a long time. Minato-senpai's news is really accurate. They are indeed here. Itachi was full of admiration. "Now is not the time to sigh. Prepare to fight, Itachi." Shursui chuckled and drew the long knife from his back. Itachi nodded solemnly, holding the ninja tool in his hand. Although he was only 6 years old, he had already entered the battlefield with Shursui. Everyone was preparing to attack in silence. When the 7 ninja swordsmen stepped into the encirclement net, Uchiha and the others immediately launched an offensive. Phantom instant technique. As Shursue's handprints fell, the scene was instantly filled with a dozen identical Shursui. This is no ordinary shadow clone. Each one is a real entity, showing Shursue's speed and ability to appear in the same space at the same time. This is Shursui, the real power that can shock the ninja world with the name of ordinary ninjutsu. Uchiha Flow Hero Dance. In an instant, all the Shursui launched an attack at the same time, followed by other Uchiha masters, and countless ninjutsu rained down. What? Is there really an ambush? The 7 ninja swordsmen were stunned and caught off guard. In an instant, there were casualties. No, brother. How dare you? Then if we change our ways, wouldn't you be in trouble? It's not a game at all, is it? Retreat. Retreat quickly. There were 7 ninja swordsmen. Oh no, after a round of attacks, only 5 were left. Now, they have become the 5 ninja swordsmen. While fighting back, they are frantically looking for a way to escape. But, isn't it a joke to talk about speed in front of Shursui? Soon, the battlefield returned to tranquility. Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords, as well as the 7 magical ninja swords, will remain on the land of Konoha forever. Uchiha Shursui wiped the bloody knife and walked towards Itachi with a warm smile. Mission accomplished. Let's go home, Itachi. Cooperate. What conspiracy is that old fox Inoki thinking about? Benin Third Raikage held a letter from a Wagakure village in his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face. Originally, after they encountered a wall and sand-hidden village in the Land of Wind, they turned around and planned to attack Konoha. But just a few days after the war started, Inoki wrote a letter proposing cooperation. The target is directly at Konoha. You know, Kumo Hidden Village is not only fighting Konoha, but also at war with a Wagakure village. Inoki took the initiative to seek cooperation, which is really rare. Father, what did the old man say? Young AI stepped forward and asked curiously. Third Raikage explained. Inoki said that Namikaze Minato went to the front line in person, and he wanted to join forces with us to deal with Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. AI was stunned, and then sneered. I see. It turns out that the yellow flash appeared. No wonder that old guy came to form an alliance with us. It turned out he was afraid of death. Although Inoki's attack power is strong and indestructible, if someone succeeds in a sneak attack and wipes his neck, he will still die. This is the fate of ninjas. The means are ever-changing, but the body is extremely fragile. Therefore, Inoki could not deal with Namikaze Minato, so he could only come to Kumogakure for help. Only Yunin Village can compete with that yellow flash in terms of speed. By the way, when I attacked Sunagakure, I heard that you and Heizen fought against that yellow flash. How do you feel? Third Raikage then asked. AI's face gradually became serious. That guy is faster than me. He is the only one who can avoid my instant punch attack. Flash, I can't catch it. His reactions and combat experience are amazing. If he hadn't taken desperate measures, we might have been defeated. But the final result was just a tie. At that time, we were 2 against 1. Third Raikage was quite surprised to get such a high evaluation from you. It seems that he is indeed a difficult opponent. Let's go meet him. After listening to his son's description, Third Raikage became very interested in this yellow flash. On the Konoha side, they still didn't know that the sacrifices of the East Dead Man and his group had allowed Inoki and Kumogakure to temporarily form an alliance. At this time, in Konoha's base camp, everyone stared in horror at the man with a round fan on his back, wearing red armor and a proud face. He walked forward slowly, and everyone's eyes were firmly attracted to him. Who is he? Just one glance makes people feel an aura that is so oppressive that it is suffocating. I don't know. It seems I've been brought back by Obito-sama, maybe a master of the Uchiha clan? Why haven't you seen this person before? Everyone in Konoha was talking a lot, and everyone looked shocked. That man's aura was so amazing. At this moment, an excited Uchiha Jonin walked up to the man tremblingly and said excitedly, Are you the Madara clan leader? Uchiha Jonin asked in disbelief as he looked at the fan behind Madara and the face that was exactly the same as recorded in the family tree. Did Madara die at the hands of the first Hokage decades ago? How could she appear here? Do they look alike? Or did Madara actually fake her own death and escape? No matter what, this Jonin was very excited. He has admired Uchiha Madara since he was a child, and he has been reading the history of Uchiha. He only regrets that he was not born in Madara's era. Otherwise, he would have left with Madara. Oh, after all these years, does anyone still remember me? Madara glanced at him and noticed the admiration in his eyes. A sense of comfort welled up in my heart. Hearing Madara admit his identity, Uchiha Jonin was even more excited. It's really you, Chief Madara. When you return now, do you plan to continue leading the Uchiha clan? With you here, we, the Uchiha clan, will be able to regain our former glory. Madara smiled slightly. What's your name? My name is Yunshi, leader of the Madara clan. Yunshi straightened his back, as if it was a great honor to be asked his name by Madara. Yunshi, I will remember your name. However, you don't need to call me clan leader anymore. I am no longer the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yunshi shook his head. Since you are back, the position of clan leader should be returned to you, and the Uchiha clan will become strong under your leadership. I have no interest in controlling Uchiha or leading you. Madara chuckled, crossed Uchiha Yunshi, and continued to walk forward. Return to the family and be the patriarch? Led them? Who do you think he is? When he left, no one from the tribe followed him, but now that development has slowed down, they want him to go back. How can anything be so cheap? His current wish is just to see what the ninja world will become under Obito's hands. Nothing more. Hearing Madara's response, Yunshi stiffened and smiled bitterly. It seems that the impact of that incident on Madara was too great. Yunshi hesitated for a moment and quickly made a decision. He turned around. Madara-sama, I want to follow you. I will break away from the Uchiha clan. Madara's steps paused slightly. Her eyes flickered slightly, and finally she continued to move forward, leaving only a faint sentence. Whatever. Yunshi's face lit up with joy, and he immediately ran to follow him. Madara walked slowly towards the tent. At this moment, Obito and Minato Namikaze finished their conversation and were walking out of the tent. As soon as he saw Madara, Obito immediately raised his hand and greeted with a smile. Hey, old Madara, you look like you're in good spirits. You're recovering well. After receiving 300,000 gold coins, Obito spent 30,000 to purchase a one-time six-paths yang power. The majestic vitality was enough to restore Madara to the peak of her youth. As for Madara, after she fully recovered her peak condition, she went to the land of rain specifically to retrieve the Samsara Eye from Nagato. She originally planned to exchange a pair of Sharingans, but Nagato thought twice and rejected Madara's offer. After learning the truth, he didn't ask for anything and directly returned the eyes to Madara. He longed to live an ordinary life like Yahiko and Konin and no longer wanted to be different. Madara understood his choice, used the remaining yang power to hatch a pair of ordinary eyes for him, then left the Kingdom of Rain and went directly to Obito. Madara-senpai, Konoha warmly welcomes you back. Minato showed Madara a slightly stiff smile. Just now, Obito dragged him into the camp and told him that Uchiha Madara was about to return, which really shocked Minato. Obito's behavior became increasingly unpredictable. First, he revealed a series of top-secret information as if he could predict the future, and then he brought back Uchiha Madara, who had been declared dead for decades. With the addition of Madara, the gap between Konoha's combat effectiveness and other ninja villages will be as insurmountable as a chasm. It seems that the war is about to come to an end. This kid is really becoming more and more capable, and Minato feels a sense of sincere relief in his heart. Facing Minato's greeting, Madara nodded slightly. Come on, let's go in and sit for a while. It's so weird to stand outside and chat, Obito suggested with a smile. Just as the group was about to move, a Konoha ninja appeared in front of them using the teleportation technique and reported to Minato with a stern expression. Iwagakure and Kumogakure have joined forces. They have assembled nearly 10,000 troops and are approaching us. Obito was stunned for a moment, with a subtle expression on his face. I originally thought that they would divide their forces to fight, and it would be a waste of time for us to deal with them. Unexpectedly, they took the initiative to send them to our door. Obito turned to Namake's Minato and said with a relaxed expression, "Minato-sensei, it looks like the war is going to end early." Having said that, Obito, we still can't take it lightly. After all, my opponent is Tsuchikage, who is known as the Ant of Two Scales. His dust style is extremely destructive. If you are not careful, you will be in trouble. Namake's Minato warned Obito seriously. He didn't want anything to happen to him. Haha, don't worry, teacher, I will be careful. Besides, I am not alone. Old Madara is here to help. Obito smiled playfully and hooked Madara's shoulder. Right? Old Madara? Madara turned to look at him. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. A group of rabble-rousers also need my help? Oh, those are Tsuchikage and Reikage. People who stand at the top of the ninja world are not as weak as you say. In my eyes, they are just that weak. Madara responded lightly. TSK, you don't leave any room for what you said. Okay, let's go. Just think of it as stretching your muscles. You haven't moved your hands in a long time. Are they almost rusty? After that, Obito pulled him to the front line without any explanation. Facing Obito's determination, Madara was helpless. Well, let the world see the power of Uchiha Madara again. Minato-sensei, let's go. Namake's Minato responded with a smile on his face. I wish you victory. I am here waiting for your good news. Cloud Hidden Village and Iwagakure Village jointly attacked, and thousands of ninjas came like a tide, with a majestic momentum, approaching the border. Movie-level characters from both sides came to the front lines of the battlefield. Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Abi combined to form a staggeringly luxurious lineup. On the defense line of Konoha in the distance, the guarding ninjas felt cold in their hearts just by witnessing such a powerful formation, and became timid before fighting. Onoki looked across the long distance at Konoha's tight defense line, and whispered to third generation lay beside him. I have sent a message to Kirigakure Village, telling them that Namake's Minato has left Konoha, and now they should also take action. Whether Namake's Minato chooses to stick to the front line or return to defend Konoha, Konoha will inevitably decline after this battle. Onoki didn't know that Kirigakure's offensive had already been defeated. He was still complacent about his carefully planned layout. Third generation Lay nodded, his eyes flashing shrewdly. If the yellow flash remains, we will contain him, and you will be responsible for the main attack. The battle is over. We don't need the spoils, but after occupying Konoha, we must get a wider territory. There was a hint of cunning in third generation Lay's eyes. The old feud between them and Yanin Village seems to be worth mentioning in the face of huge interests. The land where Kumogakure is located is barren and desolate, and they always want to own the picturesque Konoha territory. Agreed. Onoki agreed. If there is no objection, launch an attack immediately. Following the orders of the two shadows, the huge army was divided into blocks like a black torrent, approaching the defense line built by Konoha ninjas. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Just hear a loud bang. Two figures suddenly descended from the sky, hitting the ground and kicking up billowing dust. Have reinforcements from Konoha arrived? Is it Hiruzen, Sarutobi, or Minato Namake's? There was a faint smile on Onoki's lips. It seemed that no matter who it was, it would be difficult for them to stop their offensive today. However, when the dust settled and the visitor's face was clearly seen, Onoki's smile froze on his face. You, Uchiha Madara. The man in front of him had his arms folded and his eyes were stern. Onoki would never forget this figure that had cast a shadow on him. When he was young, he went to Konoha with second Tsuchikage to form an alliance, but unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Madara. The other party not only looked down upon them, but also used overwhelming force to teach them a lesson, and finally drove them out of Konoha. That was a huge humiliation to him, Wu, and even the entire village. Whenever he remembered it, Anoki felt an unspeakable sense of shame in his heart. A kid with two scales? Madara also recognized him. It seems that the lesson I gave you back then was still too light. You actually have the guts to bring people to invade Konoha. Then, let me see how much you've grown over the years. Uchiha moved her wrist with a pleasant smile on her face, as if she didn't take the other person to heart at all. Anoki gritted his teeth. Uchiha Madara. This guy's character really hasn't changed at all, making people angry as soon as he opens his mouth. Reikage, the situation has changed. If we can't take Uchiha Madara, this attack on Konoha will only become a laughingstock. Uchiha Madara, third generation Lei, was no stranger to this name, but he was full of doubts. Didn't he lose to Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End decades ago and have passed away long ago? How can you come back from the dead? I don't know, but I'm sure that it is Madara. That annoying tone is absolutely unmistakable. Anoki said gloomily, "Go ahead and entangle him. I'll find a flaw and kill him with one strike." Anoki said solemnly, "Shall I go? The opponent is Uchiha Madara. Why don't you go?" Third generation Lei turned around and asked dissatisfied, "You can't defeat him directly, but my dust style can. I just need you to fight for a small chance for me. Besides, you don't need to be afraid of him. He is a remnant of the old era decades ago. Over the years, ninjutsu has developed rapidly. The ancients are not necessarily better than the new ones. This old guy is not as exaggerated as you think. Don't be afraid. He is the challenger." Anoki said rationally. Third generation Lei asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that's the case?" After all, Anoki is a person who has experienced the era of Uchiha Madara, and what he said may be true. "That's right, come on." Third generation Lei took a step forward and was eager to try. "I see. Then I'll give it a try. Just force a momentary flaw out of him," Anoki warned. Reikage nodded, and in an instant, the power of thunder and lightning surrounded him. A thunderous thunder. This is Kumobikyu's unique lightning-style chakra form. Hell thrust, Ippon's in hand. Third generation's thunder attack is the trump card. After all, the opponent is Uchiha Madara, who is famous in the ninja world. There was just a flash of lightning, and in an instant, the third generation thunder appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, so fast that no one could match it. However, Madara obviously does not belong to this no-one list. The moves are good, but the speed is a bit slow. Wounded Tomb, border prison. Madara glanced at Reikage, who was only a few centimeters away from her, and said lightly, "Bang!" A figure shot out like an arrow from a string. It was third generation Lei. The moment he was about to come into contact with Madara, he seemed to have suffered a shocking shock. Reikage was knocked back at an alarming speed and fell hundreds of meters away, and did not stop until it hit a hill. The third generation raised its head with thunderous energy and opened its mouth as if it was saying something. If someone could read lips, they would be able to find out. What third generation Lei said is, "Anoki, I think phone is a blessing. Is he dead?" Madara glanced at Reikage and said calmly as if nothing had happened, "What kind of technique is that?" Anoki was fully focused, but didn't see Madara make any move. Uchiha Madara just stood leisurely with his arms folded, and the third generation thunder flew far away. Before they could figure out what happened, Uchiha Madara had already started to move forward slowly. His movements became faster and faster, until finally he was running very fast. Facing an army of nearly 10,000 people, Madara launched an attack without fear. Then, let me dance for a little while. Boom! Madara crashes straight into the enemy formation, and the air waves generated when moving can overturn countless enemies. He displayed his powerful physical skills wantonly, like a wolf among sheep. Elegant and perfect, like a piece of art in a movie. Witnessing Madara's feat of piercing through the enemy's formation alone, Obito scratched his head in confusion. "It seems you don't need me very much." Every time Madara solves someone, the voice of the chat group will appear in Obito's ears at the same time. Gold coins +1. Gold coins plus one. Gold coins plus one. It seems that these trash fish are not worthless. They are worth at least $1. Dust-style limited stripping technique. Onoki seized the opportunity when Uchiha Madara shocked everyone around him in an instant and launched an offensive without hesitation. Buzzing in his palm, the transparent white light column quickly condensed and then turned into a dazzling light arrow, heading straight towards the direction of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Madara was squeezing the throat of a Wagakure ninja, raising the corners of her mouth slightly, about to ask, "Do you want to dance too?" However, the afterglow in the corner of his eye caught the roaring dust style. This sudden interruption made him throw down the ninja in his hand in displeasure and turned around to face the approaching fatal technique. "You interrupted my elegance, you two-pronged boy." Madara's eyes flashed with a fierce light that should not be underestimated. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had no intention of evading, Onoki felt secretly happy. Is this arrogant Uchiha Madara planning to challenge Dust-style head-on? He is indeed an antique that is out of touch with the times. Do you think that after decades of living in isolation, your Susanoo can still dominate the world? In front of Dust-style, everything will turn into the most primitive atoms. Susanoo is no exception. Uchiha Madara, this is the price you pay for your contempt for Tsuchikage, Onoki declared excitedly. Dust-style fully covered Uchiha Madara, swallowing up his lonely figure. That's all Uchiha Madara can do. Onoki snorted coldly and looked at where Madara was standing. Even Uchiha Madara could not survive the baptism of Dust-style. Bar? What? Onoki's pupils almost jumped out of his sockets. Seeing the impact of Dust-style, Uchiha Madara didn't even use Susanoo and absorbed all the power of Dust-style with just one hand. It's as if his palm is connected to an unobservable black hole. Are you kidding? Under the gaze of the Rinnegan, any ninjutsu is in vain. You two-scale boy, didn't I tell you this? In an instant, Dust-style dissipated, revealing Madara's figure with a faint smile. All ninjutsu are invalid. This? Onoki looked shocked. Not only him, but the other ninjas who heard this also showed despair. Isn't the capital of ninja fighting ninjutsu? Now, it would be too much for the opponent to render ninjutsu useless. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? Haven't we fight this battle? Just when everyone was thinking of quitting, a real man stepped forward. He is the future Raikage of Cloud Hidden Village, AI in the Abbey Group, the fastest in the ninja world. This ranking is compiled by Cloud Hidden Village, the king of elbow strikes, the champion of resistance to falling. AI, is ninjutsu ineffective? It didn't say that taijutsu is ineffective. Does that mean it's still effective? AI said in a deep voice, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he looked at Uchiha Madara. Bad boy, what are you going to do? Onoki was a little surprised that the other party stepped forward at this moment. Don't be impulsive. We will find other ways. Onoki warned that Third Raikage had been seriously injured by Madara's blow, and if AI fell again, victory would be impossible with him alone. Don't worry, I have something in mind. AI responded lightly. Before Namikaze Minato appeared, he was once recognized as the #1 speedster in the ninja world, unrivaled by anyone. Even his father, Third Raikage, is not as fast as him, and both of them have different emphasis on lightning-style chakra mode. Third generation Lei focuses on defense and attack power, while he focuses more on speed. Of course, at extreme speed, his attack power cannot be underestimated. Just to Uchiha Madara. By come together, AI shouted loudly, and lightning instantly wrapped around him, activating his lightning-style chakra mode. Okay, Killer Bee responded excitedly. I'm on it. Before he finished speaking, AI's figure had disappeared and turned into a flash of blue lightning, arriving in front of Uchiha Madara in an instant. Heavy blast flow, AI shouted angrily, opened his eyes wide, and unleashed a powerful elbow attack on Uchiha Madara. So fast. A hint of appreciation flashed across Madara's eyes. This guy was much faster than before. However, still to no avail. Click. With a crisp sound, AI's elbow was firmly blocked by a layer of blue energy skeleton. AI was stunned. How could he be resisted so easily? The speed is really good, but it's a pity that the strength is a little weak. Madara commented. Even Susanu's frame cannot be shaken and does not pose the slightest threat to him. The skeleton grew rapidly and transformed into a half-length Susanu. He slashed it with a knife, and AI's figure immediately flew out. Bang! The moment AI was suddenly knocked away, Killer Bee transformed into a half-tailed beast form, suddenly threw out a huge-tailed beast jade, and came straight towards him. Dare to touch my big brother. Damachinara, yo, take the move. Killer Bee danced and made a provocative gesture triumphantly. Madara glanced disdainfully, and in the next moment, Magatama quickly condensed in the palm of the Susanoo he controlled. 8-foot Magatama. Accompanied by a deep shout, Magatama rushed straight towards the roaring-tailed beast jade like an arrow from the string. Boom! The explosion was deafening and sparks flew everywhere, lighting up half the sky. The smoke gradually dissipated, and in the chaos, AI and Killer Bee used the cover of smoke to quietly approach Uchiha Madara. Excellent thunder, plow hot knife. AI shouted the name of the move loudly in his huge voice, as if he could defeat the enemy with one blow. Madara felt helpless. The sneak attack was so loud. Was it because you were afraid that I wouldn't know you were coming? In a flash of lightning, the two of them arrived in front of Madara. Bang! With excellent tacit understanding, Madara's half of Susanoo was unexpectedly defeated. AI charged forward, followed closely by Killer Bee. The two of them locked Madara's head in tandem. You're done. AI laughed. This Uchiha Madara turns out to have only this ability. But they didn't notice that Madara's face didn't waver at all. It was calm. Then, Madara's figure suddenly disappeared without warning. In an instant, he exchanged places with his clone from Will Tomb and Border Prison. What? AI was shocked, his eyes widened. No, big brother. Killer Bee was also stunned on the spot. Because of Madara's disappearance, the two attacks could not hold back their momentum and instead collided with each other. Bang! The two of them flew out upside down, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It was obviously surrounded. How did Madara escape? Without any time to think, Uchiha Madara appeared silently behind AI and launched a series of smooth physical attacks, leaving AI unable to resist. Finally, Madara kicked AI hard, hitting AI in the chest. AI flew out like a speeding helicopter. He fell heavily on a boulder and crashed again. AI was violently shaken and fell to the ground unconscious, his life or death uncertain. Mamba out. After dealing with AI, Madara turned to look at Killer Bee, who had just struggled to get up from the ground. Moving instantly, Madara was in front of Killer Bee, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. Do you want to dance too? Ahem. I'm not good at dancing, but I'm okay with rap. Do you want me to do a little rap, and then you let me and my brother go? Killer Bee was choked so hard that he could hardly breathe and couldn't speak clearly. Oh, Madara's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In a ninja world, are there such versatile ninjas? Thump! Madara threw Killer Bee to the ground casually, crossed her arms across her chest, and said with interest, Come on, sing a few words for me to listen to. If you're really good at it, it is not impossible to let you go. Killer Bee suddenly raised his head and looked at Uchiha Madara as if he had found a soulmate. Actually, someone appreciates me so much. Alas, it's a pity that he is the enemy. He has just seriously injured his eldest brother AI, and his life or death is uncertain. How can he act according to the enemy's wishes? It seems that the only option is to have some lyrics that are not so pleasant and may even annoy Madara. Okay, I will definitely make you satisfied. Killer Bee nodded quickly, already making a plan in his mind. He thought quickly, and an idea flashed into his mind. Aren't Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama incompatible? It is said that it spread throughout Konoha that Senju Hashirama ended Uchiha Madara's life. Although I don't know how Madara defeated the resurrection match. But Madara must hate Senju Hashirama and Konoha. So let's make a rap that praises Senju Hashirama and Konoha and make some satire. Ahem. Killer Bee cleared his throat and began his performance. Yo, first generation of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama Prestige. The wood style is powerful enough to conquer the ninja world, and the will of peace is dazzling. He built the foundation of the village with his own hands, and the brotherly love goes even further. The will of fire burns endlessly, and future generations of ninjas praise it in unison. As soon as Killer Bee's rap ended, the surprise on Uchiha Madara's face could be seen without a magnifying glass. Killer Bee quietly observed, laughing secretly in his heart. This guy must be furious, right? In the previous two sentences, Senju Hashirama was praised to the heavens, but Uchiha Madara, a legendary figure beside him, was not mentioned. How could Uchiha Madara, with his pride, endure such neglect? Immediately following the last two sentences, the original Konoha village was a symbol of brotherhood established by Madara and Hashirama, and they were brothers in the past. Now, it has become the biggest irony. Isn't it said that the relationship is strong? The kind that is strong enough to stab someone in the back. The last sentence, everyone praises you in unison, refers to first Hokage and has nothing to do with you Uchiha Madara. Because in Konoha, Madara has almost become the target of public criticism. When he is mentioned, everyone shouts and beats him up. This sentence, future generations of ninjas praise each other, simply hits the painful spot in the soul. After being silent for a while, Madara spoke up, staring down at Killer Bee, her tone unexpectedly calm. That's very well said. I appreciate it. Question mark. Killer Bee was stunned. Is this an irony? Killer Bee looked at Madara's calm expression and thought that this guy was probably so angry that he didn't even bother to express anything. It seems that his task was completed very well. Just as she was thinking about it, Madara slowly stretched out her hand to Killer Bee, who was squatting on the ground. Killer Bee's heart tightened, and he quickly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and hugged his knees tightly. His body couldn't stop shaking. It's over, brother. It looks like I have to take the first step. It's just a pity. I have such an excellent rap. This is a loss to the ninja world. The ninja world has me, Killer Bee. Happy to the ninja world. Happy to me too. I just asked him to act more swiftly and not make me suffer too much. But the expected cold light did not fall. What was waiting was Madara's doubt. Do you want to go to the toilet? Killer Bee's whole body froze, and when he raised his head, his eyes were full of disbelief. Go to the toilet? In front of thousands of people, I will solve it here? No, why do you think so? In fact, Madara can't be blamed. From his point of view, Killer Bee is squatting with his legs in his arms, and his body is trembling slightly. He does look like he is in a state of panic. It just so happened that during those days of living in caves, there was such a number one person among the Baiju around Madara. The white Zetsu Afei with the swirling face squats all day long wanting to experience the fireworks in the world. Unfortunately, as a white Zetsu, he has no such ability. Over time, whenever Madara sees a similar posture, she will think of it reflexively. How is that possible? Killer Bee's face turned red from holding back the pressure. He said, will he survive in this life? Then why don't you get up quickly? Madara secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the explanation. Fortunately, it was nothing else. Otherwise, if this matter spread, I would not look good. Stand up. Killer Bee was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that Madara was reaching out to pull him up, looking up at Uchiha Madara, and after confirming that the other party was not joking, Killer Bee cautiously stretched out his hand. Could it be that he would take this moment to cut off his own hand? Facts have proved that Killer Bee was indeed overly worried. Madara grabbed his hand and pulled him up. He just stood next to Uchiha Madara, and the other party did not take action against him. Go, tell Raikage and ask him to come over. I have something to inform him, Madara ordered. Oh, I'll do it right away. Killer Bee nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know why, he had no choice but to do it. On the other side, Anoki saw Killer Bee coming back and hurriedly rushed to catch him. Killer Bee, what did Madara tell you to make you linger there for so long? Nothing. I just improvised a rap for Uchiha Madara. He liked it very much. After saying that, Killer Bee turned and left. He had to find Raikage and his elder brother, so he had no time to chat with the old man. Rapping for Uchiha Madara? Anoki's eyes were full of suspicion. Who is this kid trying to fool? At his level, he was killed by Uchiha Madara before he even spoke a word, right? However, it turns out that as long as the content is heart-wrenching, it doesn't matter if the level is a little bit different. Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, interrupting Inoki's thinking. Panic spread among the crowd instantly. What is this? Is this Uchiha Madara? How can we fight like this? Ninjutsu is ineffective. In his current state, physical skills won't work either. People were desperate. Inoki followed the crowd's exclamations, his eyes also full of shock. I saw a giant Susanoo walking slowly, hundreds of meters high, with extraordinary momentum. Every step shook the earth like an earthquake. Susanoo? Inoki had seen Susanoo before, but in his memory, Madara's Susanoo had never been so huge. When he fought AI before, Susanoo was only a dozen meters tall. Although he was strong, he was not to the point where one would feel desperate at a glance. And now this. Just looking at it makes people lose the courage to fight. You little brat with 2 scales, you are lucky to be able to see with your own eyes the true strength of the Uchiha clan. Madara's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, squinting at him from top to bottom. Uchiha Madara. Inoki whispered through gritted teeth. How to fight this? Is this kind of person really a ninja? Why is it so exaggerated? It feels like they're now going back in time to beat up the primitive people. There's a saying that goes, what you fear will come to you. The roar exploded again. Inoki quickly turned around and looked. Another Susanoo with pale blue light slowly rose up. Besides, Inoki almost collapsed. He couldn't resist anyone. So why did another one come? His eyes followed the light blue Susanoo as it gradually evolved from a skeletal form until it transformed into a complete body hundreds of meters high. At this moment, Inoki realized that Susanoo actually had multiple forms, and what Madara showed before was only the second form. Obito drove Susanoo to Madara's side, glanced through the gem space between Susanoo's eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Is Raikage done? Leave this stubborn old man to me. This guy is not easy to convince." Madara smiled slightly. "It's up to you, but I personally suggest that it would be easier to solve the problem directly. Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Obito made an okay gesture confidently. Obito turned to Inoki and took a step forward in Susan's footsteps, wanting to get closer to talk. But at this moment, Earth-style super light heavy rock technique. Inoki was so frightened that he jumped into the air, and then his handprints flew. Earth-style Earthquake Core. Earth-style Arm of Rock. Earth-style Goshiki no Jutsu. Dust-style The Art of Peeling Off the Original World. Obito watched Inoki perform ninjutsu one after another, and couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. No? So much pressure? Just take one step forward and hand over everything? I have a pressure cooker. At this moment, under Obito's feet, the ground suddenly opened on one side, intending to let Susan's feet fall into it, but Susan's body was too big, and this move only touched Susan's ankle. On the other side, a giant rock arm broke out of the ground and tried to grab Susan's feet. However, Obito pulled away slightly and the rock arm shattered. After these ninjutsu failed, a huge rock giant rushed toward Susan, but its size, only 1/3 of the size of Susan. Obito easily controlled Susan to kick, and the rock giant instantly fell apart. As for the final Dust Style, Obito just activated Kamui. The power of space distortion came, and Dust Style's path was distorted. Dust Style, who was moving straight forward, could not avoid it. Soon he was completely swallowed by Kamui, leaving no trace left. Damn it, it doesn't work at all. In the air, Inoki's expression gradually became solemn, full of despair. Suddenly, a huge Susanoo hand approached quickly. Inoki was startled and hurriedly tried to use Dust Style to counterattack. However, his previous continuous battles had consumed a large amount of chakra. Although Dust Style could be released, it was unable to be released in time due to its slow condensation. Instead, he was caught by Susanoo. Hey, let me say, is it necessary to be so excited? I don't really want to take your lives. Obito grabbed Inoki and came to him and said with interest. Huh? Inoki was a little surprised. Wouldn't you kill them? What are you planning? There was no killing. Obviously, there was room for negotiation. Obito said slowly. Purpose? We come with peace in mind. If I have to explain, achieving peace is our purpose. Then what do you expect us to do? In other words, what does Konoha want? Inoki heard the word peace and sneered disapprovingly. In his opinion, since he was defeated, Obito's words were just an excuse to ask for more compensation. Obito smiled lightly and said, Then I'll tell you the truth. I hope that all members of a Wagakure village will be integrated into Konoha. From now on, there will no longer be a Wagakure village on the map of the ninja world. Only the Konoha branch in the Land of Earth and the management personnel we dispatched will be stationed. That's it. Obito's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As soon as the words fell, Inoki's face froze in shock. Do you know what you are asking for? Obito nodded firmly. Of course I know. In this way, the ninja world will be unified and have the same voice, so there will be no reason for war. Faced with Obito's almost fantasy plan, Inoki sarcastically said without mercy, Humph boy, what an innocent fantasy. Regardless of whether you can do it or not, even if you want to, it's not that simple. You just want a local war. There are still 10,000 ninjas on standby in a Wagakure village. Besides, Yunin village has continuously strengthened its armaments over the years, and its combat effectiveness has only increased. There are also Sand Hidden Village and Kirigakure Village that barely participated in the battle this time. Do you know how much strength they hide? With such a huge appetite, Konoha isn't afraid of choking to death. Obito pondered for a moment and then asked, How does this conflict with my pursuit of unity? Inoki frowned. Didn't you listen to what I just said? The combined strength of all ninja villages is at least 40,000. 40,000 ninjas, one ordinary great fireball per person, is enough to flood the entire Konoha. Obito suddenly gave a faint smile. 40,000? What's the use? To borrow Madara's words, a rabble. You will completely disappear from the world without even having a chance to get close to Konoha. Inoki's eyes widened in anger, and he thought to himself, arrogant, really arrogant. Obito raised his hand to indicate. Okay, old man, I don't want to waste my time with you. I'm here to inform you, not to negotiate. I'm giving you a choice just because I'm too lazy to let more people bleed. Of course, if you want to resist, please do as you wish. The most you can do is let Madara go to Yunin village and sacrifice a few more lives. Someone will always know the current situation. Obito's words were as sharp as a knife, cutting off all escape routes. A chill rose from the soles of Inoki's feet, and he realized that the smiling young man in front of him was not joking. Once he refuses, Iwagakure village will be devastated, and his heirs, granddaughters, and subordinates will not be able to escape Uchiha Madara's butcher knife. How are you thinking? Obito asked. Inoki lowered his head and said in a weak voice, I want to hear the attitude of Yunin village first. Obito turned to look at Madara, and with an exchange of glances, Madara understood. Madara looked down and saw Killer Bee at her feet. He picked up Killer Bee, put it in front of his eyes, and said doubtfully, Didn't I ask you to call Raikage? Killer Bee looked a little embarrassed. Raikage and my eldest brother were injured too much and are still in a coma. In fact, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I will tell them later. Madara nodded. Then go ahead. Immediately, he placed Killer Bee on Obito's huge Susanoo, with Inoki beside him. Killer Bee, Obito called. Killer Bee turned around in response and looked at this guy who looked young but should not be underestimated. The Susanoo at his feet was a silent testament to his strength. Obito once again explained his intentions and asked for Killer Bee's opinion. Inoki's eyes also looked expectantly. After all, who wants to be ruled? But Inoki alone cannot shake Uchiha Madara and Obito. But if the two countries join forces, there may be a glimmer of hope. Under the expectant gazes of the two people, Killer Bee scratched his head and said casually, I don't have any objections. Let's just do it. You. Anoki almost exploded with anger. This be asterisk 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 D. To hand over decades of Yunin Village's foundation to others so easily. If Rakage were here, he would be P asterisk 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 D to death by this guy. Facing Anoki's angry eyes, Killer Bee picked his nose as if nothing had happened and said, "What's the point of hesitating? If I refuse, my brother, the others, and everyone else in Kimogakure will die. But then you will be controlled by Konoha." Anoki reminded angrily, "As if we are not controlled by others now. Our survival depends on the financial support of those big names. We are nothing more than weapons in their hands. To put it bluntly, we are just dogs. Once they are in a bad mood and cut aid, the development of the village will lag behind, and those who fall behind will be beaten. In order to avoid being beaten, we have to attack others and plunder resources. Actually, I don't like war either, but what can I do?" Killer Bee rarely said so much, and seemed to have let out all the suffocation he had been holding in his heart, making him feel much more relaxed. Anoki was stunned when he heard this. Yes, this ninja world is so twisted. After a long silence, Anoki gradually calmed down. He looked at Obito. "According to your plan, what will happen to those daimyo?" Obito was very satisfied with their reaction and replied with a smile. "The ninja world only needs the voice of Konoha. The rest, those who are sensible can keep them to decorate their appearance. Those who are not sensible." Anoki was shocked, but also felt that this kid was really brave. Dare to say this, it is quite happy. Their ninjas have powerful power, but they are suppressed by ordinary people like the daimyo. Anoki himself has long been dissatisfied. But this step cannot be taken lightly, otherwise it will trigger a joint crusade from other daimyo. "All right, I agree too." When Anoki said these words, a big stone seemed to have been lifted from his heart. At this time, a message from the chat group suddenly came to Obito's ears. Bite. Group member Uchiha Obito greatly changed the course of history and was awarded 300,000 gold coins. It's done. Obito's eyes flashed with joy. The arrival of the gold coins means that Anoki and Killer Bee truly surrender, and they will abide by Obito's wishes in the future. Full tilt towards Konoha. With the addition of these two forces, the remaining Sand-Hidden Village and Kirigakure Village have nothing to fear. The unification of a ninja world seems to be just around the corner. Uchiha Obito. Early in the morning, Shinomiya Yue was woken up by Obito's series of "ite" in the WeChat group, which made her open her eyes. He glanced lazily at the alarm clock on the bedside and couldn't help but mutter, "It's only 7 o'clock, this guy." After rubbing her cheeks a few times, Yue woke up a little and then clicked on the chat interface. Nowadays, as long as he takes a short nap, he can be full of energy throughout the day, but he is still used to sleeping in. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Obito, you better be fine. Otherwise, the 1,000-year kill I just practiced will let your little chrysanthemum know what true blooming is. Uchiha Obito sends you a red envelope. Throwing this red envelope over, Yue's eyes instantly became clear. You have received the red envelope. Get gold coins, 50,000. Shinomiya Yue. Oh, okay. You made a lot of money recently? Where can you make a fortune? Uchiha Obito. Hey, it's just a small thing. It's just that half of the ninja world is under its control. It's not far from the sound of only one Konoha being left in the entire ninja world. Thanks to your help during this period, this red envelope is a little bit of my heart. Thank you. Shinomiya Yue. Hey guys, next time you come to my place, you'll have enough ramen. Uchiha Obito. Definitely next time. Uchiha Obito sent a red envelope to Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Obito sent a red envelope to Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Obito at Senju Ashirama at Namikaze Minato. Shodai, Mr. Minato, I'm here to pay back the money. Thank you for your original support. Senju Hashirama received the red envelope. Minato Namikaze received the red envelope. Senju Hashirama, you're welcome. Hey, Why are there more? Uchiha Obito. The extra money will be counted as interest. First generation. You're welcome. Just take it. Namikaze Minato. Obito. You are really more sensible now. Uchiha Obito. You have to grow up. By the way, Minato-sensei, when will you promote the development of the plot over there? Among our group of elders, you are the only one who has yet to show off your talents. Namikaze Minato. Come on, Yuzuki said that he plans to go to Amage Cure Village and borrow Nagato's Rinnegan. After he resurrects me and Kushina in this time and space, I will go back. Shinomiya, it's just a matter of these few days. I'll take the time to go for a run. Uchiha Obito. I see. Oh yes, Minato-sensei. Just give me a shout when you go back, and I'll go with you. Let's give the masked man over there a surprise. Namikaze Minato. Shinomiya Yuyue. It's quite interesting. I hope that guy's heart is strong enough and he won't be too scared. Namikaze Minato. Yuyue, I also have an interesting story here. Do you want to hear it? Shinomiya Yuyue. Huh? There's a new trick? It's fine. Namikaze Minato. Tatsuna has arrived in Konoha. I have arranged for someone to invite him to the office. What are your plans? Stick with the original, or do you want to do something new? Uchiha Obito. Huh. Why don't you think about it? I originally planned to take action at Shinomiya Yuzuki. You are really evil-minded. Zabuza will suffer disaster. Namikaze Minato. Okay, then I'll ask Naruto and the others to come over. After the conversation ended, Shinomiya Yuyue jumped up from the bed with a strange smile on her face. Tisk, poor Zabuza. He was really curious about what Zabuza's expression would be like when Naruto and Sasuke showed off their strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures shuttled and intertwined, rapidly fighting in the air. It was Naruto and Sasuke. They were competing with each other using taijutsu. Each move was as fast as lightning, and all they could barely catch with the naked eye were their remaining shadows. Although it was a duel, it was actually more like Sasuke deliberately feeding moves to help Naruto accumulate practical combat experience and hone his physical skills. The two fists and feet met each other, bounced away by the reaction force, and then kicked off the ground, fighting each other again. Sasuke swung his fist fiercely, and Naruto turned to one side and dodged the blow at the critical moment. But Sasuke's attack changed very quickly. Before the wind of the fist was exhausted, the palm of his hand turned into a blade, and he slashed towards Naruto's head with a hand knife. Then he grabbed Naruto's wrist and swept him with a kick, tripping him to the ground. Ouch! Naruto hummed and lay down, covering his head, looking at Sasuke with admiration in his eyes. Sasuke, you win again. This guy Sasuke is really capable of anything. In the past few days of sparring with Sasuke, he had never won a single match, but under Sasuke's guidance, his physical skills improved by leaps and bounds, and his power control became more precise and meticulous. Every ounce of strength could be perfectly controlled by him. Sasuke stretched out his hand, pulled Naruto up, and brushed off the dust on his body. Take a rest first, and then continue practicing. Sasuke, Naruto, wipe your sweat and drink some water. Sakura, who was in charge of logistics, saw them stop and quickly came over with water and towels. Thank you. Sasuke took the glass of water and smiled. Sakura's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Teacher Kakashi, please bring 2 chairs over. Sasuke shouted to Kakashi, who was immersed in reading a book. Oh well. Kakashi responded, carefully put Intimate Heaven into his pocket, turned around, and brought 2 chairs over. After Naruto and Sasuke sat down, Kakashi turned around leisurely, picked a shade, took out his Intimate Paradise again, and immersed himself in it. Yes, as Jonin, the instructor class 7, life is so leisurely and comfortable. While other instructors Jonin and their disciples were looking for kittens all over the world, he could find a shady place to lie down. Originally, as a Jonin mentor, his duty was to lead his disciples in training and teach them ninja fighting skills and various ninjutsu. But in this regard, Sasuke's performance even surpassed him. If he can do it, Sasuke can do it all. If he can't do it, Sasuke can do it too. In terms of combat experience, Sasuke is richer than him. If it is a physical duel, Sasuke can win without using 100 moves. If ninjutsu competes, he may be able to survive for a while, but he still cannot avoid the fate of defeat. People who don't understand the situation might mistakenly think that Sasuke is the teacher and he is the student. I really don't understand where Uchiha Sasuke got such amazing fighting experience. Whether it was an illusion or not, he seemed to be able to feel an indescribable calmness and sophistication from Sasuke's body, which was less than half his height. It was a special sense of vicissitudes of life. Maybe this is the vicissitudes of youth? Kakashi-sensei, do you want some watermelon? Sakura's voice sounded in the distance. Kakashi put the book on his chest and turned his head to look over. I saw 3 people already enjoying a big watermelon. There are such good things. Kakashi stood up immediately, packed up his books, and walked over. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura smiled broadly and handed him a piece of watermelon. Thank you very much. Kakashi didn't think too much and was ready to taste it after taking it. He turned around, quickly pulled down his mask, and took a hard bite. But right now, Kakashi felt a light touch in his hand, and his mask disappeared. Huh, so Mr. Kakashi looks like this. In the distance, Naruto in Kizura mode was overjoyed, holding Kakashi's mask in his hand. Kakashi looked helpless. He actually used the power of 9 tails for such a trivial matter? Click! Hearing the sound, Kakashi turned his head subconsciously, the expression on his face even more speechless. I saw that Sasuke had a camera in his hand and was taking pictures of him. Are you so curious about my true identity? Kakashi touched his smooth chin and asked. Yeah, of course, but Kakashi-sensei, you were so handsome. I thought you always wore a mask because you were too ugly to show your face. Naruto came over and grinned. Now that you have seen enough, to satisfy your curiosity, return the mask to me. Kakashi extended his hand to Naruto. Naruto tossed it gently. Kakashi took it and quickly put it back on. Everyone, the Hokage summons you. As soon as Kakashi put on the mask, an Umbu personnel appeared and conveyed the summons of Namake's Minato. Dad is looking for us? Naruto was startled for a moment, then smiled widely. Great, let's go there right away. After saying that, Naruto jumped up and quickly rushed towards the Hokage building with the help of the surrounding trees and buildings. Kakashi naturally followed closely, and Sasuke was behind because he had to take Sakura with him. Hokage building in the office. Great. With you here, there will be no problem with this mission. I can't thank you enough. Dasna smiled from ear to ear. Standing in front of him were the 4 people from Class 7. The reason why this old man can feel so reassured is very simple. There's a big shot in the team. That is Naruto Uzumaki. Who doesn't know that he is the son of Hokage now? Tatsuna heard about it as soon as he entered Konoha village. Because he himself was targeted by the evil forces, he had no choice but to come to Konoha to issue a mission for help. Being strapped for money, he thought he could only recruit a few genin. Unexpectedly, the person assigned to him was actually the son of the 4th Hokage. How could he not be happy? Although the opponent is also a genin, you can tell at a glance that he is a young talent with extraordinary strength. After all, like father, like son. In this way, it must be foolproof. Hey, don't worry, Grandpa. I'm here to ensure that no one dares to cause trouble. So just concentrate on building the bridge. Naruto put his hands on his hips and grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Just now, he took over this task from Minato Namake's and escorted the old man back to the country of waves to build a bridge. For Naruto, who had been training hard for days and was already eager to give it a try, this was just what he wanted, just to test the results of the past few days of training. Let's go, old man. Let's set off now. Naruto's confident smile infected Dasna. The old man nodded repeatedly and said eagerly, Okay, Master Naruto, please go first. Well, old man, don't call me that. It sounds awkward. Just call me by my name. Then, I'll take the liberty, Naruto-sama. Dad, I'm leaving. I'll be back in a few days. Naruto waved goodbye to Namake's Minato behind the desk. The latter smiled gently. Be safe. Zabuza, shouldn't you say this to me? The excited Naruto took the lead, followed closely by Tatsuna. Kakashi was about to follow him, but found that Sasuke was stunned on the spot with a strange look in his eyes. He was a little confused. Sasuke? What's wrong? Sasuke came back to his senses slightly. Ah, it's nothing. I was just thinking about someone. Want to be alone? Itachi. Kakashi asked directly. The reason why he dared to ask this was because now Sasuke no longer regarded the name Itachi as a taboo. After spending this time together, whenever Sasuke mentioned Itachi, instead of being angry, Sasuke showed a feeling of nostalgia. No, not Itachi. Well, don't ask so many questions. You will see him soon. Sasuke gave a meaningful smile and quickened his pace to follow. Kato is such a bad guy. I must teach him a lesson. Naruto gritted his teeth and looked indignant. He just asked Dezuna, out of curiosity, why he wanted to build a cross-sea bridge. After all, the country of waves has developed maritime transportation, so it seemed unnecessary. But after hearing Tezuna's explanation, even the good-tempered Naruto could not hide his anger. It turns out that Kaido used violence and money to drive his men to control all maritime transportation in the country of waves. Even small fishing boats are not allowed to go to sea. All ships were requisitioned for smuggling, causing the people of wave country to become increasingly poor, while Kaido became increasingly rich. Dezuna wanted to create a way for the people of wave country to survive by building a bridge. But obviously, Kaido will not give up. This is equivalent to cutting off his financial resources, and he will definitely send someone to assassinate him. Don't worry, Grandpa. Even if there is no reward for this task, I will still help you. Naruto encouraged. The conversation along the way made Dezuna feel Naruto's enthusiasm and kindness, and he was unwilling to deceive the other party. So, he confessed that there might be ninja attacks on the way, which was beyond the scope of sea-level missions, at least B-level. Can be very dangerous. Even so, Naruto still decided to help. Naruto-sama, thank you so much. Dazna was deeply moved. Naruto. Suddenly, Sasuke, who had been silent along the way, called out to Naruto. Naruto turned around and looked. The two exchanged a look, and Naruto immediately understood. There is a situation. Naruto immediately became vigilant, and soon he discovered two suspicious pools of water in the distance ahead. Uchiha Itachi's eyes swept around, and as his eyes moved, his pupils changed rapidly, and each Magatama quietly emerged, eventually forming a strange pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Another pair of Mangekyo appears. The elders of the clan exclaimed, and then a joyful smile broke out on their faces. Great! The young clan leader has also awakened Mangekyo. With sure sway, our Uchiha clan now has two pairs of Mangekyo. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. At this moment, both the radical and conservative elders couldn't help but look happy. Even Uchiha Fugaka's eyes flashed with shock. Itachi, when did Mangekyo turn on? Fugaka made some calculations in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that could cause Itachi such a big mood swing in the near future. However, these are not important anymore. There is a satisfied smile on his lips. Itachi is a member of the family, and his strength means the glory and strength of the Uchiha family. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your support and cooperation. Seeing that the atmosphere had warmed up enough, Uchiha Itachi slowly revealed his strategy. One night flies by. Except for a few people at Nanga Shrine last night, no one knew what kind of plan Itachi came up with. However, changes came quietly. Among them, Uchiha has deep feelings about this. Uchiha Thimble, a member of the Konoha Guard Force, led his animal friends that morning. Uchiha Snowstorm and Uchiha Pearl patrolled the streets of Konoha as usual. Not long after walking, Shuebao noticed something was wrong with the captain. Why did the captain keep his head down and meditate today? Could it be that he didn't get any rest? So, he cautiously stepped forward and asked, Brother Thimble, did you sleep well last night? How about you go back and rest first, and we will be responsible for patrolling. Shuebao's words interrupted Thimble's contemplation. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. It's okay. Let's continue patrolling. Yes. Shuebao agreed and returned to the team. A group of people walked on the lively streets of Konoha. The early morning market was still bustling with people, and the villagers were full of enthusiasm for life. But whenever Thimble and the other three passed by, pedestrians would give way as if they could not avoid them. Snowstorm and Pearl held their heads high, seeming to enjoy the awe from the villagers. Only the Thimble watched all this silently, with sadness surging in his heart. At the same time, he was also shocked. No wonder the young patriarch would give such an order. We, the Uchiha clan, have been like this for a long time and have already lost the hearts of the people in the village. No wonder we can never reach the Hokage's position. If this continues, even if we seize the Hokage position, no one will really agree with it. It seems that the young patriarch is also aware of this problem, so he asked us to make changes, right? Thimble thought secretly in his heart. Last night, Uchiha elites like Thimble received a secret order from the young patriarch, requiring the entire family to make adjustments in their appearance and behavior. This order is conveyed down through the elite ninjas and eventually needs to be spread to the entire clan. And it was accompanied by stern warnings from several elders. Anyone who disobeys will ask for trouble. After all, this is about the future ambitions of the Uchiha clan. In the past, Thimble never cared about the way those civilians looked at them. Whether it was fear, awe, or contempt, he didn't care. But the situation was different now. He could read some clues from these eyes and vaguely sense the layout of the young patriarch. "Brother Thimble, I'm going to buy breakfast. Are you still the same as before?" Shuebao came over and asked with a smile. "Yeah." Thimble responded simply, and Shuebao left the team and walked in another direction. Thimble was planning to patrol along the planned route, but suddenly something happened in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he quietly followed Shuebao's back. Pearl's face was full of confusion. "Brother Thimble, we should go this way. That is not our scope of responsibility. Just keep up," Thimble said coldly, speeding up and chasing after him. On the other side, Shueban came to a busy bun shop, with several customers waiting to buy in front of the door. However, the appearance of a snowstorm caused people in line and diners to rush out of the way. The owner of the bun shop was a middle-aged man with a sad face. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart, and then he put on a smile and stepped forward. "Sir Snowstorm, you are here. What would you like to eat today?" "Old rules, hurry up," Shuebao urged. Okay. The boss quickly packed up and handed a bag of buns to Shuebao. Shuebao took it, waved his hand, and turned around to leave. "Just record in the account and settle it when you have money." The boss' face darkened. These Uchiha people had been on credit for more than half a year and had never paid off. This was undoubtedly worse for his small business. But he didn't dare to say anything. He had warned him once before and almost suffered a disaster. Just as the snowstorm was fading away, an angry girl rushed out of the bun shop. "Hey, you haven't paid me yet." The boss was shocked and quickly grabbed the girl. "Don't shout." But Snowstorm had heard it. He turned around, his face as cold as ice. "Why didn't you pay me? I said I would pay the bill. Are you deaf?" The snowstorm is approaching step by step, like a wild beast about to go crazy. But the girl didn't flinch. "You've been owed for half a year. Is this any different from not paying me?" Shuebao suddenly laughed. "Then let me tell you the difference." As soon as he said it, he flashed in front of the girl, raising his giant hand and preparing to drop it. The girl cried in fear and huddled up in a ball. As an ordinary person, she was unable to avoid the ninja's attack. She saw that the slap was about to fall. At this critical moment, Shuebao's hand stopped in the air. A strong hand clasped his wrist tightly. Shuebao was stunned. Who dared to stop him? When I turned around, I saw it was a Thimble with an expressionless face. He immediately put on a flattering smile. "Brother Thimble, why are you here too? What are you doing?" Thimble looked at him sternly. "I'm just going to teach this ignorant civilian a lesson." Thimble stared at him, but Snowstorm still looked unconcerned, obviously not taking this matter seriously. Thimble sighed secretly in his heart. "I am afraid that the young patriarch's plan will still have to go through some twists and turns." He let go of Shuebao's hand, and Shuebao quickly rubbed his wrist. The hold just now made his wrist hurt. Is this the difference between Uchiha elites and ordinary ninjas? The Thimble's majesty in his heart only increased. At this time, Thimble stared at him with a serious face and said seriously, I hope I won't see such a thing again in the future. Do you understand what I mean? He didn't let Shue Biao apologize to the other party, because he knew that such a hypocritical approach would have no meaning other than increasing the other party's resentment. Only by truly restraining the situation from the source and preventing the recurrence of similar incidents can we truly have strong support for the young patriarch's plan. Oh, have you been noticed? Zabuza, who was hiding in the tree, saw the other party stop his movements and understood that his whereabouts had been exposed. Simply no longer hiding, he waved hard, and the decapitating knife in his hand flew through the air with a roar. The broadsword rotated with great force and sped towards Naruto and the others like a windmill. At the same time, he nimbly jumped down from the tree, following closely behind the guillotine. Zabuza planned to make a grand entrance and give the people below him a show of strength. Careful! Naruto's eyes flashed, and he rushed straight towards the whirling sword, seemingly intending to block the sharp weapon with his own body. Looking at Naruto, who was coming towards him and seemed to be trying to block the attack with his body, Zabuza glanced at him. Is this the Hokage's son? Zabuza sneered and said, looking so stupid, he is just a brat after all. It's no use having a powerful father. Kakashi, who is a Sharingan, is a bit tricky. However, in the blink of an eye, boom, Naruto instantly entered the Kurama connection form, and the majestic momentum overflowed like a tide. It shattered the surrounding earthquakes into pieces and set off huge waves of air. Whoosh! There was only a sound in the air, and Naruto's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the middle of the path where the beheading sword was raging. Drink! Following Naruto's roar, a powerful flying kick suddenly hit the beheading sword. Bang! The crisp sound of breaking resounded through the sky, and the famous beheading sword actually split into two pieces. Whirlpool kick. Boy, even the truth-seeking ball can be kicked away by this flying kick. In comparison, the decapitating sword is nothing more than a trivial joke. Nanny, Zabuza, who was chasing the beheading sword, saw this scene and his eyes widened. What the hell? However, before he could clear his mind, he caught a flash of lightning from the corner of his eye. Bah! Zabuza's pupils shrank suddenly, and at the critical moment of life and death, he turned sideways to avoid the Kusanagi sword that was attacking his head. But right after, Sasuke turned around brilliantly and kicked Zabuza in the chest with a sweeping kick. While screaming, Zabuza was shot away like a kite with its string cut off. Plop! Zabuza fell heavily to the ground, rolling and crawling until he flew dozens of meters away before he could barely stand still. Just when he was about to take a breath, he looked up and saw the fragments of the broken sword roaring towards him like meteors, riding on the strong wind of Naruto's feet. Bang bang! Zabuza jumped back quickly, and as soon as he escaped from danger, two blades slammed into the place where he had just stood. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have died at this moment.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.